Arc 6 Chapter 77. Beacon of Counterattack. Mind racing and running at full speed, Subaru reached his destination. Heart pounding, his breath turned crisp and white due to the cold world surrounding the person he was looking for. His heart was about to explode as the sight of her thin, slender back came into view. As a feeling of overwhelming love poured into his chest, he could barely endure his impulses. But right now, there was no time to risk death because of the feelings that were choking his chest, which felt as if it was going to explode. Gritting his teeth, over her back he saw the face of the enemy. He had long, dark brown hair and a rough appearance that was wrapped in tattered clothes. The most impressive part about him was the sight of his horrible eyes, which Subaru could see as only seeking prey to destroy and literally devour their lives. Subaru lay back and Kato's. Shouting at the top of his lungs, making himself known, Subaru tried to attract his attention. Even if he could only distract him for a brief moment, it could still prove helpful. Of course, there was the possibility that an attack could still reach her, but it wasn't pointless if the damage to her could be reduced due to his interference. Fueled by feelings of love, he felt as if he could even take flight. Subaru, so, even if the chances of winning increase only by a little. He stopped in front of the frozen floor and mustered strength into his body. He was staring at Lei, and with all his might he was focused on any sudden movements when Subaru, Subaru's mental alertness was smashed by the amethyst eyes looking at him. Black and amethyst eyes intersected as the two crossed each other's line of sight. At that moment, tears that flooded the girl's eyes due to her emotions grew bigger and bigger. At any moment, they could indulge her heart, drown her and make her unable to breathe. In some way or another, by expressing these emotions through her eyes, she was getting some sense of respite. Therefore, wait, stop, it's dangerous. Well, you may not know me, but he's an enemy. Leave this to me. You may not know me, but... Confused for a moment, she waved her hand. Her eyes were blinking while being cautious at the same time. Slowly, Subaru understood the meaning of her words. He recalled there certainly was a memory of her saying the same thing before. He grasped the situation. Subaru was really happy that he got here first. He knew exactly what he should say.
Subaru, it's okay, Emilia Tan.
Making her nervous by keeping her waiting, and then potentially getting her into trouble because of it would be bad right now. Thinking this and thus speaking, he nodded his head. Then, realization washed over Emilia's face as Subaru continued staring at the silver-haired girl. He was pointing at the sky with his right hand while striking a pose on his hip with the other. An unnecessary action, but his determination was decided. For that reason. Subaru, my name is Natsuki Subaru. Emilia Tan's one and only knight. Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, whoa? He had made his decision, and his face showed only readiness. Emilia quickly rushed towards Subaru with great momentum. Jumping at Subaru with her momentum, Subaru managed to somehow support Emilia's weight while leaning backwards. Although there was nothing to worry about, she was light as angel's wings. Yep, no problem. If there was a problem. Subaru, Emilia Tan? I was surprised, but you smell so good. Did you change your shampoo? Emilia, idiot. You are so stupid, Subaru. I was very worried. Nevertheless, to say that. Stupid. Subaru, I'm often told that I'm stupid. No, I guess I can't really make any excuses. Being scolded by Emilia while in her arms and with her large eyes staring at him, Subaru was overwhelmed by her presence. Reluctantly, he grabbed Emilia's thin shoulders, releasing her body. Subaru, sorry for making you worry, but I'm back now. Revived? Stuck back together? My body completely belongs to Natsuki Subaru, or not?
Anyways, I'm okay.
Emilia, Subaru, leave Natsuki Subaru in the past. Natsuki Subaru, here with a blast. I think he's making a joke or pun. Continuing to talk vigorously, he was trying with all his might to keep Emilia's mind at ease. As those thoughts ran through Subaru's mind, Emilia blinked her eyes and gently touched his chest with her fingers. Gently being touched, his whole body unintentionally quivered as Emilia spoke. Emilia, your memories, were you able to get them back properly? Subaru. Emilia, you were still yourself, even when you didn't have your memories. So even if you've remembered everything, well, you know, even if it was for a short amount of time, the you who was giving his all was. Subaru, yeah.
It's okay.
Touching his chest, Emilia awkwardly checked on Subaru's footsteps. She looked back on everything he had done up until this point. When his memory consolidated, the other Natsuki Subaru may have been integrated into Subaru, or in a sense disappeared, but Subaru did have time to communicate with him. Subaru, then it's easy. Subaru, I was always inside myself, and in Emilia-tan too.
So, it's really okay, Emilia-tan.
Emilia, yup. Subaru, so from now on, please, look forward to perfect Natsuki Subaru. Let's use the frustration from all of this and aim for a bright future. He may be making a reference to something, and like always, Emilia-tan doesn't understand. Emilia, sorry, I don't really understand what you're saying. Emilia answered the smiling Subaru, who was showing a thumbs up with a shake of her head. Even receiving such an indifferent and cold attitude, Subaru wanted to continue flirting with Emilia every minute, hour and day. Lei, well, are you satisfied with your face-to-face meeting? In the middle of their conversation, while Subaru and Emilia were touching each other timidly, came a voice with an insidious grin belonging to the Sin Archbishop, Gluttony. At that moment, Subaru raised his eyebrows at the fact that he hadn't yet attacked them. Subaru, I didn't think you'd bother to wait so patiently. You regret having done so? Lei, I would never regret eating. To us, that's part of being a gourmet. Isn't that what you'd call a gourmet too? You should know the pleasure of eating, you have to be attentive to the food. I don't like when the table is dirty. Isn't that right? With a shrill, laughing voice, Lei talked about concepts of table manners that were difficult to comprehend. Hearing this annoying laughter, Subaru nodded his head deeply. Then, Subaru, well, I see. I certainly agree. Lei, you do? Subaru, since your sister suffered so badly, I was wondering if you were afraid. I think he means the reason why Lei remained quiet for so long before interrupting Lei. Immediately, Lei's grinning expression changed. His smile disappeared instantly, and instead was replaced with burning rage. With his intense anger, Lei's body kicked through the frozen passage and plunged towards Subaru in the blink of an eye. Lei, you bastard, you know something about our Louis. Subaru, I don't know anything, she was the one who entered my body without permission. I don't know what she was thinking, bastard, and I don't want to find out. His sister was the only person Lei cared about, and so his raging dagger was approaching Subaru. However, Subaru was not afraid of the footsteps of the approaching death. Lei, dominated by rage, ignoring everything but Subaru, was moving towards his target with determination. Emilia, I'm here too, don't forget. Lei, ugh. With her beautiful voice, Emilia's well-proportioned and long legs created a beautiful arc. Using centrifugal force, she kicked straight into Lei's face. At the moment of impact, Emilia's ice fighting technique Ice Brand Arts activated and ice boots reinforced her feet and pierced the opponent. Lei, Emilia gathered strength into her white feet and shattered her opponent's front teeth. Lei's small stature could not withstand her power and was sent flying, sliding over the frozen floor and rolling into the back of the passage. There Emilia, turning her palms further, ruthlessly chased after Lei with freshly created ice that piled onto him and succeeded in damaging the gourmet. Subaru, it's decided. This is a combination technique of my words and Emilia-tan's cute and murderous killing intent. Emilia, is that a compliment? Subaru, I'm praising you. You are the best. Very cute. I want to marry you. Emilia, enough joking around. Emilia's reaction was a bit unexpected, blushing a little and staring at him. Just as he didn't want her expression to be washed away, Subaru's own embarrassment rebounded back onto himself. Subaru, meeting with Emilia Tan made me so much happier. But let's flirt after we finish all of this and fix the problem. Emilia, Subaru. We don't know if we'll get attacked or not. So, stay alert. Subaru, I know. If you continue to beat him like this, I would really appreciate it. At that moment, emotional balance was restored between Subaru and Emilia, and so they started to try to break through their current situation, Emilia, paying attention to lay Batenkato's in front of her, and Subaru concentrating on the overall problems of the Pleiades watchtower. 5 obstacles, they were still threatening the watchtower and Subaru's allies within it, even after Natsuki Subaru's identity problem had been resolved. However, there were some changes in the circumstances and conditions. For example, the shadow that was trying to swallow the whole tower and would destroy everything, as if it was out of time. That is. Subaru, that's the penalty I was thinking about before now. It reminded him of when he encountered the shadow back in Sanctuary. The circumstances that caused it was that he talked with Echidna in the tomb and told her all about return by death. If the events that took place in this tower were similar, the shadow would ruin everything if information about return by death was leaked. In other words, the reason behind that was certainly Louis Arneb inside Subaru's body. Now that Louis Arneb was eliminated and her presence had disappeared from inside of Subaru, whether or not the shadow swallowed the Pleiades watchtower was probably 50-50, leaving it to mere chance wasn't an option, and so he couldn't let things slow down. Subaru, Emilia Tan. I have an idea. Emilia, understood. Then let's do it. Subaru, but I haven't even said anything yet. Having organized all the possibilities inside his head, as soon as Subaru spoke, without needing an explanation, he received ready consent from Emilia. Emilia energetically answered good. To Subaru, who was surprised by her reaction. Emilia, that idea came to you after you thought very hard. Rather than contemplating everything, from now on I will trust you without needing to think about it. Subaru, shit. That makes me happy you said that. Scratching his head, responding to the trust in him which was making him feel uneasy, he strongly stepped on the floor. Then, Subaru pointed at the space where the ice dust was scattered in the back of the passage. Subaru, anyway, Emilia Tan, put another one in that bastard. Emilia, aye. With a thud, Emilia threw a chunk of ice into the back of the passage. It would be good if this one was the finishing blow for Lei, but that was unlikely to happen. In fact, Emilia, who was focused on the impact point of the ice chunk, exclaimed Emilia, Subaru. The Sin Archbishop. Subaru, damn, he's a stubborn bastard. But, he definitely wouldn't make it out of that without any damage. Based on Emilia's expression, Subaru understood that Lei had disappeared from the point of impact. Subaru was getting fed up with his cockroach-like resilience, but he felt like the situation could be worse, like with the diligent and foolish Betelgeuse, and also Regulus who didn't have the word humility in his dictionary. Regardless, there was no way that bastard would leave the tower. Subaru, Emilia Tan. For the time being, let's join with everyone else. This situation can't be overcome unless we all do our best.
Emilia, okay, but should we just let him go like this?
Subaru, to be honest, it would have been better if we had shot him completely before. Having already lost once, Lei, while resting a little, would use this time to prepare for the next attack with all his might. In that case, it would currently be difficult to calculate the exact time and place needed to attack Lei. Then, if that was the case, they would have to prioritize coming up with a plan and leave him alive for now. Subaru, don't worry, he won't be able to leave the tower. As for the thing about Louis, he was fanatical about his sister. That bastard can't get rid of his sister complex. Emilia, sister complex? Subaru, it means being attached to one's sister. In their case, it took the form of bad affections towards his sister. At least, Louis didn't seem to love her brothers, Lei or Roy. If you didn't know her, you would think that she was a pathetic victim or a roleplay maniac who was just intoxicated with playing the victim. But, ironically, they could only trust in the Sin Archbishop's undistorted distortion. Subaru, a person who can be resourceful and flexible, and is able to change their way of thinking, wouldn't be a Sin Archbishop in the first place. That was Subaru's evaluation of the Sin Archbishop with whom he had made unwanted contact. Therefore, it wasn't easy to hunt down the vile lay Baton Katos. And so, this situation, which was left unattended by Subaru, would only become worse. But before that, Subaru, Emilia Tan. Let's go towards everyone else's location. Emilia, yes, understood. But where are all the others? Subaru, that's the duty of my Suba-Nav. Natsuki Subaru Navigation System. Or Suba-Nav for short, he activated Core Leonis. Invoking his authority, the coexistence of known and unknown sensations welled up within Subaru, creating a perplexing emotional experience. He could feel his pounding heart and internal organs locations inside his body, as if extending his heartbeat to expand the range of what he could perceive outside himself. Almost like sonar, which could grasp the surroundings with the echoes of sound. Although he was feeling the warmth and faint light of his friends, it was a very limited sensation. Therefore, though not very versatile and limited to feeling the presence of his friends, it had become the most valuable power for them at that moment. Sensing the faint light perceived through this power, Subaru raised his head. First, in order of priority, he rushed to Emilia and then decided to go to the people she helped escape. That is, in other words, Subaru, first, collect my cute partner. Subaru grasped most of the current situation in the Pleiades Tower from the sensations transmitted via Core Leonis. As a persistent effect of the power, he understood the general state of each of his friends and a vague sense of distance in relation to himself. It's not as though he could share their vision and as such didn't have a complete grasp of their entire condition. Even so, if they had wounds, he could shoulder their wounds and burdens, or even if they got a hangover, he could take that burden too. That was the effect of Subaru's authority of greed, and there were many various possible uses of this power. Emilia, Subaru, are you all right? You look pale. Subaru, yes, I'm fine. I'm bluffing a little, but I'm all right. At this level, I can still do my best. While running side by side, Emilia was worried about Subaru, who was breathing heavily. The sound of her silver bell-like voice and the gaze of her amethyst eyes was appealing to Subaru, and he was expressing his honest feelings. Although it was difficult, he could bear it. Those were his honest intentions. Subaru's facial expression, which was pointed out by Emilia, was clearly under the influence of the mess related to regaining his memory from Louis. Mental fatigue was hard to recover from, and it was not easy to recover from a worn-out heart either. However, there were more straightforward causes which were making Subaru suffer. It was due to experiencing the burden of Ram, who suffered this pain every day. Subaru, I would have accepted her wounds without permission, but Ram wouldn't agree to that. Ram, being stubborn, would never let someone else take over her burden. If you made a face-to-face proposal to her to work hard together, she, laughing from her nose, would throw steamed potatoes at your nose. Some sort of Japanese saying perhaps so, Ram would carry her own burden. No one could refuse her. Therefore, Emilia, Subaru. At the corner of the aisle, Emilia, who was looking ahead, called Subaru. Subaru, inside of whom Lion's heart was pulsating, understood the meaning of that call. It was someone who should have left the battlefield and created distance between them while Emilia fought Lei. Ahead, there was a black earth dragon and a girl with blue hair on its back. The blue-haired girl and her nearly identical sister were holding the bridle, while a little girl in a dress stood beside them. Subaru, Biko. Emilia, Beatrice. Beatrice, Subaru and a girl whom I can't recognize are here, I suppose? Beatrice was amazed by Subaru and Emilia, who were rushing towards them. Not caring about her reaction, Subaru and Emilia jumped at Beatrice almost at the same time, at this point, embracing the little girl who was screaming. Subaru, oh, Biko, you are so lightweight. You are so cute and smart. Emilia, look, Beatrice. Subaru remembers everything. Maybe you can't recognize me. But Subaru remembered. I'm so happy about that. Beatrice, well, wait, I suppose. Hold on, in fact. It seems a reunion with someone I know and someone I don't is happening at the same time, making a mess in Betty's mind, I suppose. Beatrice, swinging her head around, alternated between the words of Subaru and Emilia, her eyes shifting between black and white. But she immediately thrusted her palm out and to silence Emilia. Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru, ah. Beatrice, do you really remember everything, I suppose? Even about Betty, about the time you spent with Betty, everything, in fact. Subaru, I do, no need to make such an anxious face. I remember everything and I can make up as much as I want. Everything that happened or didn't happen between us. Beatrice, there is no need to make up anything, I suppose. Oh, my, in fact. Subaru lifted Beatrice into his arms while she took his face with both hands. Looking closely at his smooshed face, Beatrice sighed deeply. Then she rolled her distinctively patterned eyes. Beatrice, you really just do as you please with Betty, in fact. Subaru, a contractor that would not bore you, that was the deal. And you said that I wasn't Superman, but. Beatrice, dash. Subaru, looking objectively, I am Superman, aren't I? Subaru laughed at Beatrice, while winking his eye. For a moment, Beatrice's eyes rounded and her cheeks blushed. Beatrice, I think you're getting carried away, I suppose. Subaru, that's right. Those who get overexcited are the type of people who can get the job done. And. Subaru took a sideways glance at Ram, who was standing there with a pitiful face. Narrowing her crimson eyes, she pierced Subaru with her gaze. Subaru, nay summer? Ram, it's been a long time since the snow melted. I think it's a metaphor for it being a while since he's acted like his original self. Making such a huge fuss just like the real Barusu. Subaru, well, all in a day's work. Subaru had no choice but to smile at her calling it a huge fuss. Actually, given the nearly 20 deaths that Subaru experienced and the mental burden that came with it, one would think that it wasn't just a single day's worth of work. From Subaru's point of view, it felt more like he had lost memory for several years. Subaru, but, I'm back in full force. Say hello to a man who can produce 150% of his power for everyone's sake, Natsuki Subaru. Ram, ha. Good, say whatever you like. Just don't let the merciful Ram miss it. Subaru, how could you miss it? Bangladesh. Random words being spouted as he's blown away. Thanks Aratinga for the correction. Beatrice, WR? While Ram was parsing the meaning of his words, and tilting her, Beatrice and the others were blown away by the tale of the Earth Dragon. Subaru and Beatrice were thrown and spun until something soft stopped them. Looking at what stopped them, they recognized Emilia, who was also blown away. She was softly supporting Subaru's body from his back and smiling fufu. Emilia, Patrash is very happy about your return too, Subaru. In Emilia's line of sight, a dark, black majestic creature was standing. After that intense tail blow, Subaru held Beatrice in his arms, whose eyes were spinning from surprise. Subaru, sorry for the tsundere-like treatment. I worried you a lot too. After all. Supported by Emilia, Subaru, standing back up, faced Patrash, who glanced at him with sharp eyes. And, recalling her unchanging devotion to him despite having no memory. Subaru, really, I was saved by you. I love you. Subaru, you're not going to knock me down like usual, are you? When confessing his love, he always got scolded by Patrash in a ladylike manner, but this time it was different. Or it's. Subaru, whether I'm joking or serious, does this Earth Dragon understand that too? Beatrice, that's right, in fact. How they suddenly got so close, to the point that Beatrice was speaking for Patrash's inner feelings, was unclear, but, since there were no more tail attacks to refute her assertion, Beatrice's interpretation was quite right. Now that Beatrice acquired the ability to translate for Patrash, at last Otto could be relieved of that burden. Subaru, Rem. Rem was on the back of Patrash, her body lying over the saddle. Of course, because she was still asleep, she couldn't hear the joy caused by Subaru's memory coming back. However, seeing Rem's profile, different feelings arose in Subaru's chest. In the white world, having been beguiled by Louis Arneb's poisonous, sweet nothings, at the moment when he would have definitely become the victim of gluttony, there was no voice that could kick away his cowardice. But she was someone who wouldn't let Natsuki Subaru forget himself. So again, overcoming death for 40 times, he still returned. Subaru, these feelings need to be postponed for later. Some way or another, my memory is back. I'm happy that everyone wants to celebrate that, but first, let's fix this situation. Ram, a celebration for you is a very high estimate of yourself. I don't know what happened in this short time. And Emilia, me. Snorting at Subaru, who changed the tone of his voice, Ram's eyes turned to Emilia. What her eyes reflected was the usual arrogance and sense of discomfort. As it was clear from Beatrice's reaction too, still. Subaru, it's Emilia. You don't remember her, I guess. Ram, I know you helped us escape earlier. But I can't remember anything more. Beatrice, it's the same for Betty too, I suppose. The result of gluttony's power, in fact. Agreeing with Ram, Beatrice had the same expression on her face. The same thing that happened to Julius in Priestella also happened to Emilia in this tower. The whole situation had become a painful wound that tailed off, and Emilia, yes. I'm Emilia, just Emilia. I have a lot to say, but we're all like a family looking in the same direction. Emilia, I'd be fine if you could at least understand that much. After finding out that Subaru remembers me, I'm feeling really good. Emilia bravely flexed her bicep on her white arm. No, that was not courage, she was really smiling with no fear inside herself. Over that extremely magnificent act, not only Subaru but Beatrice became speechless too. Unusually, even Ram had her eyes open with surprise. Emilia, what? Did I say something strange? Subaru, well, that was a little bit weird, but it was really cool. Answering Emilia's reaction, which was a little hasty, Subaru stretched his mouth open and smiled. After Subaru spoke, it was Ram who exhaled deeply, saying well. Confirming Emilia's appearance. Ram, so, you said your name was Emilia. Curiously, when I look at you, one side of my head feels uncomfortable, like an itchy burning sensation. The same happens for Rem too. Subaru, that's Ram, having disappeared from my head, it seems that filling that space is difficult. Other than Rem, it's hard to think that Ram had such a relationship. Ram, narrowing her eyes, was making sure to trace Emilia's presence that disappeared from inside her head. Hearing her words, Subaru felt uneasy. Ram said all that, but there was no doubt in Subaru's mind that she cared for Emilia, as he was able to watch their relationship from the side. All that accumulated time was lost, so it was only natural that Ram had no idea what to expect. However, Ram, just by looking at you and this feeling of pain in my head is the answer to our relationship. So, don't worry. Ram hates being left alone. Emilia, it's the same for me too. Definitely, I'll never give up. Ram, yes, never give up 100 million times. Emilia, that's a lot. Subaru was reminded of how reliable Emilia and Ram are, who were exchanging fearless smiles. Her name should have been taken away, she should have been isolated and the relationship should have been broken down. However, Emilia was not defeated by isolation, and she kept her heart strong. Thanks to that, the cascading destruction that could have started with Emilia could not break the foundations of Subaru, Ram and the others. Moreover, Ram, Barusu, I just remembered that I had forgotten, but it's not like I'm going to remember absolutely everything. I think Ram is saying this in a very mean/rude way, which is typical of her. Subaru, I understand even without being told, but what a way to say it. So, without the need for persuasion, he was thankful for them being cooperative. Anyway, having regained trust, the situation having been explained, tackling each issue while bonding, The dilemma in the tower in the dunes was still tough. Therefore, Subaru, let's tear down those 3 siblings eating festival with the power of our bonds. Emilia, yup. Beatrice, of course, in fact. Ram, ha. Having received replies from 3 sides, Subaru nodded his head to all of them. Then, Subaru, I'm still scattered, but I feel like I'm home. That was a small but important and certainly deep emotion. Arc 6, Chapter 78, The Four Corners. Subaru, are you ready? The tower's in pretty bad shape right now. If I were to go out and say how bad it is, it's nearly as bad as playing Othello with all 4 of its corners taken away from you. Ram, that must be pretty bad. Ram's expression clouded over as Subaru launched into his explanation, holding one of his fingers up in the air. Quite the solemn look had appeared on the latter's face. Albeit, Ram wasn't the only one who was taking this seriously. Emilia and Beatrice, who were listening in as well, were like that too. Othello, more commonly referred to by the name Reversi, was a board game in which 2 players competed on an 8x8 = 64 board using black and white pieces. Naturally, this was knowledge Subaru had brought with him from his original world. But since it had been relatively easy to recreate the game here, he'd introduced it to the Roswell mansion fairly early on. It brought a huge stir, with it being extremely well received, especially from Emilia. That's why he was able to properly convey the gravity of the current situation to them. Having all 4 of your corners taken away from you in Othello meant that you were already completely lost. Furthermore, though she hadn't partaken in it much, Ram had literally been as strong as an Oni in the few occasions she'd played, as one would expect from her. In any case, Beatrice, losing all 4 corners, an utterly outrageous situation, I suppose. That's going too far, even as a handicap, in fact. Emilia, I guess even I'd end up becoming as busy as a bee and winning if I got a hold of so many of them. Subaru, who even says busy as a bee these days? Emilia. Subaru, can you say that again? Subaru, I will, but later. Later. Emilia snapped onto Subaru's traditional retort, looking somewhat dejected at having her request denied. Although he felt a bit guilty seeing her like that, the flirting would have to wait until later, just like he'd said many times. Their first priority was to find a way out of the situation they were in. And for that, Subaru, the 4 corners. They're the 2 gluttonies inside the tower, as well as the swarm of witch beasts they've called with them. Also, it pains me to say this, but our companion. Oh yeah, I guess it's sorta debatable if I can call them that. Everyone? Subaru had been about to mention the 4th corner, but for a split second he'd faltered on what to say next. Namely because not even he had come up with an answer that would both be simple to understand and properly describe the woman who unintentionally stood in their way as the 4th corner. He wasn't so distant with her to call her an acquaintance. That, and their connection wasn't weak enough to be called bitter enemies either. But, did they share enough of a destiny such that he could call her a companion? At the very least, he could perhaps leave it at them having sort of like a clueless, but very much unsanctioned teacher and student relationship. Still, how did Emilia and the rest of them view her? But, as Subaru fell prey to his hesitation. Emilia, you said companion, right? What's happened to Shaula? Subaru, Emilia? Subaru? Subaru, no, it's nothing. That's right, I do mean Shaula. Subaru immediately acted like nothing was up and nodded back at Emilia. It hadn't been just her, Beatrice and Ram also hadn't seen anything wrong with how Emilia had recognized her. The way they perceived her had been the same as Emilia, regardless of whether they had memories of the latter or not. In other words, it served as proof that they viewed Shaula as someone friendly to them. Subaru, was I being an idiot? Yeah, of course I was. Stumbling over the obvious was a bad habit of Natsuki Subaru. Yet, he would reflect hard on things, leveraging them so that he could give it his all, and this was one of his strengths. A compliment, for each time he put himself down. Ideally he would give himself 100 for each time he did, That much would do. Though the true ideal would be giving himself 10,000 compliments without putting himself down even once. Subaru, anyways, about Shaola. Well, before that, do you remember the tower rules? The ones that mustn't be broken. They were explained before, right? Ram, yes, they were. We can't leave without completing the trials, we can't break the rules of the trials, we can't disrespect the libraries, we can't damage the tower. I think those were all the violations. Subaru, yeah, precisely. Subaru snapped his fingers at Ram after she'd readily laid them out. Then he pointed down at his feet and swung his arm around, indicating the entire tower. Subaru, so, with those rules, the fourth corner shows up when one of them is broken. I don't know which one specifically, but one of them will. Then, after that, Ram, she'll bare her fangs at us, just like she said. How annoying. Ram, assuming her typical pose with her arms crossed together, batted one of her eyes shut as she imagined the worst. Shaola's insane combat prowess was well known to Subaru, of course, considering he'd gone through many loops where she'd killed him. But other than him, the rest of them were also well aware of it after they'd been showered by sniper fire from afar, back in the Sand Sea. Beatrice, that vapid girl is quite strong, when she uses those things of hers, I suppose. Even if we're better off than before, where we couldn't do a thing due to being attacked from afar, it's not going to change the fact that things are going to get grim if she turns into our enemy, in fact. With their arms folded, both Beatrice and Ram frowned, their brows wrinkling up. The fact that they were so quick on the uptake was a huge help, since he could cut down the time he spent explaining. From all those sullen faces, it was only Emilia that raised her hand. Her face, which was the cutest in the whole wide world, was still free of wrinkles. Emilia, but we'd be going up against Shaola, no? Can't we somehow persuade her by talking to her? Shaola's super attached to Subaru, so if he tried his hardest, maybe. Subaru, I'd love a peaceful resolution to this, but getting Shaola to the negotiating table seems like a tall order. In regards to her being attached to me, I guess nothing about that's changed, in a broad sense. Ram, meaning she's going to be primarily targeting you, Barusu. The fact that she's got her targets narrowed down is going to be extremely useful. It could be perceived as her targeting the weaker members in their camp, but regardless, Subaru agreed with Ram's thoughts. Rather than facing a situation where they wouldn't know who'd be targeted by the enemies indiscriminately lurking in the tower, it would be easier to come up with a plan of counterattack that involved having Subaru recklessly targeted. So, putting the issues they were facing in a nutshell. Beatrice, the four corners are, the two glutton eyes, their swarm of witch beasts, as well as Shaola, who'll come to attack us, I suppose. Subaru, though two of these corners are already being dealt with. All thanks to Biko taking command. During the time Subaru had spent cowering in the Taigeta library, the smart and adorable Beatrice had taken everyone with her in turn, and got them busy dealing with the damage that had struck the tower. She'd sent Meili to the balcony, where she could overlook the swarm of witch beasts. Then, as part of that, she'd also joined up with Ram and Emilia after they'd taken Rem out of the green room. Unfortunately though, they'd encountered Lei en route, which had led to them falling into this situation where Emilia's name had been taken away from her.
Emilia, MHMNH, it's okay.
Subaru still remembers me, so I'm completely fine with it. Even though he often ends up forgetting about our promises, it still makes me really happy that he remembers me properly. Subaru, NNH, what's with stabbing me in the back all of a sudden? Beatrice, it looks to me like it's just her usual. In fact, that girl seems to know you well too, I suppose. Though not as well as I do. Subaru, no need to fight over me, my sweethearts. Subaru gave a few nods as he stroked Beatrice's head, basking in their affection for him. Then, while still steeped in emotion, Ram called out to him with a Barusu. Ram, you said that two of the corners are being dealt with, right? I know that one of them is Meili holding back the swarm of witch beasts, but what about the other one? Subaru, Julius, Subaru grabbed his chest in reply to Ram and turned his attention to the beating of his heart. His Corleone's power was still going strong. He was naturally taking Ram's burdens from her. Also, the whereabouts of his companions were being broadcasted to him in real time. From those, there was a light that definitely seemed to correspond to Julius. And the place he was at was Subaru, he's on the second floor, locked in battle with the enemy. Emilia, the second floor. You can't mean that. Subaru, yeah, I do. He nodded back at Emilia as she quickly turned pale, before sneaking a furtive glance up above. He couldn't see it firsthand, since the ceiling was in the way, but he could most definitely feel the signs of the furious fight that was taking place beyond his gaze. Julius Euculius and Reed Astria's rematch had begun. Subaru. In the end, it looked like he hadn't been able to avoid a conclusion to it. After Subaru had fallen to his knees earlier, unable to pick himself back up, Beatrice had taken charge of their companions. The opponent Julius had ended up waging battle with had been Reed Astria, even under Beatrice's command. That naturally had been influenced by the fact Roy Alphard, or rather, Reed, who'd taken over the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony's body and gained his freedom, actively sought its conclusion. Nevertheless, Subaru had gone through many deaths and crossed through many possibilities whether he'd wanted to or not. And that had made him understand something. As annoying as it was, fate existed. No matter what road you followed, the firm, unchangeable reality that lay there was called fate. The fluctuations of history were so unyielding, to the point it really made you believe things were predetermined. It was almost like the results had already been determined by fate, with all the branches converging there. That had been the outcome of all of their wills coming together to try and achieve their respective goals. However, precisely because of that, they'd become so closely entwined with each other, that they'd never come apart. Yet, couldn't it also be said that meant there was no hope ahead? Considering that the conclusion between Julius Euculius and Reed Astria was inevitable, it could only mean that Subaru, Reed should have assimilated with one of the Gluttonies, his takeover should be almost done. Though we'll let Julius settle things with Reed. We're going to deal with the remaining three.
Ram, is that really going to be okay, Barusu?
Subaru? What do you mean? Subaru cocked his head earnestly in response to Ram's question. But on seeing him react like that, she just muttered out a brief, "Never mind. Ram, I already know how Barusu goes about things. Looks like I'm losing my edge as well. I suppose we have no choice but to rely on Barusu's proposal." Subaru, I don't really fully get what you mean, but you do know I can tell you're making fun of me? Emilia, huh? No, she's just complimenting you. Ram's saying that she relies on you a lot, Subaru. Hee, now I'm gonna need to work hard, Ram. I will be having a word with you later, Emilia. Emilia replied back to the mortified Ram with a yes sir, a slightly happy trill in her voice. Despite the situation they were in, Emilia was most likely glad, and found it refreshing that Ram wasn't using honorifics to address her. Now that their master-servant connection was gone, the attitude she was showing Emilia was one of perhaps friends, or maybe a little sister that was always quite a handful. Ram didn't have the opportunity anymore to play the part of the capable big sister now that her actual little sister didn't require much to handle. Nevertheless, she seemed that way now thanks to the bizarrely happy-go-lucky Emilia. Subaru, anyways, that's it for what's going on in the tower. What we need to do next is sort out the best people for each place. This sorting business is where Natsuki Subaru really shines. Ram, you sure are really humble. Subaru, humble or not, it's still important work. This is what they mean when they talk about unsung heroes. This is something only I. That's right, this is something only I can do. This is my battle. Oh. Ram, just hurry up and start sorting. Ram slapped his face for spending too long on the preambles. Feeling the pain of the damage he'd received, Subaru looked around at all three of their faces, as well as the Earth Dragons, and said, "Are you all ready? From here on out, it would be all-out war, in its truest sense. It barely made any difference whether you were a human or Earth Dragon, and in the first place, Patrash was typically far more useful than Subaru himself. But if you added Super Subaru into the mix, their possibilities would explode tenfold, and then double. TL note, the bit above seems to be a reference to the Japanese quiz show, Quiz Derby. Subaru, one for all for one. All for one for all. We can't win without having everyone on board. We can't have even one of us missing. We will start winning if we've got everyone, because we. TL note, Subaru says the first sentence which I italicized in English before repeating the Japanese equivalent. Emilia, because we came to this tower to get back what was taken from us, we won't allow ourselves to lose them. Subaru, exactly. Subaru gave Emilia a nod with a snap of his fingers before regaining his composure. Subaru, so, first things first, Lei Batankato's opponent shall be. Barusu. Subaru, huh? They began to head to their posts after they'd finished their discussion. However, someone grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and forced him to a halt before he could. Though, there hadn't been enough force in it to throttle him. There'd probably been a reason why they'd shown such consideration. Subaru, it's really not like you to care enough to not hurt me, nay Summer. Ram, it's not like I would bother using too much of my strength when looking at a fly trapped in the palm of my hand. This is the same as that. Though, it's not like I would purposely put one there. That'd be disgusting. Subaru, don't just say it and then deny it. Subaru shrugged his shoulders at Ram's ram-like phrasing. Standing in front of him, Ram softly clenched and unclenched the palm of her hand, checking its feel a few times. Her gestures carried faint traces of bewilderment in them. This was quite the rare sight for Subaru, so used was he in seeing Ram always acting aloof. It was quite a perk to witness her acting so perplexed and unsure of herself. It was only thanks to this that he could put up with the levels of exhaustion that were threatening to crush his entire body. Subaru. Ram's body was constantly tormented by the burden of being hornless. Subaru took over this burden when he used his core Leonis, which in turn gave her the extra strength that let her operate to her fullest. Core Leonis was one of their most essential tricks for beating this tower. Subaru had already given Ram a brief summary of what was happening to her, albeit setting aside the fine details. Simply put, Ram's burdens were flowing into him, making Ram's body a lot lighter in those respects. However, since it strained him terribly, he desired a speedy settlement to the situation they were in. That was it, more or less. Ram, now that I think about it, since it's just going to be you who's suffering Barusu, I don't really care how long it'll last. Subaru, but this is a joint effort between you and me, nay Summer. You must want to get this over as soon as possible when you think about it like that, right? Ram, yeah. You repulse me. Subaru, don't you think using repulse is going a little too far? Though, well, throwing abuse at me is so typical of her. Subaru accepted that, all the while suppressing the urge to vomit. Ram stared at him, assuming her familiar pose with her arms folded in front of him. Ram, Barusu. I won't be taking it easy. Subaru. Naturally, the more Ram moved using the full capabilities of her body, the greater the burden he would need to take, acting as its counterbalance. Even so, if he wanted to keep Ram in this state, he'd need to be prepared to take on all of that extra burden. Just her standing there breathing was already plenty to make him groan, and that was just the pain she experienced in her typical daily life. Subaru, nay Summer is too kind, huh? That was how the still sleeping Ram would frequently assess her. He hadn't really gotten it back then, but now he finally understood what she'd meant. If he were to let himself preface it in typical Ram fashion, it'd be something like, that's how Ram goes about things. Ram, Barusu. Subaru, it's nothing. Definitely don't take it easy, of course. I can tell whether you're in serious mode or not by how much pain I'm in. What torture it is. Ram, so, you're saying your plan is the kind where the better I feel, the more you'll suffer. Subaru, I feel like I've just handed the switch to the nukes to the one person I shouldn't have. Then again, if Subaru was going to hand over the switch to the nukes to one of his compatriots, Ram was the only one he'd consider for it. Subaru, Otto would be a good bet as well, if not for the fact I'd worry he'd probably slip and accidentally push it. You're the most reliable in the sense of who'd use it properly, nay Summer, Ram, ha. Flattery will get you nowhere. Listen, take good care of Emilia and Beatrice Summer. I don't care what happens to you Barusu, since I know you're always a mess whatever the case. Subaru, yeah, I know. And about Rem? Ram, the one who cares the most about Rem in this world, is me. Ram declared that as if she was stating a matter of course. Her crimson eyes narrowed as Subaru's breath was taken away by the sheer intensity of her words. Ram, let's just say that it's enough that you, in your own Barusu-like way, are the person who cares about her the second most in the world. Leaving it at that shouldn't unsettle even a single hair on Rem's head. Subaru, yeah, or it'd make me want to die. Ram turned her back on Subaru after they'd exchanged their feelings. There were probably so many things that she wanted to say, words that she wanted to leave him, but she'd quickly changed her attitude, putting an end to them there. That was truly how Ram went about things. Ram, kindly take care of yourself as much as possible, Barusu. Otherwise, if you die, you won't be able to see Rem again. Subaru, yeah, love you too. Subaru likewise replied jokingly to Ram's facetious concerns. And so, Subaru watched her run off into the distance saying nary a word, before then planting his feet firmly down onto the corridor and regrouping with Emilia and Beatrice who were waiting for him. Subaru, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head out as well. Emilia, yeah, let's do that.
Will Ram be okay?
Subaru, yeah, most likely, she's Ram after all, so she'll be fine. If I'd told her to do something really dumb, there'd be no way she wouldn't have said anything about it. Beatrice, you've gone and put a lot of trust in Ram again, I suppose. Subaru, I trust you just as much, and on top of that, I love you way more. Don't pout. Beatrice puffed out her cheeks as if she was saying, I'm not pouting, in fact. Subaru took her outstretched hand and then looked over at Emilia, standing by his side. He wondered if she was worried about Ram going out on her own. However, her face in profile looked only slightly anxious. Subaru, Emilia-tan? Emilia, no, it's nothing. I just find that really reassuring. Subaru, dash. Coincidence as it may be, I actually feel the same. Emilia's words didn't really have any foundation to them, but for Subaru her words served as a great boost. Their expectations far surpassed their anxieties. It was far more reassuring to have someone you could entrust, rather than have someone trusting in you. You could better face up against what lay ahead by believing, rather than clinging. Though it wasn't like they'd solved any of their problems yet. Subaru, it's only natural to believe in your companions, what's more, you can believe in yourselves relying on them as well. Now's the clearest our views gotten ever since we came to this sand-filled tower. Beatrice, that look of yours, it's my favorite kind of Subaru, I suppose. Beatrice looked at Subaru, who'd encouragingly taken over things, and gave him an audacious smile. And then at Beatrice's comment, Emilia brought a hand to her lips with a hee-hee, causing Beatrice to point out Emilia's reaction with a what's up with that, in fact. Emilia shook her head and then spoke up. Emilia, it doesn't look like you remember, Beatrice, but I was thinking the exact same thing as you. A huge creature was caught by its hind legs and savagely swung around before being smashed against the walls and floor without relent. Question mark. This creature, that was on the receiving end of these monstrous, unfathomable blows let out a hideous wail. A cacophony grated through the air that sounded like the wails of countless babies. Question mark. What was letting off those wretched cries was a repulsive, bizarre-looking witch-beast, one, which in accordance with his own knowledge, Natsuki Subaru had called the centaur. However, that girl who'd been well acquainted with this kind of witch-beast had once called it by a different name. The Hungry Horse King. The Hungry Horse King. The Hungry Horse King's massive body was hurled away, causing it to somersault through the sand tower's balcony. Having been knocked about by the impacts, the king of the Sand Sea instantly picked itself back up with flames spewing from its mane. Its human upper half brought forth 2 swords wreathed in flame. Using this completely un-witch beast-like dual-wielding sword art, the Horse King tried to fire off a scorching red blow at the being that had been piling on attacks at it. However, a white ray of light pierced the Hungry Horse King as it tried to swing its swords of flame, its fiery mane billowing. The impact caused this massive creature to falter back a fair few steps. However, it withstood it. It had withstood it. And just like that, the Horse King stepped forward again, preparing to launch its counterattack, but the very next moment, the white ray of light exploded inside its body. The ray of white light turned into a plethora of white rays that shot out of the Horse King in all directions from the inside out. No matter how resilient a creature was, it could not escape death if all of its vital organs were destroyed within. The Hungry Horse King was no exception to this rule as it brutally perished to the white rays of light. The slaughter of the woman who'd been behind its death, Shaola, didn't stop there. Swinging her braided brown hair about, Shaola powerfully kicked off the floor and leapt across the balcony floor. With light coming from her outstretched hands, she grabbed a hold of 2 enemies that were obstructing her path. They were witch beasts that had lizard scales over their ape-like bodies. From there, the light coming from her hands welled forth. If Subaru would have seen her blow, he would have probably dubbed it a pile bunker. The heads of the 2 monkeys she'd grabbed by the face were obliterated by the white light she'd shot, not even giving them a chance to fight back. She followed up by spinning around on the spot and using her long legs to knock down the monkeys that were bounding towards her. Her toes slammed into their faces, whacking them down to the floor with their heads caved in. The stage where the battle between Shaola and the witch beasts was taking place was the 4th floor of the Pleiades watchtower. Although the outer wall balcony was built hundreds of meters above the ground, there were quite a few witch beasts there that had wings, or could easily climb the wall. She shot down the ones climbing one by one, the balcony soon becoming a sea of blood. Shaola. Even after carrying out so much carnage, Shaola wasn't the least bit out of breath. The total number of witch beasts that were swarming towards the Pleiades watchtower was so massive that it'd be pointless to count them. However, the fact that the tower hadn't succumbed to their avalanche was in no doubt thanks to her overwhelming fighting strength. Even so, the precarious equilibrium that Shaola was keeping was about to. Shaola. Shaola, GHHHHHHHH. A shrill voice called out her name, but she didn't answer back. With her face contorted in pain, she grabbed a winged witch beast that was flying towards her and smashed it down at her feet. She followed up by piercing it with a white ray of light, giving bloom to flowers of red midair, successfully putting an end to its pursuit. However, the state Shaola was in didn't change as she drove them away. She clutched at her own face and stamped her feet down onto the floor. Through the gap between her fingers, her large pupilled eyes were beginning to split apart and pulse a brilliant red. Her compound eyes were making their appearance, meaning Shaola was transforming. Shaola, someone broke a rule. With her face covered by the palm of her hands, she met the looming witch beasts in this destitute state. She fought off their attacks with her long legs, pulverizing their bodies with sharp back kicks. This is bad. She's at her limit. Meili. How's it looking on your end? Meili, it's exactly how it looks. I've got my hands full dealing with these flying young'uns. If my naked Oni-san becomes unable to fight too, we'll definitely be running short of hands. Guess so. This is looking fairly grim. Gazing at Shaola's anguish, was a girl with wavy light purple hair sporting a bleak look on her face, Anastasia, or rather, Echidna, who was currently borrowing her body. Standing beside her was Meili as well. Her dark blue ponytail was swaying about as she somehow kept the scales tipped in their favor by using her divine protection. The trio of Shaola, Echidna and Meili were the team resisting with all their might to keep the witch beasts from approaching the Pleiades watchtower. However, unlike Meili with her divine protection of magic manipulation and Shaula with her predisposition for pure firepower, Echidna's presence was pretty much worthless. TL note: the wiki translates Meili's divine protection as magic manipulation, but this is a bit literal. The character in is most likely referring to the character in rather than the more generic magic or demon nuance it has. Translating it in English is tricky due to language limitations, and the fact that everyone but the anime calls beasts witch beasts. I've used the wiki translation for it, but I think there's a lot of merits to explaining this issue here. She was reluctant to go back to Taygeta, but at the same time, she wanted to avoid retreating further into the tower, which was in a state of unease, where she'd only end up being an unnecessary burden. Echidna, calm down, now's not the time for that. She moved her slender fingers and focused her awareness at the odd inside her, though strictly speaking it was the odd inside Anastasia's body. Anastasia's gate had a defect in it, where it couldn't take in any mana. That's why she could only cast magic with her natural odd. In other words, it was tantamount to cutting Anastasia's lifespan. Therefore, a measure that not even Echidna wanted to take, other than when her life was truly in danger. But better to take action than just sit around waiting for death. At least, that's what the Anastasia she knew would think. Everyone had to use the cards they were dealt with, and thus, victory was determined by the way you played your cards. Echidna, the change afflicting Shaula was most likely due to something that was rooted in her core. Something that definitely couldn't be overturned, existing as a kind of shackle on her. As an artificial spirit, Echidna understood that all too well, considering she was in similar shoes. There wasn't anything anyone could do about one's force of will. If what she'd said before was true, then the rules of the Pleiades watchtower had been broken. She needed to act as the watchtower's keeper to remedy that. The reason she was resisting so hard was because, in the depths of her heart, she didn't actually want to harm them, or rather, she probably didn't want to harm Natsuki Subaru. Echidna, it's ironic. Thanks to her staying on as the keeper of this watchtower, she'd been able to reunite with the one person she'd wanted to meet. Yet because of her continued presence as its keeper, she couldn't go against the orders to harm him. Truly the sorrow of being a creation. In its truest sense, Echidna thought that probably only she and Beatrice, with her also being a creation, could comprehend the pain she was in. That was why she... Dry Echidna caught a glimpse of the silhouette of a person leaping out from the corridor that led from the balcony to the tower, letting out a vigorous yell. Her eyes mutely widened in surprise, her breath taken away from her. Subaru felt shocked the moment he'd leapt out onto the balcony, witnessing the differences between what it usually looked like and now. He immediately realized that a fierce battle was taking place here. Subaru. The fourth-floor balcony had turned into a sea of blood, with countless witch-beast cadavers scattered about. This best seat in the house, where you could enjoy an unbroken view of the sand sea, was now dyed in blood thanks to the countless witch-beasts ceaselessly charging at it. If left unchecked, they'd get into the tower and mayhem would ensue, and the biggest contributor in preventing this damage from spreading was Subaru, Shaula. Shaula, Master? Shaula turned around at the sound of Subaru's yell. Her eyes were about to split apart and divide into her 6 compound eyes, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. He'd already witnessed this transformation process of hers with his own eyes. It meant that the rules of the Pleiades watchtower had been broken and Shaula's time had come to take up her duty as the watchtower's keeper. This would culminate in Shaula transforming into the giant scorpion against her will, where she'd then set about annihilating the challengers inside the tower, i.e. Subaru and his group. That's why. Shaula, Master. Please order me. Subaru. Shaula, someone broke the rules. At this rate. Master. I'll end up key. If you can't, before I do that, I'll. Shaula clutched her body tightly as she sought Subaru's orders with a look of desperation set on her face, Her capacity for self-suicide seemed to have been instinctively robbed from her. What she was beseeching for here was one final push to kill her. Shaola would throw away her life without any hesitation if Subaru were to say it. You could safely say that the threat of the giant scorpion would be gone, so long as he gave the command. Thus, Subaru nodded his head firmly. Subaru, Shaola. Shaola, Y.S. If it's for you, Master, I'll. Subaru, I'm getting sick of telling you this, but I ain't got a clue why you're calling me Master. Shaola, HK. The instant Subaru replied back to her, Shaola's compound eyes became tinged with despair. After 400 years of waiting in vain, she'd finally been able to meet him again. But to have that denied by him, and after all that, even have her last wish trampled on, led to her feeling as frightened as a child. Subaru took a deep breath, and then let it out as he gazed on at her trepidation. Subaru, that's why we'll talk about whether I'm your master or not later, as well as if I'll admit to it, Shaola, A. Subaru, I'm not going to tell you to die. There's no way I'm going to let you keep crying. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let your 400 years end here. He'd spent quite some time scraping up the memories he'd temporarily lost, so he knew all too well. The patience people had in this world was insane. 400 years they'd spend waiting in earnest for someone. He really needed to drag out these people they wanted to meet, even if it meant grabbing them by the scruff of their necks. Subaru, I'll just do it myself. As if I'm going to willingly do what someone else tells me. Bring it on, oh inevitable fate. Shaola. Subaru raised his fist up above him while he firmly declared that, leaving Shaola speechless. Yet at the same time, the unbearable urge going on inside her seemed to be about to burst. But, at least in that precise moment for her, that which mattered weren't the rules of the tower or the explosive urge to swell up from within. Shaola, Master. I love you. Such it would seem were her emotions of uncontrollable love she held for the person she'd longed for all these 400 years. Shaola's transformation truly began straight after she'd proclaimed her love. Her pale, slender hands swelled up, and morphed into giant pincers. Her feminine, voluptuous body burst open, scattering flesh and blood which then formed back, like the rewind on a tape, remolding her body anew. A jet-black shell grew there as her bright red compound eyes glared down at the world. Her many legs pierced into the floor, and so the warden of the sand tower was completed. Shaola. The foreboding figure of the giant scorpion let out a shrill warning cry at the rule breakers who'd violated the tower rules. The first thing its compound eyes settled on was, ironically enough, the black-haired young man that the previous version had obsessed over. It aimed at him, ready to unleash its devastating blow. Here are. Yet a thunderous flying kick drove into the giant scorpion's body from the side. The kick carried a tremendous amount of power, enough to lift the giant scorpion's huge body up from the floor and blow it back. It hurtled across the stone floor, collecting witch beasts on its way, before flying off the edge of the balcony out into the skies over the sand sea. However, the giant scorpion wasn't going to just do nothing about it. She hurriedly thrust her outstretched stinger into the wall of the watchtower, tossing its massive body up, twisting its body midair as it desperately tried to get back to the balcony. Subaru, Murak. A single chanted word was what prevented it from making its way back. This direction-imbued mana interfered with the reality around them, bringing about effects into the world that wouldn't normally occur on their own. This time, its effect had been to block the giant scorpion's return. The scorpion was caught by a gust of wind as it desperately tried to land on the balcony. Its body was swept back by the sandy breeze, sending it far off trajectory. How strong a turbulence would it have to be to blow away the scorpion's colossal body? It was utterly massive, weighing at least several hundred kilos. Though, things weren't like it seemed. Murak was a kind of yin magic that changed the gravity of its target. To put it briefly, it was quite natural that its body had ended up unable to move as it normally did, considering it now weighed as much as a speck of dust. That's all there was to it. Shaola. The giant scorpion let out a pained cry before being thrown back once again from the balcony. It quickly swung its stinger in an attempt to snipe those in the tower, having given up on getting back. But that came a step too late. Meili, Hanamogura-chan. TL note, Hanamogura literally means winged mole. I opted to just use the romaji to represent the witch beast name like the wiki does. The girl's imposing command gave way to a rush of blows that hurtled towards the giant scorpion as it blew away in the breeze. Witch beasts, with what seemed to be bird feathers sprouting from them and most of their heads morphed into a horn, dove towards her. One by one, they shot themselves straight at the scorpion's shell. And although they didn't damage it, they were still able to push her further and further away with each impact, keeping her away from the tower. Shaola. Even as great of a scorpion as she wasn't going to be able to shift her body weight around without something to support her. Just like that, after the wind had blown her away, the magic was cancelled, making her fall head over heels towards the ground. They were hundreds of meters up from the ground, but she wasn't the kind of opponent who'd be done in by something like that. Though, it sufficed as a means for buying time, thus he would make use of this brief reprieve. Subaru, Meili. Echidna. Echidna, Natsuki-kun. You've pulled yourself together. Yeah? Echidna looked up with a frown as Subaru rushed over to her, then with a pensive look adorning Anastasia's face, she continued her words. Echidna, have you perchance gotten your memories back? Subaru, this is going to save me a lot of time. Though how did you know? Echidna, it's obvious. Otherwise Beatrice wouldn't be sporting such a proud look next to you. Echidna jerked her chin at Beatrice, who was looking rather smug as she held Subaru's hand. Indeed, it was plain as day that Beatrice's mood had lifted for the better. Plus, the fact that she couldn't hide this show of emotion of hers was really lovely. Of course Echidna's insight was superb as well, make no mistake about that. Following from it, she shifted her gaze to look behind Subaru, at Emilia, who'd given the giant scorpion a flying kick earlier. Echidna, and this girl I don't recognize is? Subaru, it's due to gluttony's authority. She's a victim to it, just like Julius is. They're all forgotten, other than by the person themselves. Her name is Emilia. My tough yet adorable princess. Echidna, I appreciate you getting me up to speed so quickly. Even so, the tower, both inside and outside, is an utter mess. Would you mind if I were to ask you what we're going to do about it? Subaru, you can, I've already got an answer ready for that. Subaru gave her a deep nod. Behind him, Emilia spread her arms out and sent countless shards of ice up into the air. She waited a moment and then unleashed them all, their ferocious power tearing through the witch beasts soaring through the skies, as well as those on the ground. Although Subaru couldn't see it from where he was, they must have also pierced into the giant scorpion who'd fallen beneath. Yet her attack had only been a drop in the ocean with all these witch beasts they had in front of them. Subaru, Echidna, you're going to take over inside. First, you're going to meet back up with Julius on the second floor where he's fighting. I've told Emilia what to do after that. Echidna, I have no issues leaving together with her, but what are you and Beatrice going to do? Beatrice, our role is already set, in fact. Echidna hesitated for a moment before giving her answer. Beatrice replied back to her before raising her eyes up in admiration to look at Subaru's face in profile, firmly giving his hand a squeeze. Beatrice, we're going to deal with that giant scorpion here, I suppose. We're going to have to go easy on her, so that we don't accidentally kill her. Geez, what a bother, in fact. Subaru, she sure talks big, doesn't she? That's my Biko for you. Beatrice, THBPTTTTTTTT, I suppose. After voicing out her boasts, as if trying to rouse both herself and her contractor, Beatrice stuck her tongue out. Echidna's eyes grew wider as she witnessed their exchange, followed by a shake of her head. Rather than wasting time arguing, it had better for her to believe that this was the best way to go about things, and commit to it. Indeed, it was so typical Anastasia to have that instinct that allowed her to make split-second decisions. Echidna, There's no doubting that your opinions have come as a great help for us pretty much everywhere inside this tower. That's why. It seems to me that handing this place over to you would give us our best chances of winning. Subaru, I feel honored. Though I can't help but feel bad that you've ended up with Echidna's name. Echidna, regarding the matter of the deep influence my creator has, I'd like to find an opportunity to have a proper discussion about this after we settle things. Is there anything you want me to pass on to Julius? Subaru. Echidna tacked that question onto the end, just before she turned her back to leave. Subaru could still sense Julius fighting a floor above them using the effects of Corleonis. Now that he thought about it, this meant that he'd met back up with all of his friends inside the tower, bar him. Given that Julius had also been really worried about him when he'd lost his memories, Subaru wondered whether he needed to tell him that he'd gotten them back. However, Subaru, nope, not really. He had no words that he needed to tell Julius Euculius, who lay locked in combat with Reed Astria. After all, Subaru's plan had been to assign the best people to their most suitable posts amidst this dismal state of affairs. That's why he'd gone around talking to them. After all, he'd needed to reshuffle their roles. However, he didn't need to do that for Julius, because his post lay nowhere else but against Reed Astria. Subaru, at this point, I can literally only say attaboy to him. He'd still end up going to Reed, even if I didn't mention anything. Thanks to that, he'd been able to talk with Shaola before transforming into the giant scorpion. The familiar words of love she'd uttered in the end had provided Subaru with a boundless strength. A fire had been lit in his heart when he told her that he'd definitely help her. So, that was why. Subaru, everything I needed to say has already been said by the previous me, as well as the me a little before that. I don't have anything else to add now. He is Julius Euculius after all. Natsuki Subaru fully acknowledged that an unyielding fate existed in this world. The many problems shrouding the watchtower were impossible to avoid, they would always rear their ugly heads at them. But, being unavoidable and unsurmountable were two completely different stories. If it was fate for Reed Astria to stand against Julius, then what came beyond that was also inevitable. The one who was going to slay Reed Astria reborn was Julius Euculius. Echidna, I see. I'll just tell him as it is then. Subaru, oh wait, there is something. Since everyone's having a hard time here, tell him to hurry his ass and settle things there, then come give back up to the others. TL note, Subaru uses in this chapter for help/backup, which Echidna wouldn't understand properly since it's an English loanword. The reason I've put a TL note here is because it becomes slightly relevant in the next chapter. Subaru waved at Echidna as she began to rush off to her duties with a strained smile on her face. After seeing her off, he turned towards Emilia, who was busy cutting down a pair of witch beasts with a sword of ice, over by where Echidna was heading to. Subaru, Emilia-tan. It's going to be just as we discussed. I'm counting on you, Emilia-tan. Emilia, MHM, leave it to me. You're the one who mustn't die here, Subaru. Subaru, of course I won't. Emilia's words were only natural, however, they'd made Subaru raise his fist, feeling more overwhelmed than usual. He didn't want to die. The reason for that remained unchanged, but now he had more of them. Why he needed to avoid it at all costs. The dangers of returning by death in this situation were nigh unspeakable. If his restart point hadn't changed, then he'd go back to the stage before he'd separated Louis Arneb, along with her witch factor, from himself. As for what kind of trouble that would bring, neither he, nor anyone else, could know. Would Louis vanish from Subaru's body or not? The Hall of Memories lay somewhat out of the normal scheme of things, so he didn't know whether it would avoid the effects of his return by death. Everything was so unclear. So, that meant, Subaru, this time, we're going to settle things here. Following Subaru's affirmation, Emilia grabbed a hold of Echidna and left the balcony. The girls would be going to their respective field of battle, and likewise, so would Subaru and his group. Meili, Wati now? All of that sounded like gibberish to Any chance you could explain things to me properly? Meili had been patient and not interrupted his conversation with Echidna. But she'd called out to him when she'd noticed that only he and Beatrice had remained on the balcony. Subaru gave her a thumbs up and flashed her a devilish smile, showing all of his teeth. There'd been only one reason why Subaru hadn't called out to Meili in these last moments. Like Julius, she was already in her ideal field of battle. Subaru, I'm sorry Meili, but you're going to be joining us. Me, you and Biko are going to be holding down two of these corners, the giant scorpion and the swarm of witch beasts. Meili, that's really not much of an explanation. Beatrice, she's coming, in fact. He didn't have the time to give Meili a more detailed explanation as she gave a swing of her braided hair with a puff of her cheeks. The very next instant, a massive creature jumped up from the outer wall of the tower, onto the balcony, as if in response to what Beatrice had said. The creature had a jet-black shell, red compounded eyes and ferocious-looking pincers. Subaru, so, you're a 400-year-old hikikomori, yeah? Subaru let out a quick sigh before nimbly picking Beatrice up from his side, and snuggling her into his arms. Then, along with Meili who'd rushed over to join them, they came face to face with the giant scorpion. Faced with their enemy who was still silently glaring at them, he gave a small smile. Subaru, this is a hikikomori showdown, her over there clocks in at 400 years, whereas us two over here clock in at 401. Meili, isn't 402 more correct when you count all three of us? Subaru, in other words, we're gonna win. Beatrice, I don't get what any of this means, other than the part you said about winning, I suppose. Held within his arms, Beatrice shouted at Subaru and Meili for joking about together. And just like that, surrounded by just the right amount of tension, he glared at the giant scorpion and let out a sigh. Now things had shaped up to become his foreseen match-ups. All that was left now. Subaru, I'm seriously counting on you, Emilia Tan. You're the key to everything. The battle against the four corners enclosing the Pleiades watchtower had officially begun. Arc 6, Chapter 79, Ready Steady Go. Its red compound eyes glittered brightly, and immediately afterwards, a white ray of light gushed forth from its swinging tail. What was terrifying about that, was that its blow, meant as a fatal one for them, had been fired off without even one of its typical cries. With nary even a hiss, the giant scorpion nonchalantly rained death down towards them. Subaru had tons of bad memories associated with that white light. Specifically, he'd been killed by it in around half of his 15+ attempts inside the tower. Nevertheless, given that he'd been killed so much by it, he did learn a thing or two, despite how much he despised it. Namely, Subaru, the time it takes to charge up and the signs it shows when it's about to attack. The scorpion's compound eyes and stinger both glowed a smidgen more when it was about to unleash an attack. These signs were so subtle, to the point he'd thought he was just seeing things, but this eye for survival was what Subaru had developed through his mortal trial and errors. Making full use of it, Subaru ran with Beatrice in his arms, taking it upon himself to close the gap between them and the giant scorpion, reason being, Subaru, its charging speed is pretty damn slow. With a twist of his body, he dodged the white ray light that had welled forth as he said that. Even if he'd called the ray of light slow, it was still much faster than a pitch from a shoddy high school baseball player. Fortunately though, he was confident in his ability to tell whether a pitch was good or not. And in any case, there was no way he was going to stay alive without being able to do that. A great man had once said that life was all about trial and error. Though, he probably hadn't been envisioning these life-or-death situations when he'd said that. Even so, you learn by making mistakes. That was an immutable truth. Subaru luckily had the ability to go through trial and error in life-or-death situations. He'd made full use of that to find his eye for survival. Thus this was Natsuki Subaru's arena. Subaru, I'm sorry for not being able to live up to all your expectations, other me. TL note, Subaru in fact refers to himself using here, I opted to use other me purely because it sounds crisper in English, but he literally is just saying me. Subaru dished out a heartfelt apology to his other self who'd sought out an almighty Natsuki Subaru. It was like he was saying to them, "I'm sorry for only being able to fight dirty." Beatrice though reacted with a snorted humph. She was still held tightly in between his arms, dancing this jig of life and death with him. "Beatrice, what are you talking about? In fact, you've never failed to live up to our expectations, I suppose." Beatrice spoke up, then raised her hand up in a flash. From her thin lips, she chanted the word Murak, a kind of yin magic that tampered with the law of gravity. The giant scorpion had once been hit with its effects and pushed far away below them. So this time, the scorpion braced its jet-black shell and planted its legs firmly so that it wouldn't go through the same thing again. However, "Meili, you're just playing into my hands if you're going to stay still." A barrage of witch beasts began to assail the unmoving giant scorpion. The strange-looking witch beasts Meili had ordered the attack from were called Hanamogara. They looked like what you'd get if you crossed wings and horns together. And just like bullets that held no fear of death, they shot towards the giant scorpion and unhesitatingly struck its tough shell with their horns. The sounds of them crashing against it overlapped with the sounds of shattering. The giant scorpion writhed in pain and raised its large pincers in retaliation. What followed the attack in their stead was the bizarrest of all bizarre-looking figures. A being that was the very manifestation of a nightmare-ridden knight, the centaur that was a cross between man and horse, the hungry horse king. The terrible wail of babies swept through the watchtower's balcony. Along with it came a grating roar that made him want to cover his ears up, and then a burst of flames which violently filled the area around them, almost all the way up to the sky. Hungry Horse King. The hungry Horse King didn't hesitate and thrust its fiery spear right into the heart of the flames. Its red-hot tip was going to land a critical hit that would burn through even the scorpion's iron-like shell. The giant scorpion was overwhelmingly strong when it came to plain fighting strength. However, that didn't mean attacks wouldn't work against it. It felt pain if struck, just like any living creature. It felt pain if struck. If struck. Subaru. Thus the giant scorpion embodied the "then everything's hunky-dory so long as I'm not hit" sort of mantra. It caught the fiery spear with one of its enormous pincers and severed the hungry Horse King's arm in one swoop. The Horse King tried to regenerate its wound, but it had been ruthlessly cauterized by its own fiery spear. The squirming, bubbling flesh of its wound trying to regenerate itself stopped in its tracks. Subaru had been able to obtain an unnecessary tidbit from this, namely, that it wouldn't be able to regenerate its burnt wounds. The hungry Horse King was now stopped in its tracks, but then, the giant scorpion's stinger went off with a bang into the hungry Horse King's body, causing its large body to burst open from within. The hungry Horse King's flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and along with it went its life. Even the Hanamogara who'd been smashed against the scorpion's shell ended up dead when their horn, which was fused with their head, broke. The way they fought by tragically throwing away their lives was one that could naturally be cursed as utterly barbaric. It would be wrong of Subaru to close his eyes to this and dismiss it as there's no problem with that since they're a witch beast. However, he also wasn't planning on glossing things over by saying all lives are created equally. Life had value to it, and without a doubt, there were differences in their values. There were clear differences in the way he felt about the weight of the lives of those who were precious to him and those who weren't. He wasn't going to hide that behind any deceptions. That's why he was going to make full use of the witch beast's lives to win this fight. Therefore, Subaru, though you're doing the right thing overlooking me, you're still making a big mistake. With the witch beast vanguard repelled, Subaru confidently stepped through the floor which was now coated red. Carrying Beatrice in his left arm, he drew out his whip with his right and swung it up. Dubbed the Guilty Whip, its blasphemous finishing touches had been done using the corpse of his former foe. Natsuki Subaru cracked it through the air, his super-quick whiplash scored a direct hit on the giant scorpion's shell. The scorpion let out a thunderous cry and glared at Subaru with its red compound eyes. There were no signs that he'd caused any damage to it, nor that it was feeling any pain. But he was fine with that. His aim hadn't been to inflict any damage on it. That had probably been why it had put off dealing with Subaru until last. After the other witch beasts, the great scorpion's decision was both right and wrong. Subaru, rah-ah-ah. Beatrice, we caught a big one, in fact. His whip had snared itself around the scorpion's shell. With that, the scorpion's massive body would shoot up when he tugged with all his might, thanks to the recoil. This was made possible by the fact that the effects of Beatrice's yin magic were still in play, drastically decreasing the weight of the titanic beast. The giant scorpion immediately tried to plant itself firmly on the ground. However, the vast quantities of blood and entrails at its feet made the conditions extremely poor for getting a firm grip. Subaru reeled the scorpion up in one swoop as it tried to cling onto the floor with its sharp talons. From an outsider's perspective, the situation almost looked like Subaru was swinging the giant beast about using some form of superhuman strength. But this grandiose spectacle on display had only been made possible thanks to Beatrice's help, and so he kept swinging the giant scorpion's body as much as he could with his whip, until finally, he hurled it away. Subaru, bon voyage. The giant scorpion's body spun around in midair, carrying its supergiant swinging momentum. As it spun around uncontrollably, it tried to hit Subaru with a white ray of light, showing pinpoint targeting. However, Beatrice raised her hand up to knock it away. She materialized glowing purple crystals in midair, and used them to shoot the white ray of light down head-on. As their coordination sprung to life, Subaru released the giant scorpion from his whip and it flew away towards the sky once more. Subaru, this should buy us more time. Subaru found a reprieve out of this mess with this precarious attack, although he had to allow some concessions to win out in the end. However, his eyes widened in surprise before he could finish what he was saying. Right before his eyes, the giant scorpion began to perform an astonishing feat of acrobatics as it hurtled away. With a slash from its enormous pincers, it severed its own tail at the root. Just like that, its tail flew away, scattering dark red bodily fluids in its wake. Yet, a white ray of light was fired off from the very tip of it. It slammed against the now tailless scorpion and blew it back towards the balcony of the watchtower with tremendous force. All that work in making it lighter and practically weightless, and now it had made it back to the balcony, bringing a shockwave with it. It dug its enormous pincers into the floor to stop its momentum, before then pointing its glare at them. Subaru, those were some acrobatics you did. But if that means you've lost your tail, then all the better for us. Scorpion. Subaru, hey, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. The giant scorpion had landed and lowered its body, putting itself on guard as more darkish red blood poured out from its tail. But its wound hadn't gotten any deeper. Quite the opposite, in fact. Its severed tail was regrowing from its stump. And it wasn't only its tail. The cracks in its shell that had come from firing the white ray of light at itself, so to blow it back, were also bubbling away. He could see those wounds filling in as well. Subaru, it's tough, smart and heals, aren't we just getting more and more of these un-Shaola-like features? Healing aside, Shaola's body was soft, and she wasn't in the least bit smart. Nevertheless, the giant scorpion had shed all of these traits and was now coming at them with its overwhelming killing power. It haphazardly swung its newly grown tail about, releasing its stingers all around into the surroundings. Its attack was a ranged one, that showed no signs of its typical tells, so it was safe to say that it was the worst kind of attack for Subaru and Beatrice to be subjected to, given how much they fell short in strength. Subaru, whoa. Beatrice, GH. Subaru, we'll have to fly, I suppose. They had no means to escape from the white rays of light the scorpion had fired off, at least on terra firma. That said, a means of escape had presented itself in the skies. Beatrice quickly released her magic from the scorpion and called back to Subaru. Subaru kicked off from the ground and jumped up into the air with all his might, trusting in his partner, regardless of whether her magic was actually going to work. The white rays of light began to shatter the balcony, with one of them just barely grazing his feet. Subaru, that was really close. Beatrice, don't speak so soon, in fact. They'd literally jumped over the possibility of death, but they had no time for relief. The same thing had happened as before when Subaru and Beatrice had laid their attack onto the giant scorpion. Escaping up to the skies meant that they'd lost both their foothold and escape route. All that was left for them was to be destroyed by one of the scorpion's attacks. Subaru, Biko. Original spell, Part 2. Although this trump card could only be used 3 times a day, there was no way they could risk messing up by not using it and dying as a result. The moment Subaru squeezed her shoulders tightly, Beatrice came to the same conclusion as well. She'd have their special technique ready for deployment in a jiffy, which would make Subaru invincible for a set amount of time. Subaru, whoa? Beatrice, wah? She and Subaru were grabbed from the side before she could cast the technique. A white ray of light passed through the space which they'd been in a moment ago, almost evaporating them. The only thing that had saved them from that demise, and was keeping them from being pursued by the great scorpion was Subaru, that was close. What even happened? Gay? Beatrice, I suppose? Subaru checked to see what was going on as he clinged to something rubbery. His voice caught in astonishment, likewise Beatrice also had quite the frown on her face. This was because the one who'd saved them from the giant scorpion's attack, and was still giving it their all to protect them, was a mauve-colored, vicious-looking witch beast, a hungry horse king. Subaru, I never thought we'd be here fighting together at the climax when I first saw you down in the underground. Hungry Horse King. The Hungry Horse King let out an ear-splitting cry in reply to Subaru's bluff. His face tensed up at that. Then, another Hungry Horse King pulled over next to them. Clinging to that Horse King's back was Meili's small body. Meili, it looked to me like you were about to pull out your trump card. We reach you. Try to be a little more careful. Onii-san's and Beatrice-chan's trump card is a lifeline for me as well after LL. Subaru, nice save. Nice support. You did well, Meili. Can we change the field of battle at this rate? Meili, you mean, you want us to charn A locations? I sure can, Boo-T. Subaru, then please go for it. We have too few escape routes here for starters. Scanning the surroundings, Subaru decided to beat a retreat from the balcony, since there weren't many places left to stand on. Tons of witch beast corpses were already littered about there, and with how things were, weird accidents would be prone to happen. Meili gave some thought to the efficiency of his decision and then nodded. She clapped her Hungry Horse King on its back and gave the 2 of them their orders. As soon as they heard her words, the 2 Horse Kings picked up their pace and jumped down from the balcony, onto the wall of the watchtower. They began to run down it without wasting any time, at breakneck speeds. Subaru, wah-ah. Beatrice, wah-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, in fact. Subaru and Beatrice yelled out in tandem, hugging each other as they faced this unexpected hard ride. At the same time though, he could only take his hat off at Meili, for being able to tame Hungry Horse Kings of all things, and have them be part of their troops. Subaru. With the supremely powerful Hungry Horse Kings at their head, the Hanamogara flying through the skies, the colossal sandworms, courtesan bears and other countless witch beasts on the ground as their allies, they had quite a wide range of strategy available to them. It could be said that they were the ideal partners for Subaru, since his plan was to keep stalling for time by dishing out one delay tactic after the other. Subaru, we're really being spoilt for choice with how many ways we have to attack. You and I may be way more compatible than I'd ever thought, Meili. Meili, don't say that, Onii-san. I really wouldn't want Petra and Beatrice Chandler ring at me. Subaru exchanged shouts with Meili as they galloped down the watchtower in vertical fashion. The latter gave Subaru a sullen frown in response to his casual chit-chat as she clung onto her Hungry Horse King's back. Her reaction slightly hurt his innocent male sensibilities, but right now was the time to ignore such trivial wounds. Subaru, round 2's gonna start when we drop onto the sand sea. She's gonna come after me. So for the time being, she shouldn't interfere with anyone inside the tower. Meili, Booty, we're still stuck without a way to beat her, yeah? No matter how much time we spend running around, we're not gonna be able to grab a win, re-GHT? Since they were in the Augria sand dunes, they had witch beasts in endless supply, thus their witch beast ammo wasn't ever going to run out. However, all that gave them was the ability to continue waging their battle, rather than a surefire way to beat the scorpion. Subaru. He glanced over at Meili. Sweat was dripping from her forehead, which she was wiping away at, and her breaths were slightly labored. That was in part due to how strange she was, being caught smack dab in between the hammer and anvil that was the battlefield. However, he couldn't help but think that it was also in part due to the toll which controlling witch beasts had on her. Though this was something which Subaru couldn't really comprehend, since he didn't hold a divine protection, there was enough of a chance for a divine protection to become toxic when overused. Subaru, Otto did joke about this, saying stuff like the world was hellish back when he couldn't control his divine protection. Maybe those words that Otto had spluttered out when drunk were nothing to sneeze at. If divine protections became burdensome like Otto had said, then there'd be a limit to how much Meili could fight as well. Their defeat would instantly be set in stone were Meili to fall in battle. In other words, Subaru, indeed, this battle will be decided by how much I coddle Meili as a princess. Beatrice, what an inexcusable plan, I suppose. Right after Beatrice raised her eyebrows in response to Subaru's declaration, a shock ran through their entire bodies. It served as a sign that the Hungry Horse Kings had reached their final stop after running down the tower at breakneck speeds. Meaning they'd broken past the vertical wall of the watchtower and arrived back at the sand sea. Subaru, it's not like it's gone anywhere at the end of the day. But when you drop down to it like this, it feels way more different. Beatrice, how does it feel, in fact? Subaru, absolutely awful. I hate how deserts are just full of sand. It reminds me of how I never liked the desert stages you often got in games as well. Sometimes, depending on the game's system, the HP of his character would start ticking down by doing nothing but walking in the searing heat. This sand sea had nothing to do with the scorching sand you got in those, but even so, he didn't have any fond memories of it. Made all the worse by the fact that they were surrounded by countless swarms of witch beasts. Subaru, though, I know they aren't going to attack us. A sickly sweet aroma that made him want to wrinkle his nose was floating about, accompanied by a far worse beastly stench. He could pretty much say that the air around the sand sea was one of the crummiest in the world. Though with the environment being filled with tons of witch beasts, some familiar, others not, perhaps witch beast researchers or whatever would drool over that? Unfortunately, it only made Subaru and his team feel uneasy. Meili, S.O., what's your answer to my question? Meili rode her Hungry Horse King over to Subaru and Beatrice as the former shuddered. She wanted an answer to her question. Subaru glanced up at the tower, and then replied. Subaru, it's as you say, we can't do anything about the giant scorpion. About Shaula. That's why Emilia Tan holds the key to everything. Meili, are you talking about that silver-haired Oni-san from earlier? Subaru, yeah. Emilia Tan and the fifth rule are the key to everything. Subaru gave the puzzled Meili a nod before sticking his palm up in front of her. He spread out all 5 of his fingers, marking the rules imposed on them as challengers of the Pleiades watchtower. Subaru, we can't leave without completing the trials. We can't break the trial rules. We aren't allowed to disrespect the libraries. We mustn't damage the tower. And finally, Meili, Meili should have heard the first 4 rules. But she didn't know the 5th one. Shaula had been trying to hide it, so only Subaru, who'd returned by death, knew what it was. As well as Shaula herself, of course. The 5th rule that Shaula had zipped her lips shut and refused to tell them was, Subaru, it is not forbidden to destroy the trials. Meaning we can destroy the rules of this tower. As challengers, the trials constrained their actions. At the same time though, the rules also constrained Shaola's actions since she was one of their examiners. Shaola was bound by the rules of the tower. So, even though she didn't want to kill them, she couldn't escape from the fate that bound her to try and do so through her giant scorpion transformation. If those shackles had been binding her for over 400 years, then… Beatrice, TCH. She's coming, I suppose. A great plume of smoke rose before their eyes just after her warning. An accompanying shockwave came from the giant silhouette that had leapt down from the balcony without any hesitation, rather than running straight down the tower. He could hear the heavy grating sound of its large pincers coming from the thick of the smoke. The giant scorpion slowly emerged from within. Its compound eyes were pointed directly at Subaru instead of at the countless enemies around them. Subaru, Biko, Meili. We need to buy some time. Emilia Tan's victory is the condition for ours. Beatrice, I get you loud and clear, in fact. Meili, and exactly how long is she going to take to achieve 30? Subaru, as fast as she possibly can. Emilia was always earnest and extremely hardworking. Thus, there was no way she was going to compromise or slack off with the problems they were facing. The results she delivered were always the best she could give, and with it came the highest firepower she could muster. Subaru believed in that, he loved that, he cherished that. That's why he was going to be able to stand his ground here. Subaru, now then, let's do this. We're gonna break fate. No, we're gonna break the tower's system. Question mark, I see, so that's why you're… Question mark, yeah, it's like that. Subaru told me that I'd definitely find a way to rewrite the situation we're in if I go up to the very top of the tower. Emilia focused on running as fast as she could, giving her only a brisk reply. She was holding Echidna in her arms as she ran, with the latter trying to make her body as small as possible. At first Emilia had taken her by the hand as they ran, but being slowed down by her, she'd ended up picking her up partway through, and she'd remained like that ever since. In fact, it was much faster this way and it strained her body far less, so it was a huge help. Even so. Echidna, shouldn't it be you who needs to save their strength? You haven't got a clue what's lying in wait for you, right? Emilia, huh? Oh, you don't need to worry. Anastasia San's body is really light, and it's not like it's gotten any heavier even with you in it. It's no sweat off my back. Echidna, my presence doesn't really have anything to do with Anna's weight. Like, not at all. Faced with those slightly amiss answers, Echidna looked at Emilia, rather, at the beauty of the unfamiliar half-elf as she felt the struggles within herself. This unfamiliar half-elf was one of her companions who'd had her very name stolen away by the authority of gluttony. Her circumstances were pretty much like Julius, but the way she was behaving was far different compared to him. Were their intrinsic personalities different? Or was it perhaps a difference in the people who were there to support them? Echidna, doesn't it terrify you that you've been forgotten? Emilia, it's really scary, and lonely. But I don't have the time to sit down and curl up in fear, wouldn't you think? Emilia gave a brutally honest reply to Echidna's hushed question. The strength behind her change seemed like a testament of her mental fortitude, or perhaps it was down to some other factor. Emilia had said before, I'm not worried because Subaru remembers me. They'd been awfully simple words, the stuff you'd see in dreams. Yet, at the same time, they seemed to be the truth. Echidna. It wasn't clear what made Natsuki Subaru impervious to the effects of the authority of gluttony. Though strictly speaking it wasn't like even he was completely impervious to it. In fact, hadn't he said that the reason he'd lost his memories had been due to an unexpected encounter with gluttony? So Echidna couldn't definitively say that Subaru's specialness was the main cause behind everything that occurred. Meaning, there should have still been a certain possibility. As in, couldn't they have protected their names and memories somehow? If they could have done that, then both Anastasia and Julius. Echidna. When she stopped to think about how Julius felt, having been forgotten by everyone, could anyone even blame him for faltering? Though, When she looked at Emilia's strength after she'd been placed in the same situation, she couldn't help but wonder what was different between the two. The difference must have come in who was at their side. The difference must have been in who was beside them, supporting them. Likewise, wouldn't Julius not have collapsed if he'd had some support? And shouldn't someone have been there like Natsuki Subaru had for Emilia? Echidna, what should I do? Echidna couldn't find an answer to that question within herself. It was so bad that she felt like this may have been the first time in her life as an empty artificial spirit where she'd been at such a loss with herself. Emilia, Echidna? Echidna, it's nothing. More importantly, is it true that you managed to find a way through Reed Astria's violence and passed the second floor's trial before? Emilia, yeah, it is. It's really hard to explain now that you've forgotten. Emilia gave her an adorable puff of her cheeks. But, the fact of the matter was, she was embarrassed by how she'd beaten the trial of that man, who was the very picture of violence itself. Echidna never for one moment imagined that she'd be lying in this situation. Despite only knowing her for a short time, Echidna could tell that her nature wasn't suited to telling fibs. So everything must have been true. It had only been for a few moments, but judging by how she'd stood up against the giant scorpion on the balcony, there was no doubt that she was quite the capable fighter. So, the only remaining issue was, Echidna, so, you can find a way to fix this situation if you go up to the very top of the tower. What's your basis for that? Emilia, Subaru told me that he heard what the fifth rule was from Shaula. Plus, Subaru's thought long and hard about this before coming up with the idea, so I'm pretty sure it's the right way to go about things. Echidna, to me that seems like an idea based on excessive blind faith, but... Emilia, if you're still full of doubts, we can address them, but I don't think now's the time for it. That, and didn't you come here with me because you believe in Subaru as well? Echidna was lost for words as Emilia turned her crystal-clear eyes over to her. Seeing Echidna's reaction, Emilia gave her a smile that was tinged with delight, even if it seemed a tad out of place. Emilia, you see, my esteemed knight is really giving it his all for us. Emilia showed with her attitude that she was proud of the fact that their hard work was being appreciated. In response to that, Echidna likewise felt an odd pang of emotion. She placed her palm over Anastasia's flat chest and breathed out a sigh. Echidna. These sorts of emotions are dangerous, Echidna warned herself. They were completely irrational and out of place. At the very least, it wasn't something she ought to feel at a time like this. She needed to forget them if she could, and if not, then at the very least she should forget them for the time being. Emilia, Subaru's relying on me. Echidna felt, amongst other things, envious of her. She, who believed so much in her companion, who was that much closer to her. I need to forget this present moment and focus on overcoming the situation we're in, Echidna thought to herself. Echidna. Emilia's long legs moved gracefully as she flew up the stairs. Then, after they'd climbed up what should have been quite a lot of steps, a tremendous flash of silver came into view, scattering sparks everywhere. With their vision now unobstructed, they saw a battle unfolding wherever they looked. With his lilac hair aflutter, and white uniform stained with blood, stood Julius Euculius. And, the person he was up against was Julius, G-H-K-H-H. Question mark, whoa 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 hoa. Doesn't look like you can do anything about me like that, you prick. Don't go underestimating me, you prick. Did you come here to mess about? If you wanna mess about then go put on some makeup. When you do, I'm gonna step on ya, bully ya and ruffle ya about, you damn prick. The very embodiment of violence, Reed Astria, let loose a nightmarish slash with the pair of chopsticks he held in his hands as he swore. He was dancing a danse macabre, with the second floor as his stage. Theirs was a battle that transcended what humanity could fathom. Even so, the fact that Julius was far inferior in strength to him was something that was so sadly obvious that it could be grasped instantly, even to the untrained eye. Julius, TCH. Dealing with the flurry of slashes and kicks coming from Reed, Julius countered by spinning his knight's sword around and thrusting it into one of the gaps. His sharp thrust, derived from extraordinary technique, seemed to be nothing more than a blur of light. Yet Reed easily avoided it with a yawn, and that was with his eye patch blocking part of his sight. Reed, roar! Julius looked on, stunned that Reed had avoided his thrust. Immediately afterwards, a casual-looking kick slammed into Julius' torso, with the soles of his zorai digging straight into his abdominal muscles. Julius took a few steps back and let out a pained cry. Then, a blow from one of his chopsticks dropped down towards his head. Reed, get pulverized, you prick. With a vertical flash, his slash, which came with a shockwave, cut through the air, space and reason itself. His sword slash was so overwhelming that ways to even express it no longer came to their minds. It was so beautiful, that even though his weapon had been a chopstick, one couldn't help but be captivated by it. Even if they were an amateur at swordplay, it was the pinnacle of swordplay, the very culmination of it, which was what was being manifested there, a slash so beautiful, that you would probably die from just admiring it. Julius leapt aside, dodging it. The hem of his cloak didn't make it in time and was swallowed by Reed's blade, evaporating. A vertical groove was left carved into the second floor of the watchtower, which was made of unknown materials, as if it were all a jape. And to make matters worse, Reed, hey, aren't you being naive if you're thinking you've escaped with that? Julius, HK. Giving him a mocking smile, the air he'd cut through in the room warped and bent, with a gust of wind starting to roar. Julius, who should have managed to jump aside, gulped, and then was instantly dragged back to his feet, as if he were being pulled back towards the torn space, back into the range of Reed's sword slashes. To their disbelief, this was due to the force of gravity from the torn space restoring itself. It was pulling Julius back after his narrow brush with death straight into the range of the next blow. Reed began to throw a punch at Julius, unable to move due to what was happening. Emilia, that's enough. A split second before he released his punch, the sound of a chiming silver bell interjected between the two swordsmen. However, in contrast to the beautiful chime of her voice, the way she'd joined the fight was rather audacious. Echidna became lost for words, faced with that extreme spectacle in front of her. Reed, huh? Julius. Reed looked up above him, unable to conceal the suspicion in his voice. Julius, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide in surprise, utterly speechless. They were looking at the strange thing that had appeared above them, a block of ice that was so big that it covered the ceiling. This block of destruction that could instantly shatter even a dragon carriage into smithereens fell down towards the two swordsmen. Reed and Julius' reactions were contrastingly different. Julius leapt away to avoid the hurtling ice block, while Reed curved his lips up into a smile and laughed. Reed, ha! With a fierce smile on his face, Reed thrust up one of his chopsticks at the falling block of ice. His raised chopstick collided with the point of fall of the block. By some miracle, the forces between the 2 points stood at an equilibrium with each other, causing Reed's chopstick to bend, but preventing its fall. Reed stamped his zorai down firmly onto the floor. The force of it traveled through his chopstick and flowed into the ice block, which was still being held up by said chopstick. A crack began to run up the block as his chopstick snapped in half. Reed, now wasn't that something? Reed spat those words out, and a split second later, the block of ice with a crack running through its center, shattered in the blink of an eye. Chunks of ice began to rain down, and while basking in them, Reed slowly turned himself around. Receiving the piercing gaze from his blue, uncovered eye, Emilia pointed her palm at him, with a look of resolve setting in on her face. Their gazes crossed each other's, causing Reed to ogle at her in surprise. Reed, you're a real feisty one, ain't ya? It's not like I dislike women like you, but... Huh? What the hell, you twat, you're really damn hot, ain't ya? One hell of a smokin' hottie. Why the hell's there such a smokin' hottie in the middle of this sand sea? Come on, you're gonna be my opponent, you twat. Emilia, my apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I do need to get Julius to beat you. Reed, wha? Emilia paid no heed to Reed's egoistic talk, and instead continued with a troubled look appearing on her face. Reed frowned at what she had said, but Julius was the one who was far more bewildered, having just been rescued. Though he'd managed to escape from the block of ice that Emilia had unleashed, he couldn't hide his suspicion towards the fact that she'd suddenly appeared. Keeping himself at a distance from Reed, he turned his yellow eyes to look over at Echidna, who was standing beside her, and spoke. "Julius, I get that she helped me, but who on earth is she, Echidna?" "Echidna, it's kinda hard for me to explain her identity, but, if I may put it simply, she's someone who's in the same boat as you, Julius." "Julius, what the?" Julius stared at Emilia once again, with his eyes widening slightly, probably because her features coincided with a being he knew about. Julius, a silver-haired, amethyst-eyed elf. "No, I find it hard to believe that such a distinctive being would have suddenly turned up in the tower." "Then, could it be that she's—" In light of the situation in the tower, as well as the peculiarities of her appearance, and the fact that her presence was nowhere to be found within him, Julius felt, out of his own accord, that something was not quite right. Julius came to the answer by himself. Seeing his startled eyes, Emilia gave him a firm nod. "Emilia, Julius, right now I know exactly how you feel." "Julius, then you indeed are." Given that they'd both had their names snatched away by gluttony, Julius immediately grasped what was going on. And as soon as he did, his conviction that Emilia was their ally appeared to grow. He stood in front of both Echidna and Emilia, protecting them, once again pointing his sword at Reed. "Julius, you have my thanks for helping me out earlier. But I still don't quite get why you two have come rushing here considering what's going on in the tower. What's happening with the Tappei library, and with Miss Rem and the situation outside?" "Echidna, there's an attempt underway to try and bring all these matters together so to deal with them all at once. The idea is Natsuki-kun's, and the ones helping him with it are all of us in the tower." "Julius, it's Subaru's? But he's—" A puzzled frown appeared on Julius' face as he heard Subaru's name wedged in the middle of her explanation. As far as he knew, Subaru should have faced Reed's Book of the Dead in the Tappei library, and his consciousness should have been in a state of disarray from his return. Beatrice had told him that his return had been difficult, thus, Julius had continued to fight against Reed so that they could overcome the turmoil in the tower in his own way. Therefore, even if she was saying Subaru had woken up and came up with this idea, you could say it was only natural that there was no real link between spontaneity and recognition. Nevertheless, "Reed, I haven't got anything against you'll getting all chummy with each other, but don't you pricks go jabbering away while ignoring me." The floor exploded with a loud bang, resulting in Julius receiving a blow from the intruding Reed's chopstick. Although he'd lost one chopstick, he still had another one left. And it wasn't like he had to use them. Even if he just fought empty-handed, it wasn't like his strength was going to diminish. Julius, K.H. While buffeted by Reed's sharp attacks, Julius rallied himself and focused on keeping his desperate defense up. Seeing that, Reed unleashed a blow with one of his hands that could have literally felled even a dragon. At the same time, he stuck out his spare hand at Emilia as she searched for an opening, thrusting his fingers out at her. "Reed, I ain't got a clue what you're trying to pull off, but I don't think I'm gonna let you do as you please, you twat. I'm gonna be your opponent after I'm done dealing with this novice." "Huh?" Reed abruptly tilted his head in doubt mid-sentence. He then brought his fingers of his spare hand to his eye-patched left eye and spat out a venomous tirade of, "Hey hey 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 s. Reed, the hell, you twat. For some reason my hand ain't movin' to stop ya. Unless I've like suddenly become smitten by ya. No way, you must have passed the trial." "Emilia, yeah, I did. You lost because you touched my chest with your chopsticks." Reed, Car. Now that's one way of losing that I can really get behind. What a huge waste that I can't even remember it, you smokin' hottie. Reed clucked his tongue. His words indicated that there was some shackle on him that wouldn't let him stop Emilia. In other words, It meant that the obstruction standing in between her and her duty was now gone.
Emilia, Julius, Julius, you may go, my lovely lady, you, who like me, are of unknown name.
Turning only his head around, he interrupted Emilia as she was about to say something. Seeing his knight sword now held at the ready again, Emilia kept her silence at his words. Seeing the surprise on her face, Julius gave her a gallant smile. Julius, you have your duty to carry out. I know it's something I won't be able to help you with, but that's fine with me. I pray everything goes well. Emilia, yeah, for you too. Receiving Julius' encouragement, Emilia nodded at him and then broke out into a run. Reed didn't make any attempt at stopping her. The one-eyed red lion let her pass by him and saw her off. Then, as Emilia reached the front of the staircase in the innermost part of the second floor that would lead the way up, she stopped in her tracks and turned around. Emilia, it's Emilia. Julius. Emilia, my name is Emilia, just Emilia. I'll definitely see you again later. Leaving her name behind, Emilia ran up the stairs with an air of elegance about her. Echidna let out a long, long sigh as she watched her disappear from sight. From here on out, Emilia's duty was to head to the top. So, Echidna's duty was too. Julius, you're not going anywhere. Are you planning on watching me fight? Echidna, only if you'll let me do so. Well, no, I suppose not. I'm the one who's decided to do that. Julius glanced towards Echidna, who was standing by the wall, and then pursed his lips together. She took a quick gasp of air as she witnessed all kinds of emotions flitting across the profile of his face. Echidna, it's not like I can do anything, but if Anna were here, she would have probably done this. No matter where I am in this tower, I will always be subject to danger. Given that, I shall stand behind you out of my own volition. Because. Julius. Echidna, because you are Anastasia Hoshin's knight. Isn't that right? It took a tremendous amount of courage to believe in something that didn't feel real. It was nigh impossible to grasp just how much strength it took to believe in something that had no concrete basis, to the point that it would make her feel relieved, at least when compared to believing in something that was actually tangible. Regardless, Echidna spoke those words to the man before her eyes, his back facing away from her, while believing in that uncertainty. Julius. Julius lowered his long-lashed eyes in response and softly let out a deep, long sigh. Julius, you're able to give me more strength than you give yourself credit for. Merely from the fact that someone went and summoned their courage to believe, and hold expectations, in a me who may not be anyone anymore. Echidna, Julius. For Julius, the footing he'd lost had become uncertain. For Echidna, the bonds which she was supposed to know had become ambiguous. The two of them had to rely on something so shaky to build this relationship which altogether differed to the one that they should have been bound by. Nevertheless, at this very moment, the two of them must have surely been seeing the same thing. So for that reason. Echidna, Julius, I have a message for you. Julius, a message. Echidna, yeah. Everyone's fighting all over the tower, so. He said to hurry your ass and settle things here, then come help the others. Julius, Echidna could tell that this was his kind of encouragement, thus she conveyed it to him exactly as she'd heard. Julius' slender shoulders tensed slightly after he heard it. He digested the contents of the message and took it on board. His response following it was loud and clear. Julius, ha. It almost seemed like he'd let out a short, sharp gasp of air, but it wasn't like that at all. He'd let out a laugh. He'd breathed out a single gasp of air from the pit of his stomach to wheeze out that laugh. The fact that Julius Euculius was facing battle with a smile on his face would have been a thing to marvel about, had there been anyone here who knew Julius. Julius, if he's broken out of his shell, then I mustn't lose here either. His expression of determination was quiet, yet full of hidden zeal. Julius raised his knight sword in front of him and faced his foe, reflecting himself in his blade. Reed had been lodging a bored look on his face for a while. But now, he was grinning like a shark. Reed, you really kicked into gear, didn't ya, you prick? Julius, pardon me, but when it comes to fighting, I always take it seriously. Reed, no, that ain't what I mean. You get it right? Even if I don't spell it out for ya, you prick. Reed lifted his left hand up with a grin still plastered on his face. He flipped his eye patch up and uncovered his eye. Thus, with his perfectly functioning blue eyes, the peak of all swordsmen pointed his cheerful murderous intent towards his challenger. His sword spirit was so formidable that anyone faint of heart would have been killed by the glint in his eyes alone. However, Julius met that sharp glint of his head-on, and Echidna behind him likewise braced herself and endured it. Seeing the two of them endure the raging storm of his sword spirit, Reed loudly clacked his fangs together. Reed, I am the stick swinger Reed. Remember only my name, before you disappear. Julius, exchanging one's name in battle before crossing swords was a sign of recognizing a warrior as their equal. There was no knowing how much Reed really cared about that norm, but regardless of what he thought, the considerations of the person who'd basked in that had changed dramatically. Julius took a breath and prepared himself, stilling his raging heart. Julius, I shall give you my name once again. I am Julius Euculius, one and only knight to Anastasia Hoshensummer, who stands as a royal selection candidate in the kingdom of Lagunica. It's time for me to give up acting the part of a nameless knight. He magnificently proclaimed his name so that it would be engraved in both he and the world itself. Leaving behind Julius and Echidna downstairs, Emilia continued to run up the steps. Her long legs were moving as fast as she could muster, skipping up the stairs 2 or 3 steps at a time. Though the speed she was going at was inordinate, her own thoughts were screaming at her to go faster and faster. Emilia, GNH. Emilia strongly gritted her teeth, a look of desperation was adorning her beautiful face in profile. She was worried about the two she'd left behind downstairs on the 2nd floor. Reed was extremely strong, foul-mouthed and a thug to boot. The two of them could easily get hurt both physically and mentally dealing with him. Naturally, Emilia's worries didn't just stop at Julius and Echidna. Would Subaru, Beatrice and Meili manage to keep Shaula in check? Would Ram be able to play her part too? Would Patrash keep guard over Rem? Her anxieties, such as whether she was going to have to rebuild all her relationships from scratch with her name Eaton, were never-ending. She felt like she was going to burst into tears if she took a moment to stop. However, she didn't stop. She didn't shed any tears either. She endured the tingling sensation at the back of her throat. Emilia, nothing is over yet after all. The fact that they believed in her, and that they were able to believe in her, was what was propping Emilia's entirety up right now. She was full of worries, brimming with anxiety, but she was also full of I believe in yous, which trumped over those emotions. Emilia, HK. There's a light. As she continued to pour her heart and soul in running up the stairs, Emilia's amethyst eyes caught a glimpse of a white glow at the far end of her field of view. She realized that it was coming from the end of this extremely long staircase, and that it would lead to the unknown 1st floor. The moment she comprehended that, she firmly kicked off from the floor and sped up even more. Then, finally, Emilia, I made it out. Emilia broke through into the light, where the staircase had ended in front of her. What unfurled itself before her eyes that instant wasn't an area that you could call a floor. Emilia, huh? Emilia stopped in her tracks, completely flabbergasted, and unintentionally let out her surprise at the scene she was faced with. Reflected in her amethyst eyes, was not the next part of the familiar watchtower she'd come to expect. The walls had disappeared, as had the ceiling. Spread out all around her lay the vibrant blue sky. Emilia wasn't standing inside the building, but rather, she was outside. She'd ended up emerging right on the rooftop at the top of the tower after running up the 2nd floor stairs. Emilia, the 1st floor's outside? This place is up even higher than the clouds. There was a vast, circular floor at the summit of the tower, with no other partitions or anything that looked like a handrail at its edge. Therefore, she could easily look down below by going over to the edge of the floor. Clouds which should have been far above in the sky were brushing against the tower. Emilia's breath caught as she realized she'd come all the way up to the clouds, or was even above them. It was the first time Emilia had ever come to a place as high as this. However, despite receiving such a shock, she was quickly distracted by another profound emotion. There was a presence there that she hadn't been able to notice on account of how still and grand it kept itself. Emilia had been busy looking at stuff like where she was, the height of the clouds, and what the situation was like on the first floor. She'd been late in noticing the being that had swept past the corner of her eyes. She slowly turned around and let out a large gasp. Even though Emilia had almost fallen into despair from being forgotten by the world with her name being taken from her, her heart had still stood firm in the end. But even that Emilia was lost for words in sheer awe. The being that had appeared before her eyes was utterly beyond the pale of her imagination, because that being was Emilia, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Its voice was solemn, and it felt like it was being roared directly into her soul. She realized that her voice was trembling. Was there anyone who could fault Emilia and call her weak-minded? No one would be able to. It would be impossible. Because all living creatures had no choice but to prostrate themselves before this being. Because this being's name was I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I asked the will of thee who hath reached the summit. With his huge body covered in glittering blue scales, the divine dragon Volcanica looked down upon Emilia and declared that while exerting a presence that seemed like it would blow even her very soul out of existence. Outside of the tower, commenced the Battle of Shaula, who had transformed into the titanic scorpion, against Subaru and the rest. In the second floor of the tower, the swordplay of the grinning wielder of violence, Reed Astria and Julius reopened. On the first floor of the tower, Emilia achieved an unforeseen encounter with the mighty existence awaiting there. And, on the spiral staircase connecting the fourth floor and sixth floor of the tower. Damn it, Sue. Even after stealing it and everything, it just feels like not having put it to decent use, doesn't it, GZS? Spitting away in irritation, the young boy clicked his tongue whilst tearing at his dark brown hair. Upon swinging down the hand scratching his head, what had been generated therein was a beautiful, ornate sword shaped with ice. With the stolen name as the foundation, it was a special power which he had reconstructed, but contrary to its appearance, its regulation of mana was exquisitely arduous, and was quite difficult to use jointly with other memories. In the first place, combining the skills of multiple others required a suitable sense, and that was something which Roy and Louis were maladroit at. It's because we excel in it that we are so able, but Even within the trio of siblings possessing the authority of gluttony, each one's way of using the authority subtly differed. Amongst them, as one who took pride in being gourmet, the points he would like to object to in his younger brother and sister's ways weren't few. Fortes connected to sense of superiority. Though something like advice was unbefitting of him. The message won't get across to dear cute Louis, or that chap Roy. It can't be helped, Sue. If the two of them are saying they can't do anything, then it can't be helped. That means that we can thoroughly lick the feasts present inside this tower down to the root, Sue. How nice, so nice, quite nice, very nice, as it's nice, it certainly is nice, surely it is nice, surely it must be nice, as it must be nice. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Crunching the sword of ice in his hand, with his sharp fangs unraveled, Gluttony lay Batonkatos decided to itemize all of the targets inside the tower for his own platter, without leaving a single one. Fortunately, the situation had been served. What remained was to simply select the order, and what was to be the main course. Do you think you have the privilege to be choosing that? How very easy-going. Upon the voice descending from the top of the spiral staircase, Lay ceased chewing the ice, and raised his head. Overhead, on the fourth floor were light crimson eyes looking at Lay, who was standing on the staircase between the fourth floor and the fifth floor. with the same hue as blood or blaze, eyes with terribly icy heat, were looking down upon Lei's ferocious hunger as if pitying. And Ram, from what was said, it seems you were the one who tore apart Ram and Rem's sisterly love, isn't it? Kindly die whilst baying like a pig. Arc 6, Chapter 80, Death of the Mind. It was the scent of rage. Fragrant, rich, it was the scent of highly pure rage. Prodigiously churning this slender, petite body, he understood that it would uplift it to greater heights. Lei, ha su. Facing each other from the upper and lower ends of the spiral staircase, Bat and Kato's laughed with sadness and gloom upon Ram's caustic remark. The young girl with potent emotions conceived in her light crimson eyes, breathing in the resentment and hatred she directed towards him, Bat and Kato's tasted ecstasy. Should he state without giving much thought to selecting the wording, saying that this one breath was what he was living for wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lei, how nice, so nice, quite nice, very nice, as it's nice, isn't it nice? As there normally aren't any people who'd face us with such an enraged expression, you see Tilda. It sure is a really valuable feeling, isn't it? Do you understand? We wonder if you do understand the delight which we're feeling right now. Stepping on the ground upon expressing the vivifying emotion, Baton Kato's licked his lips. Yes, this emotion and encounter was something Baton Kato's normally couldn't ever hope for. The memories and names stolen through the authority of gluttony got disengaged from the world, and with the exception of Roy and Louis, it became impossible for anyone to even be cognizant of them. The grief of having lost someone precious, the rage of higher station, the hollow sense of loss, anything and everything got evanesced entirely, beyond all help. Lei, so naturally, that's a matter of course. That's why, we've never minded it, you see Tilda. Whenever he operated as a member of the much-loathed witch cult, on copious occasions would he meet humans who directed their hatred towards his affiliation. However, never had there been one who knew of Lei Baton Kato's deeds, who harbored hatred for Lei Baton Kato's individually, who aimed to kill Lei Baton Kato specifically. That natural divine providence brought forth by the authority of gluttony, that obvious unwritten law, had been overruled. With the emergence of an outsider, who did not sustain the effects of the authority of gluttony, Lei, Natsuki Subaru. Su. Whispering the name of the man Louis had been attached to, Baton Kato's attained a sweet ache in the depths of his slim chest. It was not as if he had taken influence by Louis. He had known about him, even prior to that. He had been thinking of him, powerfully, profoundly, far earlier than even Louis. That being Lei, nay Summer, would also understand, re-GHT? The connection between the origin of this sweet ache in his chest, and the young girl looking down towards him was deep. No, not merely deep. Two hearts that beat as one, irreplaceable individuals, saying that they were the other halves of each other would be unobjectionable as well. Thus, she would surely understand. These sweet, fleeting, far too mighty emotions. This sensation, blended with both love and hate, and the ache within the chest longing for release. That is why, he addressed with half of his mouth open, pouring in that conviction and expectation. Ram's already told you, to kindly die whilst baying like a pig. Lei, HK. The subsequent instant, Ram's first move as she flew down after kicking the staircase, made Lei jump far backwards. He had narrowly managed to draw his body back, but the fine point of the wand being pointed out was accurately aiming for his right eye. Should he be slow in pulling back his head, it shall ransack his brain through the eyeball. Lei, geez, nay Summer is Masil SS. Had we eaten this one just now, forget about imitating the bay of a pig, we would have died unable to do anything Sue. Ram has reconsidered. If you were made to imitate something below the standard of a pig, then it'll surely be a real affront for the pig as well. Flying through the spiral staircase, his landing was delayed solely due to the difference in the levels of stairs. Whilst apprising her chilling intent to kill, Ram's furious assault waged a pursuit of fierce vigor towards Baton Kato's. Whilst gyrating her slim figure, Ram pointed out her wand, fired a kick, drilled in a shot of the elbow, Kato's dodged them entirely through the handling of his body, but things like the hit which had grazed past his ear certainly possessed the vigor that upon a single hit would certainly lead to loss of faculty of that part of the body. Lay, ha ha Sue. Scary scary. It's scary though you know W. Kato's laughed whilst using his body to evade the unhesitating strikes in pursuit of him. That wasn't flexibility, but exaltation. No, slight flexibility as well. Ram's martial arts were quite something. Lacking all forgiveness, she possessed no faltering in her aim to kill. Yet, Kato's dodged with leisure and ease. The reason for that was quite simple. Lay, we already properly know that Nay Summer is more amazing, you see tilde. The multitude of memories terminated and packed together within Kato's. Within them was a passionate one which adored Ram as an elder sister, which yearned for her infinite potential. The untiring trust and expectation towards Ram which those memories were endowed with, conveyed their contrast with the Ram before his eyes, nearly to a sorrowful extent, to Kato's. To summarize. Lay, Nay Summer without her horn, is nothing but a counterfeit which even Rem can substitute for, isn't that GHT? Ram. Lay, did you get angry? Have you gotten angry? If you want to get angry then you can get angry perfectly fine, Nay Summer. Now that we think of it, we've never even had a proper sisterly quarrel before, you know W. Kato set forth the reminiscences as if a belonging of his own. Though Ram's cheeks stiffened in reaction to his speech and conduct, her attacks did not slacken. Kato's admiringly thought within his innermost heart that she was really quite pushing herself. It was famously known that Onis who lost their horns lost their bodily control, though it was unclear how much anguish it entailed. Ram had also been continually tormented due to that penalty. It was unknown just how many times the thought of wanting to take over her pain had come to mind. However, alongside that also came another thought, that oneself wouldn't be able to endure the anguish she bore. If the agony of losing the horn depended on the strength that Oni originally possessed, then Ram must have the greatest in that regard, which no other Oni in the world could share. Thus, commendation to her onrushing form by way of her own determination, through that compelling anguish. And gratitude to her earnest wolfing stance, with an unruffled facial expression. With the ripening of the greatest, supreme, premier flavor, to simply whom should he express his delight for being witness to the moment the rich aroma arose, he did not know. He hailed gratitude and admiration, toward the miracle of happening across this gourmet delicacy. Lay, truly Sue. Nay Summer is so wonderful Sue. A murderous dance blended with love and hate unfolded on the spiral staircase. Whilst tasting that to his heart's content, Kato's blessed Ram's existence. And, tilting his body, turning over, stooping down, dodging how the memories craved. Lay, now with a tada, time for a counterattack. Ram, how truly noisy, surrounding Ram whilst she pointed out her wand, Kato's aimed for her fair neck. His side which had gotten into her undisputable blind spot, and Ram's line of sight entangled when she turned around. At that single moment, feeling intimidated, Kato's interrupted the strike and flew in evasion and escaped. However, the instant after wind grazed past his right cheek, he felt blood starting to drip out. Lay, Sue. Tracing his cut cheek with his hand, Kato's inhaled faintly. It was a wound he wasn't supposed to sustain. At the very least, the memories present within Kato's, if he were to abide by the existence who best knew the prodigy Ram, then there didn't exist a future where he should have sustained this wound. Yet. Ram, though Ram told you to bay disgracefully, an unsightly opponent's voice is also rough to hear. Ram doesn't intend to keep you company any longer, so you're getting killed. Lay, Nay Summer, this is. Ram, if you had been evaluating Ram relying on the memories, then your evaluation is yet too naive. Looking at Kato's after he stained his cheek with blood by his hand, Ram gently brushed her pink hair. With her dreadfully cold sidelong glance towards this side. Ram, were you intending to bring out Ram's true colors? If that's the case then that is quite laughable. Ram's potential is infinite. After all. Lay. Ram is, Rem's nay summer. A baseless, careless remark. The reason why it echoed with such extraordinary convincibility was because that is how the memories, present within nobody but Batankato's, had captured the existence of their elder sister. Recognizing that reality, Batankato's erased his smile and distorted his cheeks in annoyance. Boring. Uninteresting. She doesn't get it. Lay, both rage and hatred, are spices for enhancing flavors. But, if the taste of the spices is too strong, if it asserts itself too powerfully, then even that platter goes to waste. Guess nay summer, who doesn't cook, would be completely clueless about these customs, who Ram, that's not true, there's nothing to hide, Ram's special dish is steamed potatoes after all. The memories which had vivid recollection of that resuscitated, and his stomach growled. Intentionally ignoring that call of the sense of emptiness and hunger in his stomach, Batankato's casted his mood to play around aside. Ram was still yet to demonstrate the true worth of her strength. In other words, that meant naught but that she hadn't revealed everything even to the younger sister who was physically quite similar to her. In other words, Lay, nay summer, won't trust even her little sister. Talk about the ultimate individualism, isn't it? Ram, what a superficial way of understanding things. Ram doesn't know how many human lives you have tasted, but even those people don't come to mind. Everything aside from Rem is trifle. Repudiating Batankato's outlook on meals, Ram straightened her light crimson eyes. And, whilst caressing her own slim chest, Ram, kindly exert yourself as much as you can, Barusu, calling out to the young boy not present here. Extraordinary determination levitated across her cold expression. Ram, though something like collective destiny, makes one shiver. He took a deep inhale, with a cloth covering his mouth protecting him from swallowing the sand. If he were to be honest, then he would have preferred to have goggles as well, but that would be a hope too high. Prepared to have grains of sand fly into his eyeballs, he had no choice but simply be careful about his eyes within the vortex of the sandy whirlwind. Subaru, Biko. Meili. We've got a pull-through. Beatrice, Betty knows, in fact. Meili, geez, you really don't know how to treat people, Tilda. The one traversing through his field of vision blurred by the sand, was a fiendish existence clad in a jet-black shell. Approaching closer, and taking a single attack by its great pincers meant forfeiting life. Taking distance, and should it succeed in its efforts to fire its tail stinger meant forfeiting life. There were multiple other conditions of forfeiting life as well. In terms of simply conditions of defeat, there existed more than plenty. That is what their situation was presently. Subaru, with that being said, that's what always happens. Natsuki Subaru's battles were a series of continued tightrope walks. The reason why he suffocated despite knowing the future through return by death was because of the abilities he could possess, and the sheer magnitude of the enemies he confronted never allowed him to counterbalance. Lacking cards to play was his omnipresent scenario. Whilst trusting everyone's strength, expecting that they'd adapt to the situation's requirements and fight, Subaru himself struggled hard, a befitting answer to everyone's expectations of him. Subaru, rather than a fight of my own, this is a fight of my wonderful comrades. Meili, is this really the situation to say Thati? Geez. Do your best, Hungry Horse King Chan. Receiving Subaru's Belonius yell, Meili, who was racing right next to him, issued orders to the witch beasts. Hungry Horse Kings. The witch beasts akin to centaurs screeched like the cry of a child, and two of them carrying Subaru and Beatrice, and Meili respectively rushed through the sea of sand. And, the one in pursuit of their backs as they fiercely kicked the sand, was the titanic scorpion as it scratched the sand with its several legs and gave a rise to a cloud of dust, resuming its hounding. Baisan. Just as his instinct had told him earlier, should they distance themselves, then the tail stinger, should they approach closer, then the enormous pincers, shall come for their lives. Whilst keeping a distance neither too close nor too far, they coped with the enemy's attacks. Compared to the conditions of defeat he had listed, the sole condition for victory permitted to them was a change at the extremity of stalemate. It referred to Emilia capturing the first layer of the tower, and the rewriting of the cited rules. As a matter of fact, he hadn't even confirmed whether that was an actual possibility. Beatrice, if that's not possible, then it'll be strange to have that included in the tower's rules in the first place, I suppose. Subaru, exactly, Pico. Going out of their way and having you can also destroy the rules included in the rules means that the rules are premised on the fact that they'll be destroyed. And if that was a possibility, then it was perhaps a reward given to the one who captured the tower. Should that be considered, then it was a right given only to the one who had cleared everything with proper means. It was an immense relief that Emilia had entirely broken through Reed. Had she not been victorious, then the means to save Shaola perhaps wouldn't have even grazed past his hands. Subaru, though I'll never forgive him for sexually harassing Emilia Tan. Though it was a happening infuriating to even look back on, Julius had been charged with retribution when it came to Reed. Expecting that he shall fully overwhelm that violent man, Subaru caught the enormous sand tower within his field of vision and entrusted himself to the fierce struggle Beatrice and Meili were putting up. Meili, Onyai-san. It isn't easy to move around in this spot. I think it'll be easier for the witch beast-chans to rampage about in a place further away from the tower. Subaru, GH. I get what you're saying. I get it, but, no. I won't get away from the tower. If I get any further away, then I'll lose grasp. Rejecting Meili's appeal, Subaru gnashed his molars whilst grabbing his chest. Corleone's efficacy resumed, and the locations of his comrades within the tower were still within his sphere of grasp, in the form of fleeting lights. However, he did not know for what possible cause this authority, with yet far too many uncertain facets, may come undone. In terms of the authority's efficiency, what was the easiest to perceive was indeed distance. In reality, Subaru did not know the locations of his comrades outside of the Augria sand dunes. If that was due to distance, then it was unknown how far he could get away from the tower. He was afraid of losing the ability to confirm the locations as well as the well-being of his comrades. However, the greatest issue was not their well-being but losing the ability to shoulder their burden. It was a matter of course that Emilia or Julius had exposed their bodies to grave battles, but what further had an eagle grip on Subaru's heart was Ram, who was out for vengeance. Though he was confident that he had deployed his comrades to their respective utmost suitable positions, he had anticipated from the very beginning that even amongst them all, Ram's fight would become particularly dire. That's because her opponent was Lei Batenkatos, the originator of turning Rem into a sleeping beauty, and Ram's own condition. Ram must be in perfect shape and form, otherwise she shan't be able to oppose Lei Batenkatos. On top of that, he wished for Ram to beat Batenkatos down to her heart's content. For that purpose, Subaru was required to shoulder the burden she consistently suffered. That is precisely why. Subaru, I can't just thoughtlessly get away from the tower. Sorry for being a handicap, but please compromise. Meili, HK. This is, absolutely definitely going to come back to bite you later. Rounding her lips upon Subaru's call, Meili shouted with a red face atop of the hungry horse king's back. At the same pace, the young girl glared towards the sky and clapped her hands towards the existences circling around in the blue, cloudless sky. Meili, winged mole chans. It's show teamy. Receiving the shrill command, the tiny shadows soaring in the sky swooped down towards the sand sea. Seeing they were aiming for the titanic scorpion atop the sand, Subaru instantly shouted Biko. Subaru, match in with them. Beatrice, Betty knows, in fact. Vita. Presuming Subaru's aim, Beatrice put up her tiny palm towards the sky. The chance effect was invoked, however, the aim wasn't towards the titanic scorpion, but towards the winged moles which had their eyes set on the titanic scorpion. In the course of the descending winged moles, there was a loop of pale light produced the moment the winged moles passed through that loop, the small-sized witch beasts accelerated, clad in light. The piercing strike drilled into the outer shell of the titanic scorpion, giving rise to a violent note. The titanic scorpion, which had been accepting the battle cries of the winged moles like gentle breeze until now, stopped its multiple legs upon the direct hit, possessing unignorable might. Meili, what was that, just now? Beatrice-chan, what did you do? Beatrice, made your witch beasts heavy right before they collided, I suppose. Their speed or solidity won't change, but the result changes with a simple increase in weight. In fact, Beatrice responded to Meili's astonishment. That was the answer to the reason behind the sudden enhancement of the winged moles. Strength was a mix of weight and velocity. Winged moles navigated underground using their potent horns, the risky assault of the witch beasts which flew about in the sky and the underground at will decisively halted the steps of the titanic scorpion with unbelievable destructiveness. The titanic scorpion's defensive capability was quite impressive, but it wasn't able to completely defend an attack it was witnessing for the first time, and, in order to surpass that reflective defense capability, Subaru fully rotated his head. Subaru, I feel bad for the witch beasts, but it's a trade-off between life and time. There's plenty of quantity and varieties of witch beasts that can be used. With Biko's assistance the possibilities are infinite. This way, they can succeed. That definite response made Subaru clench his fist and Beatrice's hair. Beatrice raised her voice in protest, saying it hurts, I suppose. That was the instant. Subaru, With the plan to buy as much time as possible, Subaru spilled out a voice whilst looking up towards the watchtower. Hearing his vacant voice, Beatrice turned around saying Subaru? But he remained unable to respond. What was brought to Subaru's consciousness was not the visible exterior of the watchtower, but its interior, the interior of the tower, whereby he could sense fleeting lights at various locations. The reason was the responses of his comrades. Likely, it appeared each one of them must be engaged in vehement battles, amongst them a single one's response vanished. The response of Emilia, who was heading to the top. That moment, Subaru's heart throbbed so intensely as if it had come detached. The reality that Emilia's response had vanished threw Subaru into a state of chaos. What if, within the couple of moments just now, Emilia had been lost? Subaru, HK, calm down, bloody bastard. He halted his vision from blackening through a reprimand of his own. This was far too early to despair about the reality. He needed to trust Corleone's ability more. Though its origin was from the worst kind of a man, but now that it had blossomed, this authority was an ally. Based on the responses of Corleonis until now, it could be assumed that the intensity of the fleeting light's warmth and movement conveyed the status of his allies. When they became violently worked up, the colors or intensity of the lights changed. Then, did the disappearance of Emilia's response refer to her death? Subaru, if that's the case, then the rate at which the response disappeared happened way too instantly. If it were to be assumed that Emilia encountered an enemy so fearsome it was able to extinguish her existence in a single instant, even if she had fallen into its hands, he couldn't imagine her being taken out without resistance. He couldn't imagine, neither did he want to. He had belief. That's why, the problem perhaps lied somewhere else. Rushing up the watchtower, Emilia had headed for the first layer, and something had happened which made her body go out of the range of Corleone's influence. Thus, in but a single instant, Emilia's response disappeared from Subaru's perception. He must believe so, otherwise. Beatrice, Subaru. Meili, Onyai-san. This is no time to space UT. Gnashing his molars and gums, Subaru kept himself in check through pain as the two young ladies called out to him. Hearing them, Subaru responded with I know such that both himself and they could hear it. Subaru, I have no idea whom she may have to confront and where. But I believe that she will make her way back. At the same time as when Subaru had pronounced words of prayer, far below on the sand. Though Subaru said that he did not know whom she may have to confront, there was no way that even Subaru's imagination could have predicted the situation Emilia had been placed in. Abiding by Subaru's command, Emilia had headed to the first layer in order to rewrite the rules of Pleiades' watchtower. What she encountered was a blue, shimmering, gargantuan existence clad in scales. An existence whose name nobody was unaware of in this kingdom of Lugnaka, no, in the entire world. If the Witch of Envy was regarded as the symbol of fear, then it was the befitting symbol of hope and faith. For this existence had continued to accumulate meritorious deeds of such scale for the world, the name of that gargantuan and great existence. Emilia, Divine Dragon Volcanica. Ruminating the name it had given for itself, Emilia felt her entire body colden. Though a strange thing to say, Emilia's predisposition was entirely detached from nervousness. Though of course she felt her body be heavier when she had to stand in front of people or when she had to talk about something crucial, but upon undertaking practical action she immediately forgot about their effects. On multiple occasions she had been praised by Subaru or Ram for having that impressive quality. However, despite possessing that impressive quality, Emilia's physical movements ceased completely before the Divine Dragon. Such that she felt she couldn't take even a single breath without the opponent's permission. To such an extent, the presence of the true dragon was projected, and had its grasp on the world. Whilst inhaling, Emilia once again glanced at Volcanica's frame. Scales with a deep tinge of blue were shimmering like jewels, and every single one of them appeared to have been tempered thoroughly, as if sharper than any treasured sword. Its forelimbs and hindlimbs were endowed with black claws akin to stone. Its face, similar to that of a ground dragon, gave the impression of having lived for long, and a pair of golden eyes that had witnessed an unfathomable amount of time. On its head were two enormous horns, white like a noble's milk. The divine dragon's stature was likely about 15 or 16 meters in height. Since it wasn't standing, had its wings and tail folded, its exact enormity couldn't be determined. But despite that it was this gargantuan, a matter of course that it couldn't be fit inside the tower. It was unquestionable that the first layer had been constructed in an open location because of Volcanica. Emilia, the third layer was the sage, the second layer was reed, and the first layer is Volcanica. Volcanica. Emilia, could it be that all three heroes of the great antiquity are involved in the tower's trials? Looking back onto the trials until how, Emilia discovered a similitude between them. The three heroes they had formerly made efforts in the sealing of the Witch of Envy, and were three heroic figures engraved into the history of the kingdom of Lugnaka. Those being Shaula, Reed, and Volcanica. Furthermore, Shaula had stated that it was actually an achievement of Flugel's. Reed was incredibly violent and talked crudely, and Volcanica was not a person but a dragon. But if they were yet connected in this place, then Emilia, to still be friends after so many centuries, that's really wonderful. Emilia thought it was a very wonderful thing if something like commitment or unity had tied the three heroic figures together. On top of that, Volcanica was the existence who had pledged a covenant with the kingdom of Lugnaka, and as a matter of fact, when a black dragon had been rampaging within the kingdom of Lugnaka multiple decades ago, it had been recorded that it possessed extraordinary power. Emilia loved those who viewed promises as important. She believed that upholding promises was a very nice thing. She cherished Subaru and trusted him, but she believed his characteristic of not upholding promises was no good. What if Beatrice started imitating him? Neither did Emilia wish to scold Subaru and Beatrice for breaking promises. Emilia, whoops. This is no time to be thinking all that. Volcanica. I came here to take the trial. The trial of the first layer. I'll tackle it. Volcanica. Emilia, I don't know how tough a trial it will be. But I ask of you to hurry. I must hurry or Subaru and the others will be in trouble. Whatever it may be, bring it on. Striking her cheeks with her hands, Emilia reorganized her cowering emotions. Without even planning so, thinking about Subaru and Beatrice made the route for that. Even if they were to be scolded by Emilia for breaking promises that were speaking of a distant tomorrow, a distant future. In order to come face to face with that future, Emilia needed to stand firm here. Volcanica, the silent divine dragon, was intently watching Emilia with its golden-hued eyes. Speaking without exaggeration, those eyes felt deep enough to absorb her entirely. It had fought the Witch of Envy, and forged the covenant with the kingdom of Lugnaca 400 years ago, but the time this great dragon had lived through appeared to be far greater than those 400 years. Those eyes, perhaps close to reaching 1,000 years of age, were intently gazing upon the world. It was unknown in what way would Emilia's existence be projected to this divine dragon. Emilia, I am used to being judged. There are people who hate me because I'm a half-elf, or meanies like Echidna. But, like Subaru, Ram or Beatrice and everyone else, there are also people who have laid their expectations on me. Whilst addressing, Emilia touched the crystal on her chest with her fingers. Her family, who was yet asleep, was the first one to affirm Emilia, who largely looked through rose-colored glasses like this, with that family of hers as the beginning. In this tower were her comrades who had accepted Emilia. Emilia, that's why, I don't care no matter how you look at me. Before the divine dragon she had been overawed by once, Emilia declared sharply. Even the existence known as Emilia, who had been crushed by the contrast in presence, whose limbs had been quivering and cowering, who had been overwhelmed by the existence acquainted to eternity, shall no longer lose. No matter what, she shan't lose. Volcanica. Emilia strengthened her fist and made her amethyst eyes glitter with might. Whilst being showered with Emilia's gaze throughout its entire body, Volcanica slowly blinked. Afterwards, Volcanica moved its dragon jaws with grandeur. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Emilia, huh? Emilia, who had packed her breath and put herself on guard for the challenge Volcanica may ask her of, heard the cumbrous words accompanying the dragon breath and tilted her head. For she had remembrance of these words. Emilia, hadn't you told me about that earlier? That I am the one who arrived at the first layer, and that you are Volcanica. Is that right? Volcanica. Emilia, did I not introduce myself, by chance? I apologize. I am Emilia, just Emilia. Well, there's many people right now who don't remember me, so it'll be a problem if you ask me to prove it, but I'm Emilia. Volcanica. Emilia, still, no good? Thinking whether her omitting her introduction had brought its displeasure, she reintroduced herself, yet no positive change was born in Volcanica's response. Had Subaru been here, he would have gone so far and thought that skipping introduction led to the revocation of the right to take the trial of the first layer, but Emilia did not think that way. Emilia believed that even if a mistake was made, upon apologizing the opponent couldn't continue being so heartless. Thus, even at this instant she did not believe her impoliteness had bought Volcanica's silence. What Emilia had thought of was the possibility that Volcanica was not angry. But even if that were to be the case, it might have been much worse than simply being angered. After all, Emilia, could it be? Gazing back into its golden eyes, Emilia timidly moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps, resuming her walk in a place close to the sky, she shortened the distance between herself and the divine dragon Volcanica. Emilia inched closer, as it breathed, that too with magnificence. And, gently stretching her hand forward, she touched the scales of the opponent's front leg. Emilia, cold. The scales she touched were cold like ice, or like steel which had cooled down. Just how long a duration would one need to remain stagnated, to lose this much heat? It did not mean biological death. Those who remained stagnated for a long duration, simply lost bodily energy. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Whilst gazing down upon Emilia who was touching its foreleg, Volcanica repeated once again. Words of reception that had been repeated and stockpiled exactly thrice. They were not with the purpose of condemning the mistake Emilia made with her greeting. Volcanica's eyes, which were profoundly staring at Emilia, were reflecting her as if not reflecting her. Its reason was apparent. Emilia, Could it be, you became such an old uncle that you forgot about the trial? Not the death of the body, but the death of the mind had hunted the long-lived dragon. And for Emilia, who must clear the trial of the first layer, it befell as a challenge beyond the trial of the first layer, the great library of Pleiades, the trial of the first layer of Maya. The time limit, the time for the survival of her comrades. Number of challenges, unknown. Number of challenges, 1. Content of the trial, unknown. Trial, begin. Arc 6, Chapter 81, Pleased to meet you. Due to being left alone for umpteen years, the divine dragon Volcanica had met its death of the mind. Speaking tangibly, it had gotten Alzheimer's due to being left as is for a long time, or its thereabouts. Emilia, but it'll be a problem for me if you're such an oldie. Hey, Volcanica. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, geez. You're completely hopeless. Emilia knocked its foreleg and called in desperation, but the response she got was the sensation of resilient scales and forgetfulness that seemed even more resilient than the former, a psychological barrier. A trial which brought back the dead from the time they were alive like reeds was quite a challenge, but thinking of it now, that seemed cute compared to this. Though something like calling that thug Reed cute was like a joke in itself. Emilia, Reed could be communicated to, and he also taught us what all we needed to know, but that was not the case with Volcanica. For Emilia, who must conquer the trial of the first layer, the examiner having Alzheimer's was pretty much the worst scenario. Even though she needed to take back the good news from here to Subaru and the others as soon as possible. Emilia, uck. What can I do? What can I do? What should I do? It can't be that I need to beat Volcanica like it was with Reed. For the argument's sake, should it be the case then that could be expected to make for an extremely arduous trial, but the difference in the content of the first and second layers' trials made Emilia hold off on that thought. The trial of the third layer of Taygeta required solving the set questions through brainpower. Fortunately, Subaru possessed the knowledge of beyond the Great Waterfall, thus they were able to solve them, but without that it certainly would have been incredibly onerous. And the trial of the second layer of Electra, as one may know, had Reed Astria as the obstacle. Emilia had won it by somehow doing her best and banging Reed's head, but even that had the aspect of succeeding because it had been their first time challenging. In any event, it was indubitable that both the third layer and the second layer had been won extremely narrowly. That is why a simple challenge alone was sufficiently difficult, and yet Emilia, to think it won't even specify the challenge. Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Emilia, geez. I get it already. I want you to say something beyond that, you know. Though she expected it to say something beyond after a certain number of tries, she did not quite have the time to experiment that. Whilst staving off the feeling of wanting to stomp the floor, Emilia turned her line of sight to her environs. The trial of the third layer was conducted in a white room, with a black slate where questions would be set. There had been something which Subaru and Julius had been enjoyably invoking with the monolith. Perhaps there may be something similar hidden in this first layer. As long as Volcanica could not be addressed to, it was a good plan to search for the problem by oneself. Emilia, I've got to do everything I can right now. Without clearing away the disposition of Volcanica's mood, Emilia began sprinting in order to survey the first layer. Firstly, the first layer was the uppermost story of the Pleiades watchtower, existing in a position whereby it was too high up to be visible from below. Within its space, in the surroundings were 6 pillars, and one mammoth pillar in the center. Volcanica was crouched by the central pillar as if leaning on it, and the vastness of the space was around 100 meters in radius. Though the space felt quite vast compared to that of the second layer, part of it was being capped due to the presence of Volcanica's enormous frame. Emilia, seeing below. Isn't possible? Grasping one of the pillars enclosing the circumference of the first layer, Emilia confirmed what was beneath. Inside and outside of the tower, Subaru and Ram and everyone else were supposed to be putting up tough battles, but thick clouds blocked her field of vision, rendering her unable to confirm what was below her. Though on the other hand, it felt like should she jump into the clouds, it would be possible for her to join up with her comrades. Emilia, it feels like if one cheats and climbs up from the outside like this, they'd be getting a scolding. No, in the first place, there's no way it's possible to get above the clouds so fast, just because I ran at my fullest. Though she was quite athletic, even Emilia knew how high an altitude the sky and clouds were positioned at. When she was little, she tried to extend her hand and grab the clouds, but failed. Even when she had grown up, that hadn't changed. Should she reach around Reinhardt's level, perhaps she may be able to jump up to the clouds' altitude, but Emilia did not have the ability to do something like that. That is why Emilia must have reached the summit of the tower because of some mysterious powers. Emilia, if that's the case, then the trial must be here or it'll make no sense. Her thoughts encouraged, Emilia went around seeing the 6 pillars, knocking them, trying to climb on them. However, she couldn't discover any befitting phenomena or writings whatsoever. If there were to be another possibility, then Emilia, the big pillar in the middle, which Volcanica is close to. If the surrounding pillars didn't have anything, then the central mammoth pillar possessed the greatest possibility. Unlike the other 6, that pillar alone stretched further beyond the first layer, otherwise, above even the first layer, the place which should be called the 0 layer was perhaps situated there. It felt that in that place there may be some means to cause any changes to this place, which remained ever unchanged. However, Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. In order to investigate that pillar, she couldn't avoid Volcanica, who continued repeating the same words. Though she was ready to take on the trial of the first layer, being ready to take on Volcanica was an entirely different subject. Maintaining that nervousness, Emilia distanced herself closer to the central pillar, to Volcanica. Emilia, Volcanica, what should I do for the trial? Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I asked the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Volcanica's answer shan't change. Rather than being despondent or dejected towards that answer, Emilia instead felt relief. If Volcanica's answer did not change, then just as when she had touched its foreleg, it must be uninterested in her. Believing that, Emilia went around through the other side from Volcanica's, in an attempt to investigate that bulky pillar. Emilia, ha! The moment she tried to touch the pillar, Emilia heard the sound of wind. Before even confirming its cause, Emilia instinctively produced an ice wall overhead. In that juncture, the impact went through the ice wall and slammed into Emilia, throwing her slim figure afar. Emilia, gah, hack. The impact pierced her chest from the back, and Emilia tumbled down the floor of the first layer, coughing violently. Thinking just what in the world had happened, Emilia slowly raised her face and noticed the tail of the divine dragon leaning on the pillar was slowly being lowered to the ground. Emilia, I was hit by the tail? Upon expressing it in words, it could be noticed that it had been an extremely simple attack. Dragons using their tail to express their emotions was something which often occurred between Patrash and Subaru as well. When Subaru played any pranks, Ram and Patrash would slap him as if competing with each other. However, the attack by Volcanica's tail wasn't of the same kind as an expression of love between a dragon and a man. She had taken only this much damage thanks to her sudden defense, but had Emilia's response been late, her neck would have gotten fractured. Even her head being blown away wouldn't have been strange. On top of that, for Volcanica, this had been like nothing but merely brushing away an insect in a state of vague consciousness. She felt as if she were a tiny insect being toyed around by the feet of a gigantic creature. The moment she realized that truth, cold sweat traced Emilia's nape and spine. But at the same time, it also made another possibility emerge before Emilia. Emilia, so that pillar has something after all, right? Volcanica, Emilia, after all, you are here for the purpose of the trial. You have not forgotten that, even now when you have forgotten the trial. That's why, you're explaining the same thing again and again. Volcanica appeared as if it had forgotten what it ought to do. But the reason why the divine dragon still remained here like this, was its will to uphold promises exchanged before its mind had met death, that alone was firm proof. The sage, the sword saint and the dragon, each for testing wit, strength and motives. If that was the case, Emilia, half-baked feelings won't do. I'll be doing it seriously as well. Premising on the existence of the opponent's hindrance, Emilia declared the exercise of her true strength. At that moment, the atmosphere surrounding Emilia slowly let out a note, and began to congeal. As if obeying Emilia like she was the queen, warriors of ice were created and summoned. That was Emilia's new potential born through further growth from ice brand arts. She wasn't able to even test it within the confined watchtower, but should her opponent be in a space so vast, there was no need for her to be merciful. She had not told Subaru about this, so she hadn't gotten it named. Thus, she shall do the naming. Emilia, Ice Soldier San and Ice Brand Arts. The 7 warriors of ice born forth, having taken humanoid shape, they all held respective weapons, and gallantly accompanied Emilia's challenge until the point of their death. Emilia, here I come, Mr. Sleepyhead. If you want to wake up, then make sure to wake up fast. Whilst speaking so, Emilia, wielding arms of ice, approached Volcanica along with the warriors of ice. Whilst lording over that with eyes ignorant to emotion, Volcanica opened its mouth. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. With its consciousness, buried beyond the ever-unchanging infinity. During the same time, Emilia was not the only one facing a mighty enemy transcending one's own strength. One floor below Emilia, who was fighting the demented divine dragon, the collisions of swordsmen being performed on the second layer of Electra also grew in vehement. But, with the arbitrary truth unwavering. Come on, what happened? I'm you having to use one chopstick with one hand, you know? If you still ain't reaching me, then this ain't gonna make for even you playin' round, are you tilde? GH. HK. Whilst pouring hearty jeers, the man making his long, red hair sway about fired an intense kick. Receiving that with the handle of the knight's sword in his hand, the knight with a refined side profile jumped far back by his own volition. He couldn't destroy the impact. He merely scattered it. And before it could dissolve, the next one arrived. Many a time, the repetition of that exchange was conducted on the battlefield of the second layer. And though this had occurred many times as well, the knight was blown away by the swordsman's strike, and as he retreated far back, the swordsman spat out a "Geez, damn it, ? If your mood changes then your sword does too. I've expectations on you with these explosions, you know? But still, how many goddamn times'll it take for you to change, you? Or instead? Whilst saying that, the red-haired swordsman wrung his neck and distorted his lips. With a magnificent posture of mockery as if looking down onto his opponent, the swordsman with expectations scowled at the knight who was his opponent. Are you plannin' on losin' by fussin' over your manners, you? Are you gonna be satisfied by that, are you? What a self-indulgent thing to say. In response to Reed's objection, the knight, who was being told anything per convenience, loosened his lips. Whilst confirming his knight's sword numbed by the kick, the knight accepted Reed's sharp gaze and stood up, directly opposite to him. Julius Ducilius, who had relinquished being a nameless knight, and was resolved to battle destiny. Julius, many a time, you have thrown such words at me, unappealing battling, unmannered sword moves, lackluster amusement. They are words, even I am familiar with. Reed, figures. Even if it ain't to my extent, pretty sure anyone'd feel that by taking a look. There ain't anything in your sword, but desperation. Julius, desperation, Reed's careless remarks surely must not have been brought forth by noble beliefs. He was likely stating what he thought, as is. The reason why it grasped reality, with one of his eyes purposefully concealed, was because everything was visible in plain sight to that blue pupil. He could likely see Julius' shallow ideals concealed above his true character. Upon glancing behind, the form of a female watching over the fight between Julius and Reed could be seen. For Julius, it was the guise of the female whom he currently esteemed the most in the world. However, the female's substance had been changed to that of a different person. Inevitability aside, it had been approximately 2 months since the events that had occurred in that Watergate city. They had managed to resume quite an empty lord and retainer relationship. Julius, now that I think of it, both you and I should have further conversed with open hearts. Julius? Julius, had that been done, I'm sure I would have become good friends with you. Because we shared our cherishing and admiration for the same female. Letting his heart out, Julius challenged the sword saint once again. Reed was wielding a short, slim chopstick in his right arm and assaulted the advancing Julius head-on. Slashing through, clearing away, holding aloft, swinging down, striking in. At times, Julius tackled whilst weaving together reality and myth through the grip of his sword or his footwork, which Reed defended against with ease and a striking lack of seriousness. Reed, this again How many times do I've gotta tell ya this ain't gonna work? Julius, even if you were to call it dull, this is my sword. Reed, here you go. Repudiating the rising yawn with a roar, Julius fired a sword slash which was met by Reed's kick. His stance destroyed by that kick, Julius showed an opening to which Reed's chopstick strike attained a diagonal posture. That instant, Julius overturned the mantle he was wearing and instantly hid his body afterwards. Reed, hair. Reed smiled at that move, and slashed both the mantle and Julius, who was on the other side. However, the moment the mantle was blown off by the chopstick strike, Julius jumped horizontally right behind and escaped the chopstick's slaughter range. Reed, hey, now that's more like it. Julius, no, you are wrong. Reed, huh? Reed praised the battling style of using the white outfit as a distraction, throwing off the righteous path. However, Julius immediately slayed that praise and ran up to the mantle that had gotten blown off. And, picking up the mantle that had been torn by the chopstick strike, he put it on his body once again. Carefully fastening its latch, putting the white mantle on with his white uniform, he personified knighthood. Even if he gave up on being nameless, he couldn't give up on being a knight. Witnessing Julius' attitude as if denoting that message, Reed once again clicked his tongue in displeasure. Reed, hey you, when the fiercely frizzlin' earlier and the hottie stand-in behind there showed up, I expected you to change, you know. That you'd aim for victory without caring 'bout appearances. That I'd get to see that kinda you, You, aren't you clueless 'bout yourself? Reed, ya act like ye're sittin' straight bein' a knight, but your interior ain't that. Your interior's the same as me, that of a stick swinger. So stiff I can't stand lookin' at ya, god damn you. Whilst pointing his chopstick towards Julius, Reed spat out with a bitter expression. Hearing Reed's comment, Julius closed his eyes. And, keeping his eyes shut for some time, he whispered, "Is that so?" once. Julius, I feel like I finally understand. Reed, huh? What did you understand? Julius, about why you are so persistent and obstinate about me. Despite being irritated, Reed never ceased his words for Julius. His way was violent, and said person surely had no such intent whatsoever, but it was akin to that of a leader teaching, guiding Julius. Finally, he now comprehended the reason behind why Reed pulled Julius around this much. Julius, did you see something, which was the same as yourself, in me? The reason why he, on multiple occasions, sneered at Julius, calling his battling style boring and his sword moves mannered, was because he believed there was a slumbering lion within the shell Julius put on. Though Julius thought, to believe that was a lion was quite an excessively positive estimation. Reed, I ain't got any idea about the finer stuff, damn immature fool. I do stuff however I wanna do it. My instincts are tellin' me. That you'd be more interested with your veneer taken off. Read, that's why I'm trying to peel it off. You get it too, right? That at this rate you ain't reaching me, and neither will you get to look cool before the hottie standin' behind there. As Reed turned his chin up and pointed Echidna out, Julius smiled bitterly. Thinking that truly, Reed's eyes were something else, they were observing well. They had perceived well, that Julius Julius was a man of merely affixing appearances. Julius, that is precisely why, I will not depart from the fact that I am myself. Reed, the hell d'ye say? Julius, your words are surely correct. Many things come to mind. Though I never spoke about in a world where everyone had forgotten me, that I am not a legitimate child of the Julius family. He commenced speaking, ensuring Reed, possessing a frown, and Echidna, who was firmly observing the front, could hear him. The unremembered history of Julius Julius which now, nobody remembered but Natsuki Subaru. Julius, my father, who absconded from a noble household, married my mother, who was a commoner, and I was born between the two of them. That is why, my origin is that of a commoner. My parents passed away, and until I was adopted by my current adoptive father who was my uncle, I had nothing to do with the refinement of nobles. Thus, my way is one that is fabricated. Read, what a damn ugly paper tiger. Julius, that may be true. My true essence must be clad in civilian clothes instead of ceremonial clothes, and must be the rustic child unaware of ideals from the time when I used to run about in open meadows, laughing with my friends. Ignorant of propriety, possessing no ideals to strive for, earnest in living day after day. Precisely that way of being himself was the future that had been bonded to Julius. However, that future was washed away along with his real parents by a flash flood, disappearing into the beyond. That is precisely why. Julius, that is why, I shall feign the night. Being fixated over appearances, I shall confine my original oneself. Read, you. Julius, my innocent, ignorant self was however, met by ideals. I admired the knight. Admired the form of the knight, possessing gallants and integrity. Hence, I shall go through with my admiration. Fastening the latch of his mantle with a note, strength was poured into Julius' yellow gaze. Reed was in displeasure, his expression changed from one of irritation to dubiousness. That was his astonishment for his words being denied, yet not being snarled back at. The man, like a painting of defiance, had his awareness eroded by Julius' words. Henceforth, Julius presumed with a grand voice. Julius, I am a gauche man. I perceive everything, based on appearances. Till now, I have believed that if I wield a splendid sword, if I wear dignified clothing, if I use courteous words, I would become befitting of them. Thus, I shall stick through with that obstinacy. He was aware that there existed humans who despised words such as appearances. Natsuki Subaru, whom he immediately thought of, was he not the epitome of that? However, Julius also thought of something inverse. Julius, correcting my posture, completing personal grooming, dressing up as the form wishing to be equipped with that, holding the will to persist through. That is precisely the paper tiger I am determined to wear for eternity. Julius, I am sure there are those who mock appearances. However, I trust that there are just as many who find appearances to be dazzling. Just as how I continued to yearn for the way of the night. He could not remember who it was that made his admiration for the night bud. However, Julius became a knight. The reason why Julius was called the greatest was not simply due to diligently studied sword moves, refined spirit arts, or the heights of his ability backed by those factors. It was because the way of Julius Julius had been thought of as the way of the knight. The reason why it was the way of the utmost excellent knight was because his form, putting up appearances, had been perceived as dazzling. Making that declaration, Julius loosened his lips and turned towards Echidna. Julius slightly shook his head sideways, towards her, who had borrowed the form liable to his utmost respect and affection. Towards her, who was regretting from the deepest depths of her heart, that she did not remember Julius, in order to convey, that there was no need to harbor such guilt. Julius, there was no need whatsoever for me to fear, console, lament being forgotten. Because the existence known as myself is present precisely within the chivalry which everyone knows, which everyone yearns for. And, he could say the same for those girls who were with him in this place. Julius, I apologize for everything till now, O buds of mine. Clinging to a lost bond, without parting ways with you all, I always made you anxious. I shall free you from that burden, this instant. Allured by Julius' whisper, what visualized were fleeting lights of vivid hues. They were beautiful spirits asserting 6 elements, Julius Julius quasi-spirits. They were existences difficult to be distant from, having remained close to Julius Julius ever since prior to him becoming a knight. They too had forgotten Julius, who had gotten his name plundered by the authority of gluttony. However, due to the indelible contract formed between the spirits and the contractor, along with the divine protection of gathering spirits which Julius was born with, they were captivated by the power and continued to remain within his vicinity. Julius too, believing that their relationship would return should his name return, did not let go of them. How foolish that was! He must have not wanted for what remained to change as well, after anything and everything had undergone change. However, Julius, you did well staying with my prior self till now, O buds. I depended on your love, and stubbornly remained without letting go of your warmth. I kept expecting to possibly return to those days, with no problems whatsoever. I shall relinquish that weak, pathetic, uncool self of mine. As if bewildered, the 6 quasi-spirits swayed whilst enclosing Julius' environs. Facing them, Julius firmly presented his hand. The arm extended like a perch, upon seeing it the quasi-spirits gently gathered there. And, Julius smiled towards the fleeting lights halted atop his hand. Julius, there existed a self of mine which feared change. However, upon having not the resolve to lose, there also exist things that cannot be gained, for example, the blooming of the buds named love. A future where I confirm with my own eyes, what flowers will the buds who remained by my side blossom? They did not answer. However, it appeared they knew well what was going to occur hereafter. Hence, Julius moved abiding by that flow. Julius, O buds of mine. I liberate you all. I apologize for clinging to a fragmented bond for much too long. With those words, the quasi-spirits which had encircled Julius' hands took distance as if strummed. That which appeared to even possess a physical impact, pierced through Julius and the quasi-spirits alone with certainty, a sensation scathing like a flash of lightning. The connection, the bond which existed for certain, the contract binding soul to soul, was severed. That was the pain and grief of having forfeited an existence indeed bound to the soul, which only a spirit arts user could comprehend. Though Julius would not know, this same pain had once made even Emilia move to tears and cower. By his own volition, Julius experienced parting ways with his 6 spirits once, and a wound was born in his heart. The sensation akin to distortion rendered his mind and heart, and Julius tasted the detachment of his soul. This was a pain differing from when he had been forgotten by his buds due to the authority of gluttony, from its very origin. Not Julius alone, but the quasi-spirits must have also experienced the pain, and repented. They might have sustained a wound on their soul, conveying that they shouldn't have made a contract with a human. However, Julius, furthermore, now once, I call for you all. Julius, I love you all. If you shall accept the courting of this vain man, then let us bind it. The new contract, between myself and you all. With a loud voice, Julius hollered with a hand raised towards the heavens which he had lowered once. Hearing that call, the quasi-spirits which had dispersed as if strummed, quietly, flickered for merely a moment, faltering and indecision. Those had been matters of naught but a moment. Warm luminescence enveloped the entire body of Julius Julius, gently permeating into the wound engraved on his soul, due to severing the contract. There had been glee. There had been rage. There had been grief. There had been love. There had been hate. These multitude of emotions had been there, in the time, greater than 10 years, that Julius and those girls had spent together. Repudiating it for once, they spun future. Whether that was the correct answer, he did not know. However, he thought that he wanted it to be the correct answer. He may make mistakes countless times. Continuing in failing to choose the correct path, he may err. However, she shall shape himself through that journey. Even if he were to err, he was not alone. He was not by himself. Should he decide to move forward, then there existed ideals molded by splendid predecessors. Should he hold his feet, then there existed the warmth of his buds who had continued to watch over him with deep affection, and should he look beside, then there existed the side profile of his lord vowing to dedicate beliefs that shaped oneself. Just what did Julius Ducilius have to fear, in the future? Julius, that must be true. O beautifully blooming maidens of mine. The 6 buds responded to that cry. No, the blooming maidens gave their answer. A light was born. Julius, from hereafter as well, profoundly, gently, whilst being hurt, I shall walk this path. The pain of the contract's severing was healed by the bond tied together once again. Clad in 6 exceedingly ever mysterious lights, Julius Ducilius looked forward. Their present was the form of the pinnacle as one who had dedicated his body to the sword, whom he admired. However, Julius Ducilius' jealousy was directed someplace different. Hence, he shall slash through that longing and aspiration without faltering, through the lights of a rainbow. Julius, thank you for waiting, Sword Saint Reed Astria, pleased to meet you. Shaking his knight's sword, Julius grasped his mantle and bowed with elegance. And lifting his face, completely taking shape of that which he admired the most in the world, he named himself. Julius, I am the greatest knight, Julius Ducilius. The sword of the kingdom, that shall slash you down. Arc 6, Chapter 82, Shackle accompanying battle. Slowly, gradually unfastening her shackle step by step, she let her body heat escalate. She could feel her blood boil, and sense all of the muscles in her petite figure be pressed and strained. Soft on touch, it was the body of a young girl which seemed even transient and helpless, but the blood flowing within it, the flesh and bones which composed it, belonged to the utmost excelling species in the world. And even therein, it had been christened as the reincarnation of the only God. Lay, this is what you're about, nay Summer Sue. How utterly wonderful you are, Sue. You're glittering, Sue. No matter how much effort, Rem couldn't possibly ever attain you, reach you, rival you, that is how nay Summer is, Sue. Ram, stop spitting around, it is unpleasant. Also, kindly stop comparing Ram with something. Lay, why so? Ram, isn't it obvious? It is because any title aside from Rem's nay Summer is unneeded for Ram. Declaring with apparent disgust, Ram twisted her frame as her elbow rebuff drilled into the air. Slashed upon touch, broke bones upon striking, a fearsome technique which pierced even into the insides. This was being performed lacking all frugality, as she fired a chain of strikes utilizing all of her limbs. It wasn't a move governed by simply physical ability or technique. Had it been brought forth by pure finesse, then Battenkatos, who reconstructed all kinds of techniques of the past and the present, of East and West relying on the memories of eaten opponents, could have surely dealt with it. However, Ram's battle techniques marked a concise difference from that. Stepping in, the elbow or knee strikes which Ram fired changed their velocity midway through. That was because Ram clad herself in wind magic which she specialized in, and wove truth and myth together in the midst of the battle. Accelerating or decelerating speed with wind, she derailed Battenkatos' cognizance as he counterattacked. In the end, Ram utilized wind and scattered her presence in all directions, and whilst slipping into the opponent's blind spot with nimble carriage of her body, struck countless fatal blows. Lay, how irresistible tilde. Whilst agilely evading those attacks of Ram's, Battenkatos acclaimed with a joyful expression. Whilst bleeding from his cut right cheek, disheveling his unkempt long, dark brown hair, Gluttony was enjoying comparing his own ability and his opponent's. Lay, irresistible spice. Acerbic refinement, a gallant trick. Making joyfulness explode, truly dynamic. Nay Summer is, a feast perfectly suited for our gourmet. Flying about the spiral staircase, Battenkatos laughed whilst shifting each other's positions, making the daggers on both of his arms collide with Ram's wand, and opening up distance, saliva dripped down from his open mouth. Lay, how nice, so nice, quite nice, very nice, as it's nice, isn't it nice, as it's probably nice, certainly it is nice, because it is certainly nice Sue. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Lay, above all, what's nice is the scent of that rage. An opponent, who gives us, individually, this much hatred. We wonder what kind of a gourmet delicacy will we get to have a fill of, upon tasting that atop our tongue Clasping both of his hands, Battenkatos shivered about with an incomprehensible premonition of pleasure. Whilst witnessing that, Ram took a deep inhale and confirmed the condition of her own body. Ram, though far from its original condition. Despite not letting it show on her face, in her truest heart Ram had been struck with admiration. Unlike the fools for whom it was a cliché to baselessly claim that they knew themselves the best, Ram truly had a complete understanding of herself. Losing the horn of the Oni tribe, Ram's body, which became hornless, was under the threat of being crushed by an enormous burden on a daily basis. Thus, Ram placed shackles onto her own consciousness. Normally, when she worked as a servant, she did everything with those shackles on. At times there were situations of emergency, and she had no choice but to utilize magic and do away with the situation. On those instances she unfastened one shackle and allowed herself a bare minimum utilization of magic. And, in circumstances which couldn't be sorted despite that, she unfastened two shackles, and though only in short decisive battles, Ram demonstrated about 20% of her original strength. That was around what she had done when she had faced and fought Garfield in the sanctuary approximately a year and a half ago. Ram had confidence that that was the maximum strength she could bring out as hornless, and her body wouldn't be able to endure any further and become disabled. Those shackles, a double-edged sword, right now, had already been unfastened that much by Ram. At that moment, an unusual vacillation distorted Ram's innermost heart. As aforementioned, Ram perfectly understood herself. For her, this absence of feeling recoil after fighting this much was something which hadn't happened to her ever since she was truly a child, around 10 years of age. Should the recoil of having fought this much rebound, Ram's head would ache as if fissuring, she would incessantly bleed from her nose or her eyes, so she must prepare herself for her body being rendered unusable for some duration. That wasn't present here. Because it was flowing into Subaru, whom she had collective destiny with. Ram, if this takes too long, Barusu will die, isn't it? If everything was going by as they had discussed, then about now Subaru must be making efforts in order to deal with the rampaging Shaola, or the advancing hordes of witch beasts. With him was Beatrice, and perhaps Meili. Emilia, who made her memories throb, headed for the upper stories of the tower, and perhaps was putting up a fierce struggle as a solitary force. Mysteriously, some part of that positive, silver-haired girl made her curious. Without question, she was someone whose hand Ram must have held multiple times and guided, before she got her name stolen. Each and every single one of them were helpless and unreliable without Ram. Henceforth, Ram, kindly endure with the intent to die, Barusu. Rem will cry, otherwise. Yes, hurling those inaudible words, Ram unfastened her third shackle, after an interval of 10 years. That instant, Natsuki Subaru gnashed his teeth due to the recoil of Corleonis. Subaru, Q. As if vomiting blood. No, it was indeed the burden of vomiting blood. For a single instant, he felt one of the fleeting lights within the tower enlarge, and the next moment it assailed down upon Subaru. Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru, HK. Letting out a cough mixed with blood, Subaru's stance crumbled as Beatrice, who was by his side, supported him. Unfortunately, what Subaru and Beatrice were currently riding wasn't Patrash, whom they had grown accustomed to riding on, but a witch beast who took no regard for a living being riding on it, a hungry horse king. He had very few experiences of riding without the divine protection of wind evasion, and since there was no saddle to place one's buttocks on or a stirrup to have one's legs supported, a single moment of carelessness would result in being thrown off. The reason why that hadn't happened to him so far was because he used his guilty whip as reins by wreathing it to the witch beast's upper body, and because Beatrice was restraining his body weight through an elaborate magic. Subaru couldn't allow himself to let that persistent effort go to waste. Beatrice, did Ram's recoil reach, I suppose? Subaru, just as you conjecture, indeed. Sorry, I'll somehow put up with it. HK, reaffirming his grasp onto the whip, Subaru responded to Beatrice, who had a good sense of judgment. His rising vomit tasted and scented like rust, and he didn't have the slightest idea just which part of the body's burden this was. His internal organs letting out a creak, or something inside of his body being fractured, perhaps the damage was of that kind. Regardless, this was the proof that Ram had gotten serious. Subaru, if Ram could clean up the side of gluttony, he wouldn't say the situation would ease instantly due to that. First of all, he didn't even possess confidence whether gluttony being crushed would result in restoration of the names and memories it had stolen. He possessed confidence merely in the fact that Subaru's burden would be abated. Should that be, Subaru would be able to concentrate in taking up the inferior physical form of Meili alone. Meili, ha, ha. HK. Clinging to the hungry horse king's upper body, Meili was giving commands to the witch beasts whilst risking her life, in order to face off against the titanic scorpion aiming for Subaru whilst fiercely shaking about its pincers and tail stinger. Meili's risky battling was indispensable. Insufficient war potential could not be supplemented by material resources. Subaru and the rest pushed themselves and created a stalemate which did not exist. When Subaru shouted for that purpose, that it was vital to admire Meili like a princess, he was neither playing around nor joking, but was absolutely serious when he made that comment. At present, though Emilia, Ram and Julius and the others' strength was absolutely necessary for each respective obstacle amongst the 5 obstacles aiming for the Pleiades watchtower, but the one necessary to maintain each of those battlefields was nobody but Meili Portroot. Thus, already for a while now, Subaru had been taking up the feedback from her divine protection which rained upon her. Meili, Winged Mole Chan. Courtesan Bear Chan. Together. With a shrill voice, Meili pushed the witch beasts to their death whilst overlooking the battlefield, clapping her hands, clicking her fingers, or sometimes giving orders with her voice. Though her way of action depended on the witch beasts, her divine protection was being used at full throttle for all of them to abide. Subaru realized that it brought about suitable burden, by feeling as if his own brain was aching, becoming swollen. The grace brought forth by Otto's divine protection of soul language or Meili's divine protection of magic manipulation, felt much more like an expansion of human ability rather than something magical. Upon expressing it, it seemed like a power in the field of superhuman abilities, instead of magic. If that was the case, then it was also understandable that its feedback would be far greater compared to other divine protections. In the sense that the divine protection's object wasn't the surroundings or other people, but it worked only upon oneself. Subaru, after all, divine protections and authorities are both a part of an incomprehensible system. The authorities wielded by Sin archbishops or the witches, and Subaru, by some twist of fate, or the divine protections which had a possibility of being bestowed upon those born into this world. All powers have some way of being put to use, though even Subaru recognized that was truth of a certain kind. Subaru, it's because something like that exists. He couldn't stop thinking that it could give rise to tragedies. The context behind why the Sin archbishops and the witches were feared, and their audacious power, was unmistakably greatly concerned with the strength of the authorities which allowed nobody else to get close. Even divine protections, if things like those didn't exist, then there could have been countless who would have lived without their destiny being distorted. If an example were to be taken, even Meili was a victim to the negative aspect of divine protections. Since she possessed the power to communicate with witch beasts by birth, she had been abandoned by her true parents. He was unaware whether that was true. However, it was a convincing elucidation, self-evident logic. At the very least, that was the truth within Meili's heart. That is precisely why Subaru, I, really have double standards. On one side, he thought he didn't want to rely on authorities or divine protections, but upon rise of necessity he didn't think twice before using them. Though it was true that a weak human possessed limited choices, he didn't want even his heart to coarsen by that. He was walking down a path which shouldn't even be a path. He never wanted to forget that fact. Meili, Onyai-san. Are you concentrati? If Onyai-san or Beatrice-chan get done, then that'll be the end, you know W? Subaru, I know. What do you say, Meili? Once everything's over, wouldn't you become my daughter? Meili, HK. Like I said, concentrate. Meili howled in response to Subaru, who made that inquiry whilst enduring the heaviness of his head. Neither of them had any leisure. Should their concentration get decomposed, everything could end in but a moment, however, but still. Subaru, after putting up with this much suffering, it wouldn't make sense if you won't think that a happy tomorrow awaits. Yes, whilst vomiting blood, that was the thought which came to Natsuki Subaru's mind. Whilst resuming the battle on the sand, Meili whispered something's wrong with me to herself. Of course, there were plenty of things that could be labeled as something being wrong with her. The same went for Shaola before her eyes, who had transformed into the Titanic Scorpion. The same also went for Ram, Julius and the others who were fighting various opponents inside the watchtower, and it was especially the same for Subaru and Beatrice, who were fighting alongside her. However, the one who had the most of something wrong with oneself was certainly Meili, me, isn't it? Why was herself becoming like this? Meili herself had no idea about herself. In fact, Meili believed she had started undertaking action unbefitting of herself from the moment she accompanied Subaru and the others for their journey through the Augria sand dunes. As per the flow, as per the need, regardless whether right or wrong, she had continued to meekly submit to everything that was ordered to her. Since that was Meili's secret to success in life, she had intended to do the same here as well. And yet, Meili, something like the Book of the Dead, it's because something like that exists. Upon hearing it was possible to personally experience the feelings of the dead, Meili was defeated by the inquisitiveness dwelling within her. Possessing no choice but to unseal her emotions towards Elsa Granhire, which had always been soldering, resultantly, Meili ended up stockpiling blunders utmost unbefitting of herself. In the end, being taken to task for that, she even ended up being lectured a great deal from Subaru. Though she did not feel like simply doing away his call with a snicker. For some reason, she was even made to promise cooperation thereafter. Though Subaru had even told her, she will always have his back to look up to, she wondered to what extent did he intend to take responsibility for that, and whether he belonged to the type of people who first said rash things, then later regretted them. In the sense of easily being swept away with the flow, many things came to Meili's mind as well. However, what differed between Meili and Subaru was that he didn't offer mere lip service. If Subaru said he would do it, then he would surely make efforts to do it, and the one who was present at the scene of the promise was it Beatrice. Beatrice shall certainly also try to make him uphold that. If that was so, she felt as if she was being arbitrarily spoilt, and also that she should help someone, but she hadn't been told anything like that till now. Even now, the hordes of winged moles flying about and responding to Meili's hand gestures were being struck down into bits and pieces by the Titanic Scorpion's tail stinger. Normally, the timid winged moles would never charge towards an enemy larger than themselves, but even Meili, who was able to walk over that instinct of theirs, couldn't make them stronger. Meili, their done foe are. Swinging about its colossal pincers, the violence of the enraged Titanic Scorpion killed the witch beasts one after the other. The blood of the slashed, crushed, torn witch beasts permeated into the thirstful sand, and the sand which appeared yellow changed its form to a dark red hue. Meili, HK. Grinding her teeth in response to that reality, Meili nimbly turned her eyesight to the environs, probing the presence of the witch beasts in the sky, on the sand, or even underground, and tamed all those who could be tamed. She could not interfere with their quality. What was necessary at this moment were resources, an inexhaustible number of pieces under control. Meili, GZ. Because of this, I'm definitely having Oni-san listen to whatever I demand later, Okawai. With not even the flexibility to wipe off the sweat on her forehead, Meili slammed harsh words towards Subaru, who was restraining the titanic scorpion from a distance neither too close nor too far. Even for Meili, the back of the hungry horse king did not make for a pleasant riding experience. However, in Meili's case, she had stabbed the mantle enveloping her body through to the witch beast's back with a knife, forcing her body to remain fixed. It was a witch beast under her territory of control. It could accept that level of injury without any problems. The problem lied not in the witch beast, but in the strength of Meili, who had been placed into that situation. First of all, this last moment kind of battling wasn't Meili's way of doing things. Meili's battle style was that prior preparation meant life arranging to place the witch beasts around within Meili's territory of control, deploying them in the battleground, and then watching their conjunctor sail from distance. That was precisely what the specialty of the witch beast user Meili Portrait was. Of course, directly giving orders in the battlefield enhanced the precision of the witch beast's offense and defense, but even that was something Meili's didn't have to do if it compromised on herself. Because she blundered that choice, Meili had been distanced apart from Subaru and the others in battle, and had gotten her body trapped. Meili, Elsa was. The reason why she died was also due to the repetition of such blunders. Of course, neither would Elsa ever wish for Meili to reproach herself. In fact, it was possible she thought nothing of having to die. That is why she couldn't help but get anxious. Just as she did not understand Elsa's feelings, she did not understand her own feelings too well either. First of all, though she was taking part in stalling against the titanic scorpion like this, and forcing through buying time in exchange for the lives of the witch beasts, Meili had never done things this way even once. Though young, Meili Portrait was a killer. Taking someone's life on the command, order, request of someone was her occupation. That is why, this was the first time for her. Fighting in order to help, save, someone's life. Meili, this isn't my way of doing things, Okawai. Subaru's earlier words, akin to incoherent muttering, were excessively infuriating. Quite a thing to ask, saying wouldn't you become my daughter? With an attitude as if he had no hint of being hated by others, truly provoking. Even if her direct enemy was Garfield, it was Subaru who constructed those circumstances. Just as he had indeed constructed the circumstances in this Pleiades watchtower as per his own freedom as well. Yes, though she thought of Subaru's words and deeds in negation, upon taking notice Meili herself had abided by his commands, and was moving like a piece to set up the board just like the other members. If that was the circumstance constructed by Subaru's farsightedness, then it was still convincing. However, no matter what, Subaru did not seem like someone of that caliber. What Subaru possessed was merely desperation, self-assertive expectations, and insane faith as if in trusting his own life. Meili, it feels like, I've turned into a stupid fool as we LL. Whilst pronouncing, Meili drew up the witch beasts she had grasped in the underground, and made them aim for the titanic scorpion. Exploding through the sand sea dyed red, what flew out of the underground was a sand earthworm, with its large frame trembling about, twisting its enormous build which was greater than 10 meters in size. It heartily collapsed into the titanic scorpion. Crushed underneath, swallowed by the sand, a magnificent victory. There was no way things were going to proceed so smoothly, though. Blown by the corona's torrent, the sand earthworm's thick trunk was scattered away in an instant. As the sand earthworm fell over with its body divided into two, splattering out bodily fluids with a strange noise, it was smashed with further precision by the successive attack of the tail stinger. However, there was a smokescreen of blood and flesh utilizing the life of the sand earthworm. The 3 hungry horse kings which appeared from underground which the sand earthworm had broken through, were the real deal. Gugyu-guba. With a howl akin to a child's crying, the flaming half-human half-horses launched a suicide assault towards the titanic scorpion. Though multiple kinds of witch beasts called the Augria sand dunes their home, the ones which were the utmost excelling in terms of standalone steam power were these hungry horse kings, using the winged moles, which were large in numbers but couldn't make for a decisive blow, or the courtesan bears with extremely low endurance, and the sand earthworms which tried to crush with their enormous bills altogether as cover. Meili had preserved the real deal. Drawn by the traces of this battle, the three hungry horse kings which had gathered here, they fell behind the titanic scorpion in terms of fighting strength, but these were the witch beasts which the opponent was utmost vigilant about. That was the indisputable proof of the fact that it sensed the steam power of the witch beasts to be a threat. Meili, looks like I'm fine after all. One which Meili herself was on, one on which Subaru and Beatrice were seated, and the three hungry horse kings which she had prepared for this strike, the burden of making all of them move at the same time must be befittingly, substantially heavy. Meili was, however, not experiencing that recoil right now, mysteriously enough. It was possible that the battle's enhancement let that happen, and if that was the case then she would like to presume upon that. She did not think of bringing the enemy down. However, should she be able to land even a slightly deadly blow, then it would also ease achieving Subaru's purpose. In a certain sense, this may have been the third time the young girl named Meili, who had lived her life going by the flow, had desired to do something by her own will. The first was when she had wandered around the watchtower at night time, seeking salvation through the Book of the Dead. The second was when she had been mentally cornered, and had drawn close Subaru's back as he stood by the spiral staircase. And, the third, with the purpose of buying time, seeking a result greater than what was expected of her. Subaru, Meili. The moment the three hungry horse kings approached the titanic scorpion, a scream accompanied with blood called Meili. That was, quite literally, Subaru's voice as he bled by the edge of his mouth. Meili was puzzled, because it was neither exultating, nor joyful, nor admirating, wondering what was there to be so angry about, when she was doing her job this well. However, Meili, huh? Wielding lances of spears, the three hungry horse kings viciously leapt upon the titanic scorpion. No matter how efficiently was it to use its pincers or tail stinger, it would fail to block. It was what she expected, but she took notice, upon observing the change that occurred on the titanic scorpion's body. As if it had been scorched by flames, or as if it had sipped blood just like the sand. The exterior shell that had been shining dully like blackened steel, changed its color as if opening its eyes. An instant later, a second later, the jet black color of the shell had changed to blood like red. In certain kinds of witch beasts, there are those who invoke a transformation called a fence hue. The transformation causes their behavior to change with a distinct difference from normal, and they become aggressive with greater ferociousness. As a transformation easy to grasp, the outward appearance changes in the majority of cases. The inflation of the hungry horse king's flames, or countless eyes being yielded throughout the body of the white whale, also corresponded to the same. And that was something the titanic scorpion, the crimson scorpion, corresponded to as well. Becoming further aggressive, further destructive, further deleterious. Meili, A white sheen was fired in all directions, making the leaping hungry horse kings vanish in thin air. At the same time, the aftermath of the wild corona outraged about, as if mowing down the sand sea. And, swallowed by the torrent of exploding light, Meili's petite figure fluttered midair, a spray of blood accompanying. Enhancement overflowing with the sensation of boiling blood, she had despised that ever since she was a child. Omnipotence, which seemed as if she could govern all things in this world, had the time of her being intoxicated with that hallucination continued, no matter how firm a spirituality she may have been blessed with, time would have unquestionably made her err her path. She was aware that she surpassed others. However, she did not lay too much trust in that. She also made mistakes. Simply by possessing a will to not make mistakes, and a stance to correct mistakes. The reason why she had been able to embrace that will, was also thanks to her not being intoxicated with omnipotence and acting like a fool. thanks to her not committing the misunderstanding of believing she was something wonderful by going along with the extravagant praises of her surroundings, and remaining without becoming a yes-man of those who revered stale traditions and old-fashioned mystiques. And, the reason why she remained without being crushed by such surface reasons, was thanks to whom, she wondered. She knew that it was surely thanks to something which couldn't be remembered, which was missing, the reason being Ram. After all, Ram is not only cute, but also wise. Deserting words of her own praises, Ram's unremitting footing smashed the difference in stair levels of the spiral staircase. That instant, the peach-haired Oni clad in wind swung her arm, crushing the arm of her opponent who tried to accept it. Twisting it in an instant till the wrist, elbow and finally the shoulder, she fractured it. Lei, Gh Su. She shan't let the grumble of agony reach. Knocking her fist to the side of the face about to give rise to a ball, Ram's fair fingers turned into buckshots. With countless blows fired onto his entire body, Batankato's jumped away whilst vomiting blood. Pursuing him, Ram rode on the wind she had produced below her feet, and leapt extremely high up. Lei, He Su. As if assaulting Ram, Batankato swung both of his feet around whilst midair. The following instant, the created distortion of space came in contact with Ram's shoulder, and slashed her clothes, skin and flesh, a leftover souvenir of a blade invisible in the air, an impudent trap brought forth by wind magic. Ram, something of this level. Lei, you're saying that you will blast it away with wind? Won't do, useless. As it's something that's been fixed in space, you see tilde. Even Nei Summer wouldn't be able to kick it away, how unfortunate, 2-D. Seeing through her plan beforehand, Batankato's, with a blood-stained smile, kicked the air. Though he was not truly kicking the air, but was using the blades which had slashed Ram as a foothold, walking aerially using those whose positions were known only by him as footing, he freely flew about the spiral staircase, which heavily made use of the tower. However, Ram, clairvoyance. Even if she weren't able to capture that within her perception, should she be able to overlap with a field of vision of established humans, she could grasp a hiding spot even with the slightest change in consciousness. As Gluttony tried to escape upwards and upwards into the air by using his traps as footings, Ram overlapped with her opponent's field of vision and using the same as footing, bolted towards him with conviction. Lei, Hasu. Ha. Seriously, Nei Summer? Are you for real? Ram, what a Barusu-like thing to say. It'd help if you'd stop this tug of war. Batankato's was surprised, and having jumped through the air faster than his ascent, Ram looked below towards his creepy face. And, she mercilessly drived in the bottom of her shoe towards that face, with an opened mouth lined up with sharp fangs. Lei, Bh. Ram, all right, let's see how many times you will be able to get a taste of Ram's shoe until you fall below. With his snout crushed, Batankato's petite frame rolled over midair. With the vigor of his ascend killed off, this time Gluttony was made to fall directly below due to the strength of Ram's kick at the same pace. Pursuing him, Ram raised both of her hands towards the heavens, yielding wind her palms and swiftly downwards, towards the falling Batankato's face, hammered a second kick no, the third, the fourth, and continued hammering kicks in, mercilessly. Ram's heel kicked into his nose, his teeth, his chin, his forehead with each shot. She had found that sneering face, and that mouth which time and again called Ram Nei Summer to be unpleasant. She intended to spoil them both, as their descent yet resumed. By the way, Ram, it's not Ram's fault even if you get hit by the traps you laid. You reap what you sow. Lei, Gh. Gia. Higi I Su. En route to fall by the kick, the invisible blades he had laid in the empty air cleaved Batankato's body. He was bleeding, and it seemed a few of the wounds had gouged his flesh as well, but Ram shall not ignore them. Ram did not like to go out of her way and go as far as to make her opponent suffer and agonize. However, that applied to the cases where her opponent had sympathetic qualities, and if her opponent was a detested enemy of hers, she shall not falter in making them shriek like a pig. Ram, so? Do you regret it? Skillfully halting her body in the air, Ram inquired with her legs remaining on the opponent's face and chest. With his face polluted by thick blood, Batenkatos did not respond to the question, but instead raised the daggers on both of his hands overhead. In that juncture, both of Ram's hands, used as swords, struck the opponent's shoulders, coercively dislocating the shoulder's joints. Lay, oh. Ram, so? Do you regret it? No matter how excellent a technique he wielded, with dislocated shoulders, his arms shan't swing. Whilst looking downwards onto the surprised face with eyes widened, Ram once again repeated the same question. As Batenkatos gazed at Ram, she tried to search for fright being born in his eyes. Her motive was to etch in fright, anguish, an indefinable sense of defeat. For the purpose of revenge, no, not something trivial of that kind. Ram. It was for the purpose of recovering her. The ginormous number of victims who had been met by the tragedy of gluttony until now. For the purpose of recovering the masses who had gotten their name and memories plundered and the history they had come in contact with usurped. If killing was all that was needed, then Ram was capable of doing that even right now. All she had to do was to have her feet where a blade of wind and decapitate him with the same toil as when she had kicked his face in. Even if he was a witch cultist, renowned for being living foulness, if his neck and body were to be sundered, he would effectually die. With a process of retribution, by one who was from the village of the Oni clan which had been burnt to the ground, onto those who had brought about the village's destruction. After all, she was aware that the character of the witch cult was merely repugnant, being a horde of weak buffoons. Thus she questioned, in order to kill his heart prior to his life. Ram, so? Do you regret it? Lay, Su, solar eclipse Su. Upon hearing the question for the third time, faint trepidation got mixed in even amongst the hue of blood. However, he disappeared right before Ram's eyes, literally in the blink of an eye. His disappearance wasn't at a level of merely being movement at high speeds. The sensation of the face, the body of her opponent beneath her feet, vanished. However, she immediately got an idea about where Batenkatos had disappeared to. Ram, clairvoyance. As long as she had the opponent's field of vision pinned down, nobody could escape from Ram. Following the field of vision visible to her, she pinpointed the location in the spiral staircase where the opponent was. Upon enveloping herself in wind and catching up to that, she discovered the form of a bald old man wearing something akin to a priest's garb. That transformation of outward appearance could bewilder and mislead anyone, except for Ram, that is. However, due to the sharing of the field of vision, Ram had conviction that regardless of what form the opponent may have, he was Batenkatos. Ram, it was said that changing form and disguising oneself was lust's technique, but what other tricks do you possess? Lay, shit. Even though there was no intention to use it. No, even though there was supposed to be none. Su. Ram? What are you saying? Upon catching up at the spiral staircase, there present was a kneeling old man Batenkatos. As he groaned in agony, she furrowed her eyebrows upon his attitude, which seemed completely genuine. However, Ram immediately cast aside the resolution of her doubt. What was momentous was that the opponent was still alive and breathing, and that his heart had suffered no cracks. Besides, Ram cannot take too long. Though she murmured that to herself, it had already been greater than a minute since Ram had unfastened her great shackle. Though there was some faint burden saddled onto Ram as well, the majority of it was going to Subaru, is what the situation was. Though she had told Subaru to make minute adjustments, but just as she had conjectured, he was arbitrarily taking up the entirety of Ram's burden. He would go to any lengths, in order to act cool. Something like that, he should have done just for the sake of those he loved or Ram. The situation remains unknown to Ram, but are you finally willing to gulp down this side's demand? Kindly restore everything you have eaten as gluttony up until now. If you do that. Lay, if you do that, then what I? Are you proposing you'd let us off the hook? One Ram, no. If you do that, then Ram shall kill you immediately. Is it not a nice deal? All of your qualities that deserve death, you shall be pardoned by having it merely once. Lei, Bwaha. Whilst using even an elderly pronoun, Batenkato's leaked out a similarly elderly laugh. Observing his conduct, Ram guessed whether this change of form that it was perhaps a necessary procedure in order to use that personage's ability to its fullest. Earlier, when he had completely disappeared before Ram, that was a technique which should be epithethed as a short-distance spatial leap. The one who used that must have been the bald old man which Batenkato's took the form of. Ram, but it is quite strange. If you had this trump card all along, then it wouldn't have been strange to have used to further earlier. Yet, wonder why you continued to hide it. Ram, do you have a reason why you do not want to use it or such? Like being dragged along by the vessel. Lei, good gracious. Truly, never have we come across a lady this terrifying. No p. Really, nay summer, you are scary. Upon the conjecture through the inchest possibility, the form of the old man slowly changed into a small stature. That was the affirmation of Ram's identification, and also evidence of the fact that the transformation did not make the received wounds disappear at the same time. Batenkato's was bloodstained, his face was spoiled as well. Ram, what about your shoulders? Lei, relocated them by slamming into the wall. Because it's something that doesn't go well if done just once, you see tilde. It hurts, it hurts. As if confirming the sensation, Batenkato's greatly gyrated both of his shoulders which he had relocated and healed. Witnessing that, Ram introspected that instead of dislocating his shoulders, she should have slashed his arms off from his shoulders. Or if she were to crush the ends of his limbs, then she might perhaps crush all of his absurd tricks as well. Lei, both this and that, forestalling what this side's supposed to achieve, everything. How amazing, nay summer. Could it be, nay summer, aren't you yourself using an authority like Onii-san? Ram, truly unthinkable. This is merely Ram's excellent power of insight. Don't group it together with Barusu's incomprehensible instinct. It is unpleasant. Kindly die. Lei, ha tilde, neat ah. But, is that so, guess that's so. Languidly dropping out his torn tongue from his mouth, filled with fangs, Batenkato's expressed a blood-stained smile. Widening her eyes in guard upon that ominous gesture, Ram let strength flow into her shoulders. If he made any unusual movement, no. Ram, before you do anything, kindly have a taste of this. Before he could make any unusual movement, Ram opted to blow away the opponent's limbs with blades of wind. There existed ways to halt bleeding. There existed no ways to halt pain, but that questioning would resume until and unless he died. Making that judgment, she struck unhesitating blades of wind. However, Lei, the bet is our win. Whilst basking in the blades on wind, the plump, stout man with an unshaved face jumped towards the rear. The blades of wind which should have been able to cleave, rather than merely limbs, even his fat trunk regardless how thick his skin was, were unable to bring about anything but a light tinge of red on the stout man's skin and were swept off. Lei, nay summer, wonder if you have a teensy bit of misunderstanding. Just to let you know, you aren't the only one who's keeping a watch on the opponent, you know? As Ram advanced, believing she mustn't let that giant get away, that voice was slammed onto her. The subsequent instant, Ram got her throat slashed by one of the leftover souvenir blades, and her proceed was delayed half a step. Batenkato's slipped into that interval, of merely half a step. Lei, this is our hit, fro our approach. 3. The form of the old man disappeared with the speed of a blink of an eye, and the intimidating air of the presence which had appeared right behind her intensified, granting her not even the time to turn backwards. A mighty fist was hammered into Ram's side, blowing away her slender figure. Whilst being hurled away, pronouncing Ga-H, Ram glanced and observed that the one who had swept and sent her flying was a man with a robust physique and a violent aura, instantaneously switching the forms of three men, the linkage which utilized their special qualities to their fullest. Ram, even so, you do not think that a technique once shown will work, Argai? Lay, don't think so. Do not think so. Don't think so, you know. Don't think so, indeed. Don't think so, thus. Exactly because don't think so. Don't think so as it said. The form of the hollering Battenkatos changed into the old man once again, and covered one of his own eyes with his hand. Experiencing dread and fright upon his movement, Ram stretched her long legs, promptly kicking the wall, testing to take the position in order to agilely spring at the opponent. However, she could not make it. Lay, we are aware. Rem's nay summer cannot continue to move in that fashion without any tricks. 4. Not Ram's movement, but Rem's knowledge had drawn that answer. Witnessing Ram's movements, who had transcended the confines of being hornless, Battenkatos averred that conjecture with resolve, and when Ram returned to the difference in levels in the staircase, he realized that malice. Namely, Lay, nay summer, we don't really want to compare strengths with nay summer, you know W. Yes, the cunning smile vanished as if thawing space. Temporally instantaneous mobility brought forth by short-distance distortion of space upon that being executed consecutively, withdrawing from the battlefield was a simple, easy matter. Though she hadn't expected him to respectably fight until death without giving in. Ram, quick to decide escaping. No, rather than that. If he was aware of Ram's clairvoyance, then he would not think he would be able to simply levant. The reason why he took distance whilst knowing that, was because he had realized the time restriction placed onto Ram. And, though vexing, Ram had been made to lose a considerable amount of time. The burden placed onto Subaru shall exceed a minute in duration. As quickly as possible, she must discover the whereabouts of Battenkatos, who had escaped into the tower. By the time those thoughts dawned upon her, she took notice that sin Archbishop, a clod of malice, shall not slip into the tower simply for the purpose of escaping. He was familiar with what the greatest medium of tormenting Ram, whom he was confronting, would be. That was Rem. At last, the field of vision of the evil overlapped with Ram's field of vision, engrasped once again. Reflected therein was the tail of a black earth dragon, scurrying with the sleeping beauty atop itself. Arc 6, Chapter 83, Ram. She remembered, anything and everything being scorched, engulfed in red, scarlet flames. The decadencing days, calm and stagnant, met an abrupt end. Before that insanic violence, even the title of strongest demi-humans, even the position of the most feared headman in the village, even the ubiquitous love of parents who protected their child, all held no purport. It was regrettable that she had been late to take notice of the slaughter's rampancy. No, this time, perhaps the tactfulness of the opponent was worthy of praise. They were detested, shunned, ostracized by the world. Therefore, they lurked in darkness, erased their presence, silenced their noise, and had knowledge of techniques to draw near unnoticed. It would be correct to say that at the point of the first ambush, victory and defeat had already been incised. Faint quiescence was mingled into the atmospheric mana. By the time her horn had sensed that aberration, it had already been far too late. First, half of the village persons had been retrenched initially, leaving less than half of those capable of battle. Adding to that, further half of those had not come about, due to the exigent nature of pondering whether they had been mistaken. To summarize, their hearts had been putrefied by peace and harmony. The only clan, once named as the strongest demi-humans, even said to have been capable of bringing about change in the state of affairs of the kingdom of Lugnica if they had taken part in the demi-human war, even had the if of that history occurred for the argument's sake, the only clan unmistakably wouldn't have bore great results either. Anyhow, the half that had been abated by the first assault, were further reduced to another half by the following second assault. By that point, blazes arose throughout the village. By the time death wails resounded into the night sky illuminated scarlet, all of the honest in the village had inferred the aberration. However, in those moments, only two had perceived so much as the fall of the Oni clan. Ram. Break out of the siege. It's fine as long as you alone stay alive. With two enlarged gigantic horns, her elder cried with all muscles of his body bulked up. Her elder, carrying the long sword he specialized in, leapt out of the room, and vented that at Ram, as she slashed the ordinary combatants down using wind. Telling her to stay alive, but that was not because he possessed disquietude regarding Ram. For it had been her elder who believed with the greatest undiscerning honesty that Ram herself was the promising, dazzling, gleaming future of the Oni clan. The reincarnation of the former glory of the Oni clan, the Oni god who had advanced domination and conquest in the era of the witch. That was the role expected of the prodigy named Ram, and must have been his ardent wish as the final patriarch of the Oni clan, which had all but forgotten battling. HK. She felt like laughing it off with an exhale, finding it to be just ludicrous. Even in this age, did the wish of the Oni who represented the village refer to entrusting the realization of an impossible dream to the future? He could nimbly consolidate his comrades, attempt to launch a counterattack at the enemy. The options he possessed for taking action were countless. However, Ram did not intend to offer that as advice to the patriarch. This night was not the cause. For Ram had already, since a long time in the past, turned her back towards her tribe. Something like the glory of the Onis. Worthless. 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 Even the reality that the purest blood of that Oni clan was flowing within her, was repulsive. Certainly, upon wishing for strength her blood boiled, enhancement reigned over her entire body, a sense of omnipotence as if the entirety of all and everything existed for her sake appeased her. The truth was that had Ram grown into adulthood healthily, then that sense of omnipotence might have become genuine. However, Ram did not wish for that. Within this confined world, rather than putting on airs as the child of God, Ram had a future she seeked to choose. It was, instead of being lionized as the reincarnation of the Oni god etc., instead of spending her lifetime as a shrine for her blood relatives who resumed to cling to a glory already met by ruin, something possessing far more worth, it was, to live as the, of. Centralizing her attention to her forehead, she encompassed the mana scintillating with heat into her entire body through her white horn. Upon praying for it with might, Ram's perception greatly, immensely magnified, hijacking the field of vision of all that was breathing and living in her environs, she grasped all happenings of the confined village with perfection. The number of enemies was large, and they had taken positions encircling the village, ensuring escape was improbable. Correspondence at the first instance had been delayed. The only ones who had been able to oppose properly were the half of half, and they too had lost numbers such that the remaining ones could be counted on one hand, indicating the exhaustion of the Oni clan's spirit. One person, the elder, seemed to be making strenuous efforts and battling, but the enemies who had assembled there were quite well trained. The traces of the elder, as he fell into disadvantage, were enveloped in rich death. Cladding her small body in wind, Ram bolted through the village as if a gale. What those lips announced, referred to her one and only, whom she loved even within the slightest thought. This was not Ram's heartlessness. She was simply renewing her consciousness. For Ram's parents had been within the first half of people assaulted, and no longer had any hope of their lives being saved. Never had she detested her parents. However, both of them, for better or worse, had been born into this village, had been members of the Oni clan who chose to die within this village, and had unmindfully accepted a rather lenient perish was what she believed. Hence, for them to lose their lives on this night was a certain kind of inevitability. However, this does not mean they will not be avenged. The black shadow obstructing her way, the enemy with its entire frame clad in a robe. Towards the underlings wielding and romping with the cross-shaped daggers, Ram delivered an unfaltering wind, whether they had made light of her as a mere child, or if they simply lacked ability. Failing to accept Ram's wind blades, the black shadows proceeded to be slashed down from one to the next, giving an atrocious rise to dead bodies in great count. Even then, Ram enveloped herself in wind and resumed her slaughter, as if dancing within the flares. Should it be likened to, then perhaps it had indeed appeared as if a glamorous pirouette. However, in reality, with the swing of an arm Ram robbed life, and each time she made what had shaped disappear, dark joy cried for exultation through her youthful mind. Kill more, so it howled, vehemently. Her inner oneself urged her to pillage blood, flesh, bones, soul, life. This evening was not the first time she had lent her ears to that appeal. Since in the distant past, since the moment she had taken birth, precisely this voice allured her upon the slightest interlude. It sought the awakening of her inner oneself, apprising her to entrust her life, to her blood, her flesh, her bones, her soul. It appealed to her, that she could kill far more, that she could destroy far more. Ram seemingly couldn't comprehend, about simply what was so wonderful about this. Neither the elder, nor her parents, no one, could comprehend this. Ram did not even feel inclined towards conveying about this, to those who sought of her a duty which departed from her being Ram. It appeared as if she was being controlled by her horn. Had she not possessed a firm self, her youthful persona would have gotten easily swallowed, demolished, and precisely then she surely would have become the reincarnation of the only god in accordance with the desires of her surroundings. However, she did not become that way. The reason being, Chan, called by a shrill voice, upon turning back there she saw, irradiated by the blaze. During that instant, a surging wind dispelled the obstructive crowd of black shadows away, blowing them away into fragments in one go. And, making haste, Ram headed to. Gaze pervaded with fright, with no strength in legs, had collapsed at that spot. Extending her hand to her beloved, she helped stand up. In accordance with the elder's wish, Ram must survive. However, not by herself, but together with. That had been the instant. Ascertaining safety, for but a moment, she let her guard down. By the time she took notice of the presences, she had been encircled, a situation arduous to make even an escape route through. By herself, it would not be impossible. However, if she alone were to survive, then that would be no different from dying. She possessed no choice but to, come what may, break through the situation. For that purpose, she shall unfasten all shackles sealing her might, and impel an enraged wind towards the enemy. That must have been an interval within her heart, sired by the sense of omnipotence she abhorred. The black shadow slipped through the blades of wind, the single burnish it fired tenaciously afflicted her forehead, her field of vision fulminating, reclining due to the enormous impact, whilst tasting an excruciating sense of loss. Ram gazed steadily, swiveling, towards the scarlet night illuminated by the blaze scorching the village Danout, gyrating, a white horn sword. Apprehending that was her own horn, her slim throat gave way to a screech, begotten by agony and sense of loss. Whilst screeching, however, alongside, Ram detected, ever since she had been born, that voice which continued to eat into Ram, had become inaudible. Ah, so it was something that simple, she thought, being amused by her own imbecility. Whilst watching the horn paint a parabola into the scarlet night. Ah, it finally broke. So spoke her mind. Devoutly, fervidly, the black earth dragon absconded from the field of vision she shared through clairvoyance. On its back was the young girl, bound to be Ram's cherished other half. One of her wings, unremembered, absent, having bequeathed merely a gaping void of loss. Ram, apprehending what meaning this held, Ram's heart trembled with rage. Though exasperating to admit, Ram had managed to regain a part of her strength of heyday owing to Subaru's cooperation, and that potency had overpowered the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, lay Batankatos, slowly cornering him into disadvantage. Ram herself could affirm that in terms of simply killing him, she had attained a countless amount of opportunities. However, the vexatious authority he had been endowed with, the existence of the power and ability to eat the memories and name of the opponent made Ram hesitate in imprudently taking the life of that blasphemer. A judgment compelled by, not kindliness, but necessity. But, the result remained the way it was, the result. Resultantly, Batankatos freely utilized his authority and made a safe escape before Ram, and with the same momentum, headed to secure Ram's person, Ram's other half. His aim was obvious because he possessed conviction that he shan't win, even if he were to uprightly battle Ram, fighting face to face, and upon the instance of discerning drawback, withdrawing and altering the way of action. Sin archbishops were no warriors. They were existences who acted with avarice for the sole purpose of fulfilling their own desires, possessing not a single reason to be concerned with what path ought to be taken for victory. Thus, he plotted revenge against Ram, who had made him taste humiliation, and to further curtail the time limit placed onto the hornless Ram using Rem's memories which he had stolen as basis. Infuriatingly, that strategy was the optimum solution. Should he seize and gain control of Rem's person, he could incapacitate Ram with ease. Even should that not be, should he buy any more time, then this camp's war potential would suffer an immense loss. With the flow of time, her chances of victory diminished. Hence, Ram must catch up to Patrash as soon as possible. Fortunately, Patrash, whom Rem had been entrusted to, was a ground dragon so intelligent, it could be said that amongst the battle array assembled within this tower, it was second only to Julius. Subaru and Beatrice had foibles, and Echidna and Meili had far too many unknown aspects to them. Those like Emilia, who brandished an air of being unreliable, were outrageous. And though complicated, Baton Kato's was evidently tormenting Patrash. Despite being capable of running it down in an instant at simply the thought of running it down, Baton Kato's had intentionally waned his onslaught, cultivating an interval through his pursuit, and had been taking joy in a hunt emaciating his prey. All for the sake of sharing his field of vision, and scorching this spectacle into Ram's memory. She could no longer allow him to take any further arbitrary action as per he pleased. Ram, It had been the moment she was enveloping herself in wind, seeking to break into a sprint. Her field of vision, aiming for the floor above the spiral staircase, obfuscated, and for an instant, clairvoyance came undone. Whilst maintaining the projection of Baton Kato's field of vision in her right eye, preserving her own field of vision in her left eye, the scenery blurred further. That was not all. The heavy exhaustion she could not feel till now, and the jip and affliction as if her organs were being churned by an invisible hand, descended upon Ram herself. That was, indubitably, the effect of weariness Ram was ordinarily made to taste. What Subaru a bombasted he shall take over through some kind of an authority, the indemnification bound to eternally eat into the hornless rammet, rebounded towards Ram. What dawned upon her forthwith, was the possibility of Subaru having died, vainly and uncouthly. However, she could judge that wasn't the case due to the lightness of the burden rebounding onto Ram. Though merely for a few minutes, taking the might Ram had brought forth into account, its indemnification shan't be this meager. It was supposed to be such agony that it should be no peculiarity even if she were to literally vomit blood and oscillate. The fact that that had not occurred, though an unforeseen circumstance had taken shape, implied Subaru had not unreservedly withdrawn from the war front. Otherwise, a progression of events entirely contrasting the occurred happenings also came to her mind. Namely, a disaster which Subaru was obliged to take up had occurred onto someone else's body, beyond the burden of Ram's body. Ram, Beatrice Summer or Meili, Knight Julius. Her mind drifted in that direction, but affirming that answer held no significance. What was momentous was that it had now become onerous for Ram to bring forth the might akin to what she had earlier, which had succeeded in overpowering Baton Kato's. In terms of shackles, merely one was unfastened. Should she strain herself, it would be feasible for her to unfasten the second one, though that too couldn't be persevered for more than a few tenfold of seconds. Thus, in this plight, would she truly even be able to win against Lay Baton Kato's? Ram, why become so weak-kneed? There is no choice but to follow the plan for winning. Even whilst she was spending her time this way, the possibility of her camp's victory continued to be diminished. Now for once, nearly missing her step, Ram stepped on the steps and darted upwards of the spiral staircase. Whilst feeling the void of absence throb, sensing as if she had also, in the past, whilst panting, chased after her younger sister being pursued, just like this. Dodo Jiwan. Question mark, ha ha tilde. Truly, it sure is Nisi. You sure are doing your best holding out, despite being just a ground dragon, who h. Whilst continuing to lacerate its scales through the casted daggers, he commended the black ground dragon scampering through the narrow aisle. It was bleeding through the slashed and gouged wounds, Painful to even look at, however, the ground dragon decisively made a prudent escape, completely discarding its own conditions for victory. The divine protection of wind evasion was a hallmark belonging to all species of ground dragons. As long as the ground dragon resumed running, a large part of the adversity of external factors such as wind or footholding was nullified, affirming the deed of running in order to achieve an objective. Its grace also subsumed the carriage fastened to the ground dragon, or its rider. In other words, the reason why the sleeping beauty, in an unconscious state, bound and fastened to its saddle had not been ejected off yet, mostly owed to the influence of the divine protection of wind evasion. Had it been absent, the sleeping beauty surely would have already fallen into the hands of Batankato's. Lay, amazing, gallant Sue. Despite all the hindrances done here and there in your dash so far, you sure have the nerve to still not halt your feet and keep holding out. Well, if you halt your feet, then the divine protection of wind evasion will be rescinded, and we get the reason why you'd be so desperate, but you know W. Dodo Juan. Lay, ground dragons, aren't they nice? They're indefatigable, and are devoted to their masters. Surely, had you been a human, we think you would have certainly made for one mouth-watering platter for us of gourmet Sue. But, though lamentable, our stomach can't get filled by a ground dragon Sue. In possession of will, in possession of a soul, in possession of memories, in possession of a name, nevertheless, the authority of gluttony couldn't eat that, belonging to all which nowise was human. Thus, Batankato's could not adore and cherish the ground dragon directly confronting an enemy onerous to oppose with such desperation and earnestness, through what was the greatest medium of doing so for himself. Despite him drooling over simply how delicious it seemed, he could not eat it. That was, as though a meal illustrated onto a painting with the utmost supreme paintbrush. Rice cakes illustrated onto a picture couldn't be eaten, though a phraseology like that did seem as if something he had come across. Lay, that's it. That's completely it. When the stomach is feeling so hungry and nothing can be done Sue. Something like the drawing of food this delicious looking is just letting live and then killing. Isn't this completely what's called child abuse Sue? Whilst resuming his pursuit of the sprinting ground dragon, he spouted the clod of blood clogged within his nose. In the immediately previous battle, his face had suffered damage, and his left eyeball was gurgling as if its retina had been shattered. His fangs marred, his tongue torn, blood ceaselessly cascaded down to his jaw, but none of it mattered. Contemplating that Ram, at present, was viewing this spectacle, his deepermost heart pulsated. Nay, Summer is pure, noble, perfect, an impeccable being concocted devoid of flaws. That was what the memories slumbering within Batankato's implored, and also believably his rational appraisal after having been half killed, unable to undertake any resistance. Against a serious Ram, Batankato's shan't be able to compete. No, plausibly, whichever sin archbishop may it be, they would all get easily killed with a twist of serious Ram's finger. Though possibly Regulus, he might have been able to put up a fight due to the absolute nature of his authority. There's no way that idiot could kill Summer anyway, you know W. At most, if she couldn't kill him then she wouldn't have killed him, but ended it by just dropping him down the great waterfall or something, isn't it? Even without having to kill, there existed countless ways of confinement. Precisely how the Witch of Envy failed to die even to the hands of the three heroes, and was imprisoned in the evil sealing stone shrine at present as well. In other words, no matter what. For providing hospitality to the greatest, perfect Summer, we must arrange for suitable preparation as well or it'll be quite rude is what it's about you know W. Dilating his unsteady left eye, Batankato's expressed a melancholic smile dripping blood. Though the ground dragon's velocity was considerable, indoors it was merely inutile treasure. Much less, since Batankato's was capable of chauffeuring across space through a method of traipsing making practical use of memories throughout times, even entirely nullifying the distance opened in between. As Summer's little sister, must grow up without any embarrassment. With a rising sense of purpose seated in his chest, Batenkatos hauled the memories in the depths of oneself. The authority of gluttony, in its types existed an ability called eclipse. It could concisely be classified into two parts, solar eclipse and lunar eclipse, but its use was extraordinarily difficult. Lunar eclipse was a phenomenon wherein the moon was visible as waned. On one hand, it referred to hauling out the memories of the eaten opponents, and recreating them in Batenkato's own flesh body. Normally, Batenkato's browsing multifarious memories, combining them, and practically utilizing them as a hyper-level synthesis, could be stated as this lunar eclipse's specialty. On the other hand, solar eclipse was a phenomenon wherein the sun was visible as waned. Denoting here, a technique wherein not simply the memories of eaten opponents, but to cover oneself with their existence itself, utilizing them in accordance with their original specs. Naturally, the primal bodies of the technique's masters served with greater might for having a good command on those techniques. However, upon transforming the flesh body into that of the opponent, there lied the fear of sustaining far too mighty influence of the opponent's mind, having the possibility of it resonating on a sizable scale in the future. Hence, unless a rigorous state of affairs, Batenkatos or Alphard did not make heavy use of these. What Lay Batenkatos and Roy Alphard principally exercised was lunar eclipse. What Louis Arneb principally exercised was solar eclipse. It remained as a last resort which Louis could buoyantly utilize, for she owned no flesh body of her own, and possessed no firm self. However, half killed in his battle with Ram, the moment he reconstructed Lipa Dorkal in order to survive, Batenkatos shattered the shell. Acquiring a command of solar eclipse, which he had not utilized until now due to being apprehensive of losing his self, he had discovered a technique of maintaining a firm oneself. He could now, better than before, with perfection and devoid of waste, enjoy the main dish named the life of the opponent. Lay, to grow in the midst of battle, is something which originally wouldn't have ever happened to a senile old fool like me, yeah. Ha ha Sue. This sure as heck's a masterpiece. Ain't that right, Nay Summer? 1. Thanks to having established a tenacious self, he felt abundantly refreshed. He wanted to properly show this awakened condition of himself to the wonderful Nay Summer. For that purpose as well, he must opt for a method which exalts her hatred even further. Scent of rage, flavor of rage, texture of rage, full course of rage. Should he not, with all of his might, surfeit the entirety of what he could experience through someone beloved, just what of him would be gourmet? Henceforth, to his self atop of the ground dragon's spine before his eyes, he shall lay. Speaking of, it's something that's never been done before, unexpectedly, killing oneself by oneself. Wonder if this would also make for discovery of new sense of values, you know. Dodo Jiwan. The instant he winked the world altered, due to the short distance spatial leap. The ground dragon, erupting a screech from the depths of its throat, was flabbergasted by Batenkato's arrival, who was supposed to be in the rear, and attempted to run past him directly horizontally without halting its legs. Gallant, truly gallant. However, gallantness served to be nothing but a spice of the tragedies in future. Lay, palm of the fist king. The oscillating strike of the fist vigorously stabbed into the ground dragon's flank. Ordinarily, the strike would be fired by Batenkato's petite stature, but that wasn't how it was for Batenkatos, who had been awakened by witnessing the abyss of death, and had acquired novel strength by shattering the shell. Neji Rockhart's original body drilled and penetrated the impact through the ground dragon's torso, the fist of the Fist King, which had vanquished even enormous full-body armors in countless fights to the death, in the Gladiator Island. Basking its potency, the ground dragon exuded a voice suggesting fatality, and was vehemently bashed into the isle's wall. However, the ground dragon continued to shield the young girl atop itself, from the fist, from the wall, from the floor, and from its own build as well. Tenderly catching the body of the plummeting young girl with its extended tail, it gently dropped her off on the floor of the isle. Though supposed to be a female animal, its handling was with such smartness, all gentlemen could follow it as an example. Involuntarily, even Batenkatos couldn't help but applaud. Lay, how Eve Arsu. Even if you're to gently lay down on the floor and everything, hereafter the head will courteously be chopped off, and it will become a present for Nay Summer. Hopefully you do understand. Dodo Jiwan. Lay, all right, no violence, it's praise for doing your best. Even whilst toppling sideways, the ground dragon attempted to crunch him, whom he kicked into the jaws upwards. Though he seemed to nearly tear up upon its will and maximal of efforts, regrettably, Battenkato's and the ground dragon were mutual enemies. Even if he could extol its heroic endeavors, they could never look up toward the same sky of triumph. Should one side be victorious, another side shall be defeated. Though lamentable, that was what is called reality. Let's firmly sue. Bear that in mind.
Okay.
A pause per word, a scrupulous clamor, he knocked that into the black ground dragon. He must have now etched, alongside agony, a lesson into the crouched ground dragon, with shattered cheekbones and forelegs. Fortunately, Battenkato's could not eat the memories of the ground dragon. Thus, nor did he hold any reason to rob its life. He wished for them to both remember this day, together. What remained was lay, for Nay Summer's sake, by Rem's hand, Nay Summer's precious Rem shall be. ? Stop pronouncing such eerie things. The moment immediately following the echo of the unyielding voice, his face, dangling above and towards Rem, was potently repelled. The face raised upon the reverberating voice, it had accepted the direct hit of two heels approaching from the immediate front. Subsequently repelled to the rear, Battenkato's glided through the floor on his back. And lay, tilde. So you finally were kind enough to catch up, Nay Summer. We. Huh? We. Us? Rem and we all, had been a whitey too. Steadily, he got up from a sprawled posture through merely the strength of his feet. And upon gazing at the facade of his beloved other half, he observed Ram making an expression as if her first instance of witnessing something. Ram, in this short while, you certainly became considerably ugly. Ram, in this short while, you certainly became considerably ugly. That had been Ram's candid impression, having caught up to a terribly foul and malevolent game of tag. Battenkato's field of vision remaining in her grasp, Ram had headed to the locust, dragging her flesh body in a state of incomplete liberation, placing her trust in Patrash's tremendous efforts. In that shorty distant from the spiral staircase in the fourth layer, she had discovered the form of the ground dragon which had been tormented to the point of triturating, and Rem who had been put to sleep by its side. And the one who had been playing tag with Rem. Lay, ugly you say, Nay Summer is cruel. We, so much you know W. Cherish Nay Summer so much Sue so much. Unascertained, his articulation revolved, speech and conduct of reason disarrayed into fragments. The cause surely being it inducing abnormality onto his mind, Ram could know, perhaps anyone could comprehend that with a single glimpse. For Battenkato's form was in an equally distorted condition. Lay. Reconstructing the hauled memories in his flesh body, and facsimiling the shape and form of that opponent was supposed to be Battenkato's ace in the hole, as she had priorly witnessed. However, it seemed to be a forbidden card for Battenkato's as well, and the form of gluttony before Ram's eyes was any amongst all of the hauled memories, yet none. They were blended together, flabbily. With a part of the bald old man who had leapt through space, with a part of the corpulent giant who had taken no damage from Ram's blade of wind, with a part of the martial artist endowed with combat ability reaching holy precincts, as well as the physical features of variegated and profuse other humans, composed the ghastly, ominous appearance of his body. The length of his right hand and left hand, the size of his hands was dissimilar, tactlessly, even parts of his face were disparate and appeared as if referring to that of someone else. The remaining traits of the former Battenkato's, if anything, was the expression of his eyes, but even that may have become a borrowed article by now. And it rather seemed that Battenkato's himself remained ignorant to this distorted circumstance. Lay. Battenkato's had now come to be something that was nobody. Before all else, an existence who resumed to specialize ransacking the memories of others, may have been deficient in having a firm foundation of what is called self. That being the cause of origin, he broke. And what had taken birth in Lu was a Ram, monster posing as Rem. To be truthful, never has Ram been this infuriated. Whilst glancing down onto the face of younger sister, whom she knew as fragments burying the damaged place of belonging, Ram embraced revulsion for Baton Kato's who had appended her traits in a part of his face as well. Impressive how he could provoke someone with such precision. Subaru and him would have made for a good competition of who could irritate more. Ram, you did wonderfully, Patrash. Take Rem, and stand back. Dodo Jiwan. With even its responding voice frail, she covered for a bleeding Patrash to the rear. Whilst dragging its large build, Patrash held Rem's nape in its mouth and withdrew, seeking to keep distance from the battlefield hereon, but Lay, that shan't do tilde, nay summer. That is a valuable hors d'oeuvre. Because before surfeiting the main dish, garnishing is indispensable, you say. Ram, kindly die. Lifting her leg up to her head, she commenced her sprint with her palm turned towards the face seeking to state an irrational line of argument. The blade of wind swirling therein was a minute storm concealing the potency to tear up everything atop of the opponent's neck into shreds. With the matter having come this far, Ram abdicated holding back. As a result of having tormented him without killing him, searching for a way to restore memories, she had endangered Rem's person, and as a matter of fact had invited a situation wherein Patrash sustained immense injuries. Ram shall accept the weight of that truth. She must offer her heaviest apologies to Subaru. And, in order to never repeat that she realized her intent to kill, even if she were to take the earlier utterance of a destroyed mind into account, the possibility of gaining a decent answer from Baton Kato's was slim. Putting 2 and 2 together, this opt seemed correct. Crushing Baton Kato's, and taking the burden of her flesh body back from Subaru. On top of that, returning Patrash and Rem to the green room, and Ram should likely head to back someone else. That was how far her plans went. Ram. On the brink of tearing his face apart with the storm, Ram gazed at the yielded alteration, in awe. It was not anything else. Once again, change had been generated in Baton Kato's outward appearance, that was all. However, for nobody but Ram, that had been an alteration difficult to let pass. On the forehead, of that face wherein a plurality of features had assembled, a single white horn was summoned. Ram, that is. Truly, from the bottom of her heart, had she been moving by her instincts, she shall veil before him, for in their entirety, Baton Kato's deeds had been nothing but exasperating Ram. Lay, nay summer. That moment in time, with certainty, by a face the same as that of Rem's, by a voice which seemingly nobody Rem would vocalize, she was called. Subsequently, Baton Kato's behemoth arm hammered a strike into Ram's petrified face. However, neither was it a hit light enough to be optimistic about. Her skull and brain undulating, blood cascaded down her nose. Her underfoot becoming unsteady regardless of the floor, was the proof of her having sustained enormous damage and injury. And, the one to have brought it forth, a touchingly lovely young girl with an amiable countenance and blue hair seeming a jest as it were, in this sight had assembled 3 faces of the same aura. Lay, please do cry, nay summer. Wafting the ambience of the plead, whilst inducing tears into those pale blue eyes, his fist swung. In but a single strike, the impact entered into her bone medullas, or even the soul present in their depths. Lay, please do get angry, nay summer. Her face lowered once her abdomen was bludgeoned, and a punch impaled into her jaw. Though her tongue survived being crunched, her abdomen was bludgeoned once again and she was thrown backwards, falling prey to consecutive elbows into her cranium. Lay, please do laugh, nay summer. The deep affection that voice was subsumed in, abraded Ram's heart with each word. Rem, who had always continued to sleep within Ram's cognizance. Her robbed younger sister, with her memories erased, whom she was supposed to always be beside yet she wasn't, anywhere. She had been looking forward to being called by her for the first time, after her eyes opened, one day, eventually. Though would Ram have regained the memories of her younger sister at that time, she did not know. Even if they did not return, even if they did return, her words at that time would surely be special like a baby's cry. That was now being. Lay. Please cry. Please get angry. Please laugh. Please suffer. Please smile. Please ache. Please be sullen. Please get excited. Please be bashful. Please sleep. Please blush. Please take umbrage. Please be surprised. Please wish well. Nay summer. 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 Ram, don't HK. Refer to her that way. As she was about to cry those words out, her mouth was plugged by the sole of his palm, rendering her unable to voice. The monster given rise to by Ram, in the final stage his ability and strength, was immense and overwhelming. He possessed no hesitancy. He possessed no restraints in what he hauled out. He possessed no awareness that he was losing himself. Yet, never did he sunder his form from that of Ram's precious other half. Heedless of the moon and the sun being obscured, the darkness had painted gluttony with flawless perfection. Of course, Ram did not get complacent either. She made efforts to counterstrike. Unfastening her shackles until the limit of what Subaru could shoulder, leaping over the limitation she had levied on herself that she shan't use her strength greater than for a few tens of seconds, devoting strength capable of ending life with certainty this time. It stood no chance. Seemingly, none of it could contend against him. Nay summer, such an expression seems unbefitting of nay summer. Ram, HK. A fist by her younger sister, with tapered lips and a dependent expression, made her correct her blunder. Her face perforated and knocked off, crashing into the wall behind, Ram somehow wielded the pride of not collapsing before the blasphemer. However, at present, that alone took the entirety of Ram's might, this being the condition she was in. Just how much time had passed since she had commenced fighting this monster? 10 seconds, 20 seconds, she had unmistakably far exceeded the time limit she had initially established. The time she felt sensation of held no purport, and the flexibility to count the actual time passed, non-existent. However, whether escape had been possible or not was what was utmost portentous. Carrying through as a substitute doll which sustained all attacks, she had supported Patrash and Rem's retreat. Perhaps that was what her objective had been, but due to pummeled in the head far too many times, even that she couldn't recall with precision. Her body was heavy. Her breath was worn. Her head aching, her throat parched, her limbs numb, the old wound on her forehead surging blood forth. From the colorless, white scar, blood rivulet down her face as if a longitudinal slash. Lay, something so unclean, that shan't do. The face traced with blood, was slammed yet again by the fist. Bathing in the single strike, her body slid, and at last her knees lost their capacity to bear her body weight. Within the interval as she proceeded to topple sideways, a faint voice saying no split through in between, and a kick was fired. Defenselessly receiving it by her chest, Ram crashed into the wall whilst her breastbone creaked. Before one could take notice, the Pleiades watchtower, supposed to be a firm existence, parted with its sturdiness and had altered into what had resilience befitting of mere raw material. In other words, basking in the outrage and assault against Ram alongside, the wall shattered at last. Ram rended through the stone wall and collapsed into the opposite side of the aisle. Thick plumes of dust shrouded her environs, as she violently coughed up blood and something of floury texture. That very instant, her broken bones and shattered flesh commenced a great orchestra of screeches, each striving to be the greatest. Turning her head, she attempted to confirm exactly what location had she been pummeled into. Ram, ah. A muffled, husky breath spilled escaped out of her. It may have been one mixed with despondency, or deficit sentiment. In Ram's line of sight, ahead of the aisle she had collapsed into, were the figures of Patrash and Rem. At a distance of a few tens of meters at best the time Ram had bought had been markedly prolonged than the anguish Ram had tasted, being 10 seconds which merely felt overlong. Lay, nay summer, are you unhurt? Barefacedly inquiring about her safety, without treading across the shattered wall, Batenkatos took a detour of the aisle and headed towards her. Ad interim, whilst hugging her arm, Ram somehow stood up at her place. Entrusting her body onto the wall, the decrepit Patrash and her mutually exchanged glances. Dodo Jiwan. Ram, yes, it is understood. Once everything is over, let us chastise Barusu together. The truth was, she was unaware of what Patrash had stated. However, the fact that the black-ground dragon made no effort for revision was proof that Ram's response had been unmistaken. Ram's judgment, she was compelled to acquiesce it had backfired. The fact that she did not kill Batenkatos at the foremost, that developed to be the trigger for everything, attempting to rectify that she had waged combat aiming to instantaneously take his life this time, but Batenkatos, having survived from the brink of death, ultimately resorted to what was the optimum solution for him. Consequently, with her asleep younger sister's living body laid hold of, Ram, as she plummeted into turmoil, faced onslaught. She had used up all of the cards she possessed in her hand, and the card she pulled turned traitor to her as well. Though Ram had awareness of being outstripping in multitudes of facets, she also possessed awareness of being helplessly dearth regarding one particular facet. The serendipity of time. Ever since the day she had her horns slashed off, and had failed the way of the Oni clan, that remained unswerving. Above all, she did possess much attachment to its way. For Ram herself had been the one to find it utmost objectionable in the whole world. Yet, as fate would have it, she couldn't help but long for having her horn now. No, that would not be veracious. Speaking with precision, she did have the horn itself. The horn itself, presently was with Ram, within her reach. The wand of her habitual use which she always carried with herself in that wand's foundation, Ram's broken horn was being utilized. The horn was a crucial organ that efficiently congregated mana required by the tenacious bodies of the Oni clan members. Therefore, as a catalyst for exercising magic, there existed not another article which Ram was further accustomed to. For that purpose, Roswell had taken the pains of retrieving the horn, and had custom-made this wand. Whether in the wand or on her forehead, simply differing positions of the horn, made so immense of a. Ram. Incidentally, whilst pondering over her horn, a particular thought levitated in Ram's mind. The consequence of Ram mobilizing her knowledge in order to connect possibilities of defeating this situation, through contemplating about the presence and absence of her horn, as well as the truth that she had once overwhelmed Batenkatos, Ram, whose horn was broken, and Rem, who remained asleep. The latter concerned with consequence, but with regards the former. Why did Roswell retrieve Ram? Ram was au courant of the duty Roswell sought of her. She was also mindful of what scheme Roswell was seeking to carry out in its course. Ram had also heard that she was necessary for that purpose, that it would be natural once the time arrived, and that he was aware of the means for it. Thus, Ram purposively intended not to inquire into it until the time arrived. However, in these moments levitated a thought necessary for Ram herself, for Rem, who continued to slumber, for Batrash who fought for the sake of the sisters to survive. It was a dreadfully preposterous possibility. However, it also withheld her chest, conveying it was also convincing and reasonable. Had it been Roswell L. Mathers, whom Ram had fallen in love with? Ram, he would have surely done it as well, with courage befittingly being called inhuman. Spilling those words, Ram withdrew the wand her thigh was equipped with juddering hands. Intently gazing at the wand she had operated for 10 years, and she vigorously knocked it into the wall. From the interior of the splintered wand, flew out that which she hadn't laid her eyes upon for a long span of time. As it swiveled and gyrated nearly to an unpleasant extent, just like back then. Steadily, clearing away the colorless dust enshrouding the aisle with his hand, Batenkatos stepped forth. With an elegant gait brimming with graceful conduct, to not cause any noise greater than necessary was the etiquette of a maid, and the minimum consideration in order to not bring shame to one's master. Ahead of the smoke was supposed to be his beloved elder sister, collapsed. He had wished to see her various expressions. Conceiving potent emotions, her light crimson eyes set ablaze, he had wished to directly gaze back into them. That was a resolute initial desire, which could now be perceived as awakening of love. Lay, oh dear. Dodojuan. Beyond the dust, what was first in his sight was the black ground dragon dragging its feet. During his confab and contact with Nay Summer, before one could notice, the ground dragon had gone out of vision. Though not particularly a subject of his interest, he did have a task to fulfill regarding the existence brought along by the ground dragon. He wished to erase that existence, which unpreparedly lured Nay Summer's mind. Oneself being the only one to refer to Nay Summer as Nay Summer and yearn for her, was sufficient. Nay Summer belonged to oneself alone. Lay, there it is. On the opposite side of the ground dragon twisting its build, there lay the form of the sleeping beauty drooping by the wall. With the body raised just ideally, it would be easy to aim for the throat to the heart. Immediately bringing an end to that lifetime, he must commence with the main dish, Nay Summer. Yes, as he distanced closer to the sleeping beauty, Battenkatos took notice, the head of the young girl with eyes cast downward, crowned with blue hair, that it was dimly and fleetingly glowing. For naught but a moment, he was puzzled regarding the identity of that glow. However, saying that wasn't possible, he repudiated the answer arising from one's own cognizance. The possibility of the slumbering young girl performing that was. Ram, to make a correction. Lay, HK, Nisa. Ram thought she did not possess the serendipity of time. However, that was wrong. He attempted to call to the owner of the voice he had heard, but was unable to succeed. A strike with velocity exceeding that, knocked Battenkato's face. Astonishment, and the subsequent instant the shock wave pierced through him, pushing him towards the opposite direction in the aisle he had trodden. Lay, Sue. Unable to kill off the vigor of the excessive might, Battenkatos crashed into the wall twice and came to a halt. Stupefaction preceded agony or anguish. He immediately stood up, then knelt upon the weight of the damage, a profound blow as if shattering until the very core of his body. Wondering just what had happened, Battenkatos made an astonished expression upon his lovely, amiable face. Ram, it rather seems, even the heavens are head over heels in love with Ram and Rem's cuteness. Dust enveloped the hole in the wall she had shattered through, and instant after he tried to concentrate his vision in that direction, his face was seized by her palm with velocity that deserted even sound. And, from a close proximity, he gazed at the opponent possessing a tight grip of his cheeks and jaw. Lay, Nay, Summer. Ram, unfortunately, Ram's little sister is asleep in the interior. Ram knows with clarity, due to synesthesia. Lay, Zines, the? Ram, it is synesthesia. Ram and Rem were chum sisters, isn't it? Delight or rage, sadness or pain, things like those could be shared amongst. The reactivation of a broken horn, and its recoil as well, he did not distinctly understand what meaning it held. Merely, what Battenkatos had witnessed with these eyes, had been affirmed. Before being knocked off his feet, what he had observed on the forehead of the sleeping beauty leaning on the wall, was a white horn, the singular asset preponderating her elder sister, that only girl possessed by birth. Because that existed, because that glowed, because that communicated, what purport would it hold? Ram, though Barusu's plan being a hint is an annoyance, it is fine. Lay, what did, Subaru-kun? Ram, kindly stop saying Barusu's name, with that face and that voice. Lay, Sue. That moment, with his grasped face and body lifted upwards, Battenkatos was slammed into the ground with vigor. In nervousness, Battenkatos swung his limbs. Ram opened and closed her fist, a gesture of seeming affirmation, whilst shedding immense quantities of blood from the scar on her forehead. However, rather than perceiving the cascade of blood as irksome, she loosened her lips in its reception, as though this blood and pain proved the linkage of a vanished bond. Ram, those born in a space of dark, are to kindly return to the space of dark. If you took birth in company of cries, then take company of cries and kindly die. Wiping off the blood on her forehead with her palm, eyes of light crimson looked down upon Baton Catos. Baton Catos had assembled the plethora of everything until now, wishing for violent emotion to dwell within those eyes. Upon that sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Ram looked down with eyes freezing cold. Ram, the reincarnation of the Oni god. Though Ram never liked it, Ram shall enact it just for today. Ram's adorable little sister's counterfeit, this time for sure you shall be ripped to shreds. Arc 6, Chapter 84, Heave Ho! Heave Ho! Stabilizing the image was essential in constructing ice in accordance with imagination. Back when Subaru had initially proposed ice brand arts to her as well, she had considered it to be incredibly handy, but Emilia remained insecure whether she would be able to pull it off. Subaru, it's all right. No need to worry. Emilia Tan will surely be able to do it. So ascertained Subaru to an uncertain Emilia with his thumb raised, she recalled. Now that she thought of it, that too had been completely unfounded. No, Emilia believed Subaru had supported her back with his reason being because I love you. In the course of creating weapons she imaged, Emilia studied a lot of illustration. Unlike songs, studying illustration wasn't a specialty of hers, yet, by drawing time and time again with Subaru, she was met by definite improvement. From the sidelines during her studies, watching Emilia draw with Subaru and Beatrice, Ram was amazed. Otto smiled wryly, Frederica and Petra occasionally joined in, and Garfield advised her on what would be better. Roswell, too, observed Emilia and Beatrice drawing from a distance every so often. For Emilia, these were reminiscences tremendously, immensely valuable, exigent to part ways from. Reminiscences which have, though disappeared for everyone, which were remembered by Subaru. Upon the advent of that thought, a warm emotion surged deep within her chest. Emilia, I shall change that into courage with a hiya. Upon the motive power of the surging emotion, accompanied with the weapons of ice she had produced and the 7 soldiers of ice which advanced alongside her, Emilia tackled the divine dragon Volcanica before herself. As per the aforementioned explanation, the image was essential in the shaping of ice. Naturally that was the case with weapons, but also with the soldiers of ice brought forth. In other words, the soldiers of ice had been configured to a shape easy for Emilia to image. To summarize, fighting alongside Emilia were 7 Natsuki Subarus. Emilia, but they're more powerful and quick than the real Subaru, so. Though Subaru wouldn't lose in naughtiness and frolicsomeness either, his structure differed from that of the soldiers created with ice from its very foundation. The soldiers' strength depended on the density of the mana bestowed upon them by Emilia, and could not be compared with simple sculptures of ice. They were the same as weapons of ice, and no less than steel. Emilia, go! Abiding by Emilia's command, the ice warriors dashing in the vanguard plunged into Volcanica's range. Volcanica did not move, remaining reclined on the colossal pillar in the center of the first layer of the watchtower, and the range of its earlier tail whip was 4 to 7 meters. That instant, as if it had detected the will to hold fast to the pillar, it swung its blue dragon tail with great velocity. Making an eccentric sound which could only be described as a hole opened up in the air, the following moment, the upper bodies of the ice warriors in the vanguard got smashed to smithereens. Having bathed in the direct hit from the area of their chest, the trunks of the ice warriors shattered into 2 at that spot, as their heads, taking after Subaru and the sharp look of his eyes, were blown off. Emilia, sorry. But, you would have been aimed for regardless of my presence. Apologies to the soldiers of ice turned to touchstones, but now she precisely understood Volcanica's aim, though the divine dragon had gotten Alzheimer's, had blanked out about the trial as well. The will to intercept all opponents distinctly aiming for the pillar yet remained alive within it, regardless of the existence or non-existence of its life. Henceforth, she wielded a course of action. Emilia, Soldier Sans, please. In concert with Emilia's voice, the ice warriors jumped in order to overtake the silver-haired young girl. The first one was shattered, leaving 6 ice warriors, each fell in respective separate directions, and headed towards the central pillar whilst creating a faint difference of time. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Sensing the presences of the approaching ice warriors, the divine dragon repeated its vocal message yet again. Seeing it relay that which was naught but an enumeration of words now devoid of meaning, to dolls possessing no ears to hear from, made Emilia feel potent desolateness and a heart-wrenching sense of misery. Despite having been turned to this shape, Volcanica was trying to protect something. Though she did not know with whom, with what, and for what purpose had it exchanged that promise. Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Within the blink of an eye, 2 of the ice warriors armed with weapons were shattered with a swing of the tail. Though each had taken a defensive stance as an instantaneous response, one had everything below its waist blasted off, the other had its right half of its body subjected to the same, as they crumbled, unable to make any decent movement. Hence, the remaining 4 headed for the tail, returning to its original position from the attacking stance to place a check on it. It may be possible that not simply Alzheimer's, but its legs and loins had become weaker and unsteady as well. If it was in a state where simply standing up was arduous for it, then pinning down that tail would be sufficient. Emilia, brace yourselves. With the aim of immobilizing the tail, 3 ice warriors joined their arms together. Attempting to mow down those ice warriors all at once, yet again the tail of the divine dragon deserted sound behind. Though similar to the whip Subaru used in arrangement, its pace and might was in an entirely different league. Had it been Subaru's whip, then Emilia could have caught it bare-handed, but that would be impossible for the dragon's tail whip. Potency which would have taken any ordinary living being's entire might, the divine dragon hurled it with listlessness akin to brushing away insects. The impact brought forth by that tail once again struck the 3 ice warriors lined up side by side with lowered waists. However, the shattering resonance supposed to have echoed did not resound here. For she had generated a wall of ice behind the 3 ice warriors with lowered waists, which supported them. Should she know the strike was coming, she had countermeasures prepared. Despite the entirety of their bodies developing cracks, the ice warriors, taking after the young boy with a sharp expression of eyes, raised the edges of their mouths. And from the rear of the 3 who had halted the impact, the remaining final one jumped ahead, having been charged with a separate role. What the final ice warrior wielded was a weapon known as a sasumata. On the spearhead of the handle, similar to a long arrow, a curve-shaped fitting with the purpose of not stabbing but subduing the opponent was fixed, seemingly called so for its usage as a catcher. Using that sasumata to thrust it down, it pinned the divine dragon's ill-mannered tail down onto the floor. The dragon tail, having ceased movement, even its utmost slim end of the tail was bulky like a log and impossible of being held back by simply one sasumata, so the cracked 3 successively tackled with sasumatas as well. And 4 convenient points were arrested by the sasumatas, and even the divine dragon had its tail blocked. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. The subsequent instant, with the sound of the world being splintered, the 4 leaping bodies of the ice warriors were gouged in their entirety. Everything upwards of their hips had vanished cleanly, and with only their lower bodies left, the ice warriors crumbled. The one responsible was not the tail having gotten serious after being immobilized but claws. Whilst on the floor, Volcanica used its left frontal limb instead of its tail. By merely that, Emilia's soldiers of ice had been extinguished with certainty and without escape. She narrowly escaped being tricked into believing it had become infirm. Emilia, if both the limbs and the tail are doing well, then why did just your important brain get blanked, damn it? Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Emilia, I get it already, for God's sake. Repetition which would have driven anyone into further frenzy aside from Emilia. Despite having to hear it, Emilia's resolved spirit of challenge shan't shatter. What could be shattered were only the soldiers of ice, though naturally, that did slightly hurt her heart. "Emilia, it's all right. It's not as if I didn't get to know anything." Asserting that the death of the shattered ice warriors had not been in vain, Emilia too headed towards the tail's range. However, the Sasumatas of ice suppressing the tail were going strong, rendering the sacrifice of the 4 ice soldiers worthwhile. Thus naturally, claws would now aim for Emilia instead of the tail, but "Emilia, the range which both of your hands reach is shorter than the tail, yes? And also..." Before those claws could seize Emilia, ice spears passed by Emilia and drew near the divine dragon. They had been hurled by ice warriors brought forth once again in Emilia's rear. At their original positions, the maximum number of ice warriors Emilia could create was 7, but it was possible for them to be recreated whenever they got shattered. In other words, the ice warriors could stand up again however many times until Emilia exhausted her strength. Precisely like the true Natsuki Subaru. "Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, Kea Tilda." Upon the incessant downpour of ice spears outside of its range, Volcanica slammed its forelimbs into the front. That singular strike seemed as if rending space, producing a shock wave that appeared to be an eternal mark of its claws, swallowing the entirety of the first layer including Emilia and the ice warriors. Whilst halting the impact on her body brought by the shock wave, Emilia strained her amethyst-colored eyes. The central pillar Volcanica was protecting, its firmness was solid, and she had not been able to carefully observe the pillar yet either. From a distant view it appeared to be no different from the other 5 pillars, but that judgment too was premature. However, what Emilia sought utmost here, instead of the central pillar itself, was Emilia, located on its top, the tower's summit. Undauntedly stepping into the wind, Emilia kicked the floor with might on that very spot. She was yet too distant to take any action regarding Volcanica or the pillar. However, stepping ahead here was the correct answer. For the ice warriors, restored from their initially shattered states, lowered their waists and braced their arms. And, catching Emilia's feet as she stepped ahead, assisted her into a leap towards greater height at once. Having pinned down the tail, directing its attention to the pillar, she used that interval and headed towards the uppermost stratum which she sought the utmost. Though a combination Emilia would not recklessly use either, Emilia's intuition, having reached this far, implored that the summit was one which must be reached. The great leap which borrowed the ice warrior's assistance, using it to jump above Volcanica's head at once, she made for the topmost surface of the pillar. Should she simply ascend to the uppermost stratum from there? Emilia, the heck! The following instant, whilst Emilia attempted to make her fingers reach the pillar, a tranquil heat wave grazed her feet. No, it was not tranquil. Sound had simply died at the hands of its exceeding might and heat. If it had killed the very concept of sound, it would be no enigma for it to have converted to a soundless phenomenon. Emilia's perception detected the extinguishment of the ice warriors deployed across the first layer. The one which had lent its hand to shield Emilia's vision, the 4 which had thrown ice spears in its support, the 2 which had sprinted for supplementing Sasumatas, disappeared at the same second. And what accomplished this was neither Volcanica's tail nor its forelimbs. "Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit." Yes, the death wail of scorching air was heard from its mouth, which never parted solely with its majesticness. With the arrival of another one of its reiterations into her ears as a start, Emilia comprehended the resuscitation of the killed concept of sound, whilst at the same time, her fingers reached for the pillar's topmost surface. Somehow desperately fixing her body, Emilia looked down below. There spreading wide was the first layer, scorched white. White fumes akin to smoulders rose from multiple spots, with not even the wreckage of the ice warriors supposed to have existed left behind. Such heat, such might, such annihilation. The breath of the divine dragon Volcanica had burnt all to naught. Emilia, both the tail and the legs are doing well, can even spit goddamn fire, and yet. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, good Lord, I get it. I do understand. I get it so. Oh. Responding with a lack of grievousness taking into account the events that had occurred, Emilia widened her eyes midway through. Steadily, the eyes of the divine dragon aimed upwards, the yellow eyeballs reflecting Emilia within themselves. And Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Whilst pronouncing so, Volcanica unfolded both of its blue wings, and stood up at its position. Emilia, oh hell no HK. Comprehending the hazard of the events occurring below, Emilia extended her hand towards the topmost surface of the tower in great panic. In the interlude she was preoccupied with that, Volcanica deracinated its tail being restrained by the Sasumatas, and sought to slowly flap its wings. It intended flight. It was, after all, the divine dragon Volcanica. Flying for it would be a matter of course, but since Emilia had never witnessed a flying dragon, her sense of reality had been puny. First of all, would a creature with a body so gigantic truly be able to soar in the skies? Emilia, I've only ever seen Puck and Roswell fly too. It was ineluctable for Puck, a spirit, and Roswell, an eccentric magician, to fly. From what she had heard, in the southern Wallachia Empire, just like ground dragons or water dragons, there existed flying dragons named winged dragons, so Volcanica was possibly also considered as a winged dragon, or perhaps, to categorize dragons and the dragon as the same may be an error in itself. Emilia, heave-ho. Heave-ho. Hiya. Shah. Letting out an enthusiastic cry, Emilia clambered towards the tower's top at her greatest possible speed. Though from a distant view her speed was jaw-droppingly astonishing, even if Emilia were to make fortunate effort beyond common sense, she lacked one card to be able to desert everything behind and dash on ahead. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. She was not hallucinating to be hearing that voice from a distance closer than before. For she had not managed to desert everything below her behind. The pronouncement had ascended to the same altitude as hers. Unfolding both of those blue wings, an unbelievably humongous frame fluttered midair. Majestic and dignified, the divine dragon Volcanica soared into the dune's sky with pressure of presence ignorant to its decline, its evolving air of intimidation, or the glint in its eye glaring the opponent impotent, its tail or its forelimbs, even its breath, none of it turned traitor to it being a hyper-ranked dragon chronicled in legends. However, the singularity which did turn traitor to that. Emilia, I intend to go above the first layer, so I may not be your enemy. Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Poured with a voice conveying it possessed no ears to hear from, as Emilia clung to the pillar, Volcanica's menace resumed pursuit of her. Inhaling, Emilia gritted her molars and borrowed the power of a foothold which did not exist there, and jumped over the tail whip. Emilia, Yahoo! Practical usage of ice brand arts rather than clambering up that pillar, she installed footholds at its flanks, accelerating her speed by jumping above them. Emilia, would the limbs become free too? Kia! The instantaneously drawn twin swords of ice energetically repelled the slamming tail away. A strike swung whilst relying on guesswork, both of Emilia's arms, from her wrists to her elbows went numb due to the vigor, rendering her seemingly unable to wield another novel weapon for the multiple seconds it would take her to stand up. However, unlike the damage taken by Emilia, Volcanica had simply swung its tail. Despite its transiency, the divine dragon which resumed to undertake the same conduct before the challenger swung its tail, its endeavor being to drop to crush the opponent seeking to capture the pillar. Emilia, HK. Emilia's breath was packed in response to that approaching tail. Should she be repelled once, she did not perceive she would have enough stamina left to reach the pillar once again. Should she suffer a direct hit from the tail notched with scales, she would surely be left in a terrible state. She could not let that tail's attack connect. Emilia, I can still work really hard. She could not use her arms. However, she could move her legs, she could aim for the top. Though she had created footholds in order to aim for the top, that shall not be sufficient. There was a limit to the number of ice ploys she could generate at once. She could not let that labor go to waste. Fulfilling the purpose of the footholds, she then shall be met by that which was endless. Emilia, I get it. Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Yet another tail whip drew near Emilia, to whom a great idea had just occurred. Emilia somehow evaded it by borrowing the ordinary power of the footholds. And, bringing forth the new foothold she had thought of towards the pillar, she ingeniously grasped that hand by extending her own hand. Emilia, please, soldier-san. Responding to that voice of Emilia's, the one to creak its arms constructed of ice was an ice warrior taking after Subaru, having been generated yet again after being burnt to annihilation, but merely its upper body, not simply a foothold, but an existence which functioned as both a foothold as well as a reliable ally of Emilia's, that was, the course of ice with simply their upper bodies growing out of the pillar one after the other. Since they simply had their upper bodies growing out of the pillar, she did not have to create their legs, she could also raise their number to greater than 7. Making around 10 of them grow out of the pillar at once, Emilia borrowed their hands, and headed upwards. Emilia, yeah. Yeah. She-ya. All right, why? Borrowing the hands of the upper bodies of ice growing out of the pillar in a literal sense, Emilia climbed towards the topmost surface of the pillar. Meanwhile, Volcanica did attempt to obstruct Emilia, but the men on the pillar hindered it from the side. Captured in its attribute of protecting the pillar, Volcanica was unable to leave the ice warriors on that pillar. The generated ice warriors hurled swords and axes of ice towards Volcanica, and as the divine dragon repelled them, it hunted the ice warriors on the pillar one by one through its tail or forelimbs, although, whilst Emilia headed for the pillar's top. Emilia, though this spot is a bit tough. To have overcome the hazard would be somewhat too lively an impression, but with the ice soldier's strength and sacrifice as the foundation stone, Emilia's hands finally reached for the topmost surface of the pillar. Though she would reach the uppermost stratum of the tower in around 10 more meters, the topmost surface of the pillar was in a bent condition akin to that of a rat guard, so climbing hereon would be the deed of utmost difficulty. Though the situation was one wherein even people who specialized in mountain climbing would be troubled, fortunately, Emilia specialized in tree climbing. In the past, her zeal for it had led her to be scolded by Fortuna and Arch. Emilia, the numbness of my fingers is also all right, now I can. Regaining the sensation of her numb fingers, Emilia tackled the bent, unkind pillar. Grasping the hand of the ice warrior growing reversely on the slant, she drifted her legs midair towards the unstable skies, but thanks to the ice warrior's assistance, her climb was stable. What remained was only for Volcanica's obstruction to be. Emilia, HK. That moment, faint slackening and a prank by destiny infiltrated. Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. The outbreaking potent jolts were caused by a severe strike into the pillar by Volcanica's tail, whilst it articulated so. It waved impact through the entirety of the pillar, thoroughly fissuring the ice warriors with solely their upper bodies growing out of that pillar, shattering them at once. And neither was the ice warrior lending its hand to Emilia on the slant an exception. Emilia, ah. The hand she had grasped shattered from the tip of its shoulder, and Emilia's body fell, having lost its support. The ice warrior, with a sharp expression of eyes, tried to hold her, but neither of its hands could reach any more. Instantly, suspension enveloped the entirety of Emilia's body, putting Emilia's risky climb of the pillar to waste, invalidating it all and placing her back onto the first layer. That was not what occurred. Emilia, Lord save me tilde. The height of the pillar she had attempted to clamber, Emilia was supposed to fall down multiple tens of meters. Emilia inhaled upon that premonition, however, Something caught Emilia's hips unexpectedly quickly. Not an ice warrior. In terms of sensation, all of the ice warriors growing from the pillar had all been shattered. Furthermore, her hands were immediately touching something rugged and rigid. Emilia, could it be? Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. A voice reached her from close proximity, as Emilia confirmed the winds of high heights and the sensation below her hips. Due to the nearness of that voice, Emilia made a delayed realization that she had fallen on top of the divine dragon Volcanica's back. Emilia, HK. Stay focused. From here I may be able to. She may, once again, be able to use Volcanica as a stool and reach the pillar. So planned Emilia, but the distress of being unable to execute that with ease descended upon her. Flapping its wings, Volcanica ascended and twisted its body, intending to throw her off. Emilia, uck, uck. Enduring the mighty, powerful wind assailing upon her body, Emilia desperately clung to the dragon's spine. Physical wind Emilia had never felt until now. What she was clinging to were scales, every single one of them colossal and tenacious akin to rocks, and she would not be able to persist for long should things remain this way. Furthermore, Volcanica was merely flying in the sky with freedom. She was not basking in a tail whip, hammer arm, much less its dragon breath. It was merely flying with vigor, seeking to make the clinging Emilia fall. Should she lose to this, it would be far too. Emilia, I would no longer be able to look Subaru and everyone else in the eye. Should she heedlessly open her mouth, her lungs might get ruptured by the plunging wind. Her eyes cast downwards, her molars gritted tightly, Emilia thought back to the people she cherished beyond her eyelids. Resolve akin to having to die, but that was not the case. The purpose of Emilia thinking of the people she cherished was so that she could face forward. For her to be given a push on her back, and to gain the courage to look ahead. Even whilst being swallowed by the tremendous winds, Emilia forced her eyelids to open. A circumstance wherein she had to pour the entirety of her strength or she would be unable to even open her eyelids. In its midst, without losing the strength of her amethyst eyes, Emilia dared to open her eyes to discover a means to survive. Humans are beings who end up closing their eyes in times of being crushed by fright and insecurity, but the people whom Emilia cherished depicted in the rear of her eyelids, faced forward in precisely such times. People who did not close their eyes in times precisely as those. She must have her eyes remain open. In order to reach for something, in order to hold someone's hand, and Emilia, that weirdo. The whole surface, left and right, everywhere, the spectacle was under the rain of blue. Though Emilia being in skies even above clouds was also a reason, it was also because the divine dragon Emilia was clinging to was clad in brilliant blue scales. Since everything aside from that quickly passed by due to their exceedingly high speed, even Emilia's perception of moving bodies, which could discern even the path of a thrown ball like a seam, couldn't capture the world within itself. Thus, what Emilia's awareness captured was not the world outside of the blue. Volcanica, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Volcanica soared whilst twisting and turning its body. It seemed the area Emilia was clinging to was around the base of Volcanica's wings. Enigmatically, the dragon did not move its wings with that much engagement. Though it was necessary for birds and insects to flutter their wings for flight, the principle of dragon's flight appeared to be different. It was surely closer to Puck or Roswell's mechanism for flying. If so, Emilia, Roswell used magic. Puck, too, used a mysterious power so. Unfortunately, never had she tried this with Roswell, nor did she intend to. However, for an extensive duration, Emilia had lived and spent time together with her family whom she thought comprised of solely one. For this singular year, they had been separated, and there had been multiple instances of her feeling incredibly lonely. Sometimes she nearly cried at night, but reminiscences provided support through it. And the voice present within those reminiscences showed hope to Emilia in this pressing time. That was Emilia, I'm just guessing here, but could it be that you also don't like to have your neck tickled? The amethyst eyes opened with force, captured the long neck of the divine dragon, twisting its frame. Below that great draconic jaw, amidst the uniform blue scales, was a sole white scale. The days of frolicking about with Puck dawned onto Emilia's mind. Stop it, Leah Tilda. If you do it so softly, then my concentration will get disturbed, you know? Emilia, isn't that right, Puck? Accompanied with a responding voice, Emilia concentrated her consciousness. Amidst this mighty wind, Emilia did not possess the strength to directly reach that white scale. However, what she had learnt by the pillar could be resuscitated even should the other party change from an inorganic to an organic substance. Emilia, Soldier-san. Ahead of Emilia's cognizance, the soldiers of ice once again appeared around the white scale. Ice soldiers which were solidly supporting each other with merely their upper bodies, and one that was borne in their core steadily extended its hand towards the white scale. Volcanica, Hoaran. For the first time, Emilia heard a voice apart from the divine dragon's repetitions. Reverse scale, there existed a phrase so. This phrase, originating from ancient Chinese traditions, spoke of dragons, who were legendary beings, each possessing a singular scale which shan't be touched on their throat, called a reverse scale. A dragon, whose reverse scale was touched, fell into rage and assuredly killed the opponent. Originating from that custom, to touch a part of the opponent which shall not be touched came to be expressed with the phrase touching the reverse scale. Of course, Emilia possessed no reason to be aware of such origins of historic phrases from a disparate world. She sought to touch the white scale on the dragon's throat in order to muddle the concentration of the opponent, who was vigorously flying about attempting to make her fall, and by an interval of time. However, Emilia, Kaa tilde. Screaming as she was hurled into the air, Emilia witnessed the earth and the heavens revolve round and round for her. However, her suspension midair lasted even shorter this time compared to when she had landed on the dragon's spine earlier. Caught by a solid sensation, Emilia took an entirely defensive stance and tumbled. And, nimbly standing up at that spot, she remained cautious regarding her environs. Breathing hoarsely, Emilia glanced around her environs. Fortunately, there were no hints of an abrupt attack assailing down upon Emilia. That too was a matter of course. At present, Volcanica, the subject of her utmost vigilance, was far, far above. Volcanica, Haran. As if extraordinarily revolted by its white scale being touched, Volcanica agonized as it ascended to higher skies. With the echo of a whale ostensibly crunching the sky, Emilia involuntarily rounded her eyes. Emilia, Puck used to enjoy it though. Regardless, it was each person's individual response to enjoy it or to not enjoy it. Admonishing herself to not become self-assertive, Emilia affirmed the sensation of her limbs, tremendously swung about by Volcanica. The blood flow of her body had become slightly strange. Depending on the situation, hindrances in the blood flow resulted in the phenomena of losing vision due to lack of blood flow into the brain, but Emilia had managed to barely hold out. And, with that affirmation, Emilia took notice. Emilia, this place is. Upon looking around, Emilia's field of vision was a story above than the time she had arrived at the first layer. The absence of the 5 pillars supposed to be in her environs was proof of her having arrived at an altitude above their apex to name. Precisely this place was the uppermost stratum. She had reached it, in the form of getting dropped off Volcanica's back. The uppermost stratum of Pleiades' watchtower, an untrodden territory, at last. Emilia, hell yeah, I did it. It was well worth working hard and persevering. With a modest reaction to the emotionally moving happenings, Emilia put her hand on her chest and made haste towards the core of the uppermost stratum immediately. Should she act nonchalantly, the agonizing Volcanica may return. Before that occurred, she must discover the trial with the purpose of saving Subaru and the rest. Emilia, please, give me a problem that even I know the answer to. Though Volcanica, having forgotten the trial, too was a problem, What was another problem for Emilia was whether she would even be able to solve the trial of the first layer in the first place. Bearing that fear, Emilia headed towards the center of the uppermost stratum. And, arriving at the base of a pillar extending to the heavens there, Emilia said ah and widened her eyes. There it was. A peculiarity not possessed by the 6 pillars in the floor below. There certainly it was, the enigmatic peculiarity possessed solely by the pillar in the center of this uppermost stratum. It was Emilia, someone's, handprints. The uppermost stratum of Pleiades' watchtower, what was at the base of the pillar in its center, was a black monolith, and on that black monolith, printed were handprints. 6 handprints, of respective differing men and women, had been printed. Arc 6, Chapter 85, Good Loser. The greatest knight, to name himself so entailed courage. He indeed took pride in being called so, extolled so by others. However, never had there been even a single instance wherein he had labeled himself as the utmost finest. He possessed the conceit of having lived days of stockpiling unsparing hard work and diligent devotion to learning. However, in his incompetent and inexperienced destiny, he was naught but surrounded by unending excelling pioneers, comrades commanding respect, and juniors worthy of admiration. Though vexing, he considered that to be bliss, to be acknowledged by someone, ought to be reward for strenuous efforts and diligence. Much less, in the endeavor to be acknowledged by everyone, the strenuous efforts and diligence must be such devotion that they are regarded as extraordinary, that everybody is amazed by solely those, had his self, truly worked hard enough to be worthy of that. He certainly did possess the conceit of having lived days of stockpiling unsparing hard work, and diligent devotion to learning. However, did he transcend boundaries? Did he polish and refine oneself every day until he had exhausted all of his strength? Inspired by the strenuous efforts of others, did he pledge further hard work to his ideals? He shall answer his own question, by himself. Julius Ducilius had indeed accomplished that. Transcending boundaries, polishing and refining oneself until he exhausted all of his strength, with inspiration from the strenuous efforts of others he pledged further hard work to his ideals. Hence, before the existence who stood as the pinnacle of the sword, he held his head high with confidence. Julius, I am the greatest knight, Julius Ducilius. The sword of the kingdom, that shall slash you down. Read. Grasping the hem of his mantle, Julius bowed, and ahead of him the sword saint stood silently. He closed his other eye, which was not concealed by the eye patch, and did not look at Julius. But, silently bracing his bulky, burly arms, he pondered about something. However, his pondering did not last for long. By simply their short fellowship until now, it was clear that he was the one to possess the disposition of being utmost unsuited to ponderation. Thus, read, bloody hell. With an intense scratch of his head, the sword saint Reed potently stomped the floor once. Upon that singular blow, the clear floor of the second layer quaked as if fissuring. Though Echidna, who was watching over the confrontation of the two, drew her body back, Julius stood firm, unwavering. Witnessing that, Reed clicked his tongue with a tch. Reed, appearances. Yeah, appearances You really do be speakin' shit like my follower. What an insufferable bastard you. Julius, though unfortunately I am not acquainted with him, I must offer my sympathies to the man whom you say is your follower. Reed, huh? Who the hell said my followers a dude? Takin' bastards round ain't gonna be amusin' in the first place. The follower I'm talkin' bout's a woman. She's got a nice face, but damn's her reasonin' annoyin'. Julius, a female. Then, what is the similitude between myself and her which you speak of? Reed, don't ya make me say it gain and gain. As wrinkles appeared on his snout, Reed expressed a ferocious smile akin to a shark. And, unfastening the locked fold of his arms and knocking his cheeks with his hands. Reed, stenchy reasonin', and havin' a good face. Julius. Reed, hell, so you won't even get irritated. Damn uncute. Well, fine. Snorting his nose in response to Julius' destitute reaction, Reed magnificently crackled the bones of his neck. Afterwards, through his blue eye, he observed Julius not merely Julius, but his environs too. The quivering fleeting light seemingly encircling Julius, their brilliance had strengthened compared to what it was earlier. Above all, this would be his first time making these girls debut before Reed this way. Julius, my buds. No, my lovely maidens, do you perhaps have anything to object regarding them? Reed, nothing. Nice women ain't of any regard to their race. Unfortunately, I ain't interested in women I can't sleep with. You would have grown stronger had you broken your shell, you know? Julius, if you say so, then a path like that certainly may have existed. Something like offering advice to juniors was fickleness unimaginable considering Reed's personality. For him to have done so must be due to Reed's own moodiness and him deeming Julius' desperate form, who naught but clung to sword, to be wasteful. If you are going to cling to the sword anyways, then take a stance paying no heed to appearances. That had been the attitude and resolve he sought for Julius, and that too had been a realizable path. However, Julius, I, decided to walk this path, or possibly, instead bearing what is my true self, as you say, may make me stronger. Julius was aware that should he himself not be powerfully conscious of it, he would naturally become that way. A sudden instant, a narrow exchange of blows, should a solitary bit of his rind distinguish between life and death, that the face of the true Julius would come out. However, that spoke of a scenario wherein he would not be powerfully conscious of it. He shall no longer waver. Julius, hereby I declare, I shall think through myself as a knight. Furthermore, instead of the path you tried to guide me to, I shall become myself who excels in all fronts. Reed, the hell kinda reasonin' makes you say you're gonna be doing that, you? Julius, it is obvious. The knight I lay my trust in is the personification of ideals. He is noble, just, and stronger than any other. Then, it is inevitable that I, who name myself as a knight, must be that way as well. Reed, even by his own word, a ludicrous reasoning, an illogical line of argument and claims, high-handed arbitrariness a natural subject of ridicule. However, even if Reed overtly expressed his rage upon hearing that, he simply displayed his sharp fangs and laughed, directing no disgust or disdain whatsoever. And Reed, gonna make you cry. Articulating so, Reed tossed aside the chopstick he held, and before Julius, who was gazing in wonder, took a great leap towards the rear and stood back. Subsequently, he steadily extended his hand towards the side. What his huge palm was gripping to, was the stipulated sword planted into the white layer. Reed Astria, originally supposed to have merely lent his existence as the trial-taker of the watchtower. By some twist of fate, he detached the arrangement of the tower through intense self-consciousness, and finally, by overwriting the flesh body of the raiding sin Archbishop of Gluttony, had fulfilled even a pseudo-revival. In this condition, in this position whereby he did not need to abide by the tower's trial, only then did Reed draw out the stipulated sword for the first time, abiding by his original role, namely, Julius, gain his forgiveness, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. Reed, that's my line you know. Well, though I totally forgot about it. Julius, I thought so, thus I stated it in your stead. I challenge you. Reed, like hell I'd give you forgiveness, you dunce. Gonna make you cry ugly. Before Julius, who had his knight's sword braced in his front, Reed crudely pointed the sword he had drawn out. No intervals, whatsoever. Assuming a relaxed stance, having reached the extremes, the ultimate swordsman. The pinnacle of all who wielded the sword Saint Reed Astria. Julius, and now. Reed, however you'd like. Julius, here I come. Placing faith in the chivalry shaping oneself, Julius Julius tackled the sword saint with the entirety of his might. Both his body and heart felt light. In a non-figurative sense, that was the might of enhancement enveloping Julius, as he swung the knight's sword. Needless to say, the stability of mind had an immense influence in battle. Upon consideration, to state Julius had been in an insecure condition ever since he had arrived at this Pleiades watchtower, no, ever since he had gotten his self's name plundered in the Watergate city, would be unerring. Of course, Julius admonished and restrained his own self as much as possible, forbidding it from showing on his face. Self-control anyone would appraise as akin to rationality of steel, however, it was not something that had been praised. Furthermore, forbidding the inferior form of his self from showing on his face, the consequence of having deceived his comrades and even his own self, had led to the unsightly defeat of consecutive losses ever since their arrival at this tower. Julius ought to have placed his trust in others, to begin with. Losing his presence of mind due to the impact of having the existence of his self forgotten, whilst merely pitying his self who had been broken off from the other person's world, he failed to notice what he should have placed faith in the utmost, were the people whom Julius cherished, whom he trusted in, whom he had pledged his loyalty to, whom he had entrusted his back to, such humans who would simply disregard Julius Julius, who had been broken off from their world without their notice. Absolutely not, he could assert so. Hence, what Julius ought to have done had been simply one thing. Appealing with sincerity, he should have indicated his affection by his volition. The way he had done so, with his buds. Julius, I should have retied the severed bonds. One who is nobody, can become anybody. For nobody but I myself, am I living witness to that. The child of a commoner who was nobody, had become even the utmost attractive and cool knight in this world. Julius, who had become nobody, was supposed to have become somebody once again. And Julius, no matter how many chances should I be given, I would surely still be charmed by the seemingly blazing young man that day, perceive ideals on the back of one who stood for the knight, and challenge you, the pinnacle of the sword after all. Read, blabberin' 'bout shit, damn cheeky of ya, you. Upon Julius decapitating Slash, who had his determination set on the tip of his sword, Reed bellowed whilst matching in with the same sword strikes. As the entirety of his body lay subject to those sword moves and sword might, Julius straightened his yellow-hued eyes and felt wonder. Restarts included, this would be the fourth time he was battling Reed this way. The first challenge, and the immediately subsequent defeat. This time, with moreover the confinement of the narrowed watchtower's entirety, and having successfully recontracted with his buds, was the fourth time. Within all of this, Reed using a weapon aside from chopsticks, though referring to chopsticks as a weapon had exceeding room for doubt, anyhow, him swinging something aside from chopsticks would be for the first time. And in these moments, with the pinnacle of the sword saint having wholly gripped the sword, he thought. Julius, your sword power hasn't changed, compared to the time you were using chopsticks. Reed, Li Kai-Ju said, damn it. The reason I'm strong ain't 'cause I swing the sword. The only reason I'm strong, is 'cause I'm strong, defending against the sword strikes being casually swung down overhead, once his knees creaked, a pursuit aimed for him from directly below. Narrowly tiding over the attack he had borne witness to for the first time, Julius flew towards the rear upon the impact. Reed trailed that, not by breaking into a pursuit, but by simply taking a few long steps. Though one would grow to suspect his peculiar gait, there was nothing special about it. By merely stepping forth upon the thought of catching up with a drawn-back opponent, readily inventing and realizing a new form of gait unlike any of its previously existing schools was simply Reed's ability. Just as Reed himself had averred it, that was simply a matter of his norm exceeding existence. Reed, do ya wanna cry now? Julius. No, the feeling of challenging a legend is livening up my chest. Not a bluff, Julius responded with truthfulness whilst being impelled. Yes, that was true. The one before his eyes was Reed Astria, by his legends. Simply how many times had Julius had gotten his heart throbbing, eyes twinkling, and had admired him, yearned for him. Meeting that person in reality, though he had been precisely astonished by his personality, his strength had been the very ideals he admired and yearned for. Henceforth, simply how wasteful had his self been in what he engaged in. All whilst possessing the opportunity to exchange words, exchange swords, exchange beliefs and conviction with him. Julius, ha. Whilst crossing swords with the genuine one, Julius exhaled upon the arrival of an unforeseen thought. Exceedingly out of place, however, the anticipation made his heart throb, truly delightful and piquant. Read, the hell you smilin' 'bout? Julius, nothing, a thought simply dawned on me. Once I fulfill my objective here and return to the service of my lord, that I shall challenge my friend, Reinhardt. Julius pronounced his idea upon Reed's inquiry. Never even once had Julius competed against Reinhardt in their sword skills until now. On the contrary, before it was determined that they would be in differing camps in the royal election, the idea of vying with each other over anything at all had never occurred to him. The regret of never having attempted to gain an equal standing. That, too, had been one of the reasons why Julius served Anastasia and faced in the royal election. However, even had he not possessed those sentiments, Julius still would have been enchanted by Anastasia's immense talent, wished to see the same dreams as her, and stood at the same place. Thus, from the very beginning, never had he been in need of dull excuses or roundabout stances. From the very beginning, he simply should have taken 2 wooden swords and headed over to Reinhardt. Once in the past, Reinhardt and the strongest swordsman of the Wallachia Empire had crossed swords. That day, when everyone in the parade ground had possessed wild enthusiasm toward the atmosphere of the sword, Julius too felt warmth in his chest. For that had been the answer. Reed, ha, that's a name I ain't ever heard of. Who the hell's this nobody? Julius, he is your descendant. And, along with being the present-day sword saint, my friend. Reed, the kid of my kid, you an outsider by that point goddamn. I ain't gonna notice him even if I see him by some roadside. Intertwining sword moves and kicking moves, Reed elucidated his irresponsibility whilst snorting his nose. Finding faint refutation in that dissertation, Julius attempted to open his mouth whilst exchanging swords. Reed, I'm startin' to get fed up of talkin' 'bout outsiders. Do you wanna have a damn chat with me? Julius. Though I will not deny that, I shall deny. Reed. Julius, if only there was the time, I would have liked to exchange words with you, let it be for 2 days or for 3 days. However, at present the time for that purpose, regrettably, does not exist. Telling me to make haste, my back is being pushed, thus. With distance opened in between, Reed lifted his cheeks whilst viewing Julius. In Reed's blue eye was Julius' form, augmenting its luminosity. The swirling 6-colored lights intermingled, gently commencing to paint an aurora, a rainbow. And Julius, Al-Clauseria. The radiance of the emitted rainbow swept a conquering white world towards Reed. Julius himself widened his eyes as well, upon the emitted aurora's span and might. As of now, that was maximal spirit arts transformed to a magic of extraordinary scope, with it being treated the same as before, now inviting discourtesy. Buds, no, he shall not refer to those girls, who had verbatim made their occluded gift and talent bloom, as buds. Those girls, who had achieved growth capable of being perceived as sublime, with beauty, with charm, with heroism, with dignity, vividly, were not buds but maidens. To monopolize those girls entirely to himself, as all 6 of them exhibited their respective glamour, may have made him a sinner greater than the sin archbishops, however. Julius, even if you all forget me, I love you all. As though to catch up with the emitted aurora, Julius stepped ahead. The radiance of rainbow clad in 6 elements, broke through all shields and shattered the target. Hence, before the rainbow-colored light, the options left for the opponent were merely 2 to take up the gauntlet, or to evade. Reed, ha. And in accordance with his personality, Reed Astria shan't dodge the radiance of rainbow. Responding to the radiance of rainbow surging forward in front, Reed raised his burly arms and slashed down the sharp edge of the imperial stipulated sword he was gripping to. With no reliance on special magic or divine protections, a sword move named as pure violence in a soul swing, that was what expunged the maximal magic Julius had fired with all of his might. However, That too had been factored in by Julius, as he paced ahead. Vaulting ahead from the rear of the expunged Aurora, Julius borrowed the strength of his sword, and his maidens, Julius, Yar, Aro. Upon that instant, the red and green spirits responded to the call and unified their strength. The wind formed a whirlpool around the blazing flame, generating a tornado of incandescence at Reed's feet. Sensing the coil of the heat wave underneath, Reed nimbly escaped upwards before being scorched. However, only now did the linkage of the spirit night, of the greatest night, commence. Julius, Kua. Ik. The yellow spirit yielded a protuberance on the clear floor, propelling Julius' frame further upward. Simultaneously, the glow of the blue spirit glaciated the moisture in the air, hindering Reed's ascent, who had jumped upwards. Clicking his tongue, Reed inverted his stance through an evidently beyond human deed of stomping the air, and stationed his legs onto the ceiling of ice generated midair, scowling at Julius whilst upside down. Firm strength poured into Reed's arm, and an interception aimed for the ascending Julius. Julius, in. Ness. In the juncture wherein the Sword Saint's counterattack drew near him, the white and black spirits intermeddled with the world with their respective powers. The white light bestowed strength upon the entirety of Julius' build, the black light weakened the might of Julius' enemy however meagerly. The paltry differentiation born in those moments was a central figure in the immediately following outcome. Reed. With the ice ceiling turned foothold shattering to fragments, Reed's hurled form blurred due to his velocity. The artless stance of the stipulated sword launched a certain type of a lengthwise and crosswise stab of the ultimate kind. Sensing it not as a menace, Julius held his chest steady and confronted it. The withstanding truth was that upon the crossing of a sword slash and a sword slash, the stronger side repelled the other. Thus, Julius opened his eyes. The eyes which had continually, perpetually watched that which proceeded upwards, proceeded forwards. Julius. Killing the very concept of sound and light, Reed's flash cleaved space. He shall affirm. Should it be the stipulated sword or the chopsticks, regardless, come what may in that flash's path, it shall be slashed down, for that was the very manifestation of the notion of the sword. The sword is that which is brought forth for the purpose of slashing objects down. And sword move was the term denoting the techniques for slashing objects down with that sword. Henceforth, the flash which slashed down all of objects in the world, was the culmination, and the long-cherished original desire, of the sword and sword moves. Those slashed by it, shan't forget the truth of having been slashed down for eternity. Thus, the scar Julius Jucalius sustained beneath his left eye, shall not fade away for eternity. That was the indemnification for having dodged the Sword Saint's flash, from a distance near enough to graze past. Julius. Renouncing his receiving stance, he perceived through the opponent's sword with momentary offense and defense. The slashed fundus of his eye spouted blood. However, he shall not close his eyes. Maintaining his focus on the opponent, he swung his arm, reception renounced, he rained 100 flashes with offense. Julius, al Clarista. The greatest ever sword strike of Julius Jucalius painted the colors of a rainbow. It captured the smile of Reed Astria, ferocious like that of a shark. The eye patch concealing the left eye of the Sword Saint was pierced by the knight's strike as it swayed into the air. Julius. The instant he descended upon the clear floor with his toes, he sensed the echo of footsteps to be frightfully blaring. The moment he became conscious of that, Julius' heart, in the depths of his chest, having forgotten to beat, commenced movement in panic. Subsequently turning towards the rear, he gazed at the burly spine facing towards him. Reed. His red long hair jolting, the back stood firm and still. The great man gripped to the stipulated sword in his right hand, and his left hand was positioned at his face. The spot which that left hand was touching, therein originally was supposed to be an eye patch, but currently it was absent. The eye patch that concealed the left eye of the Sword Saint, at present, had fallen at Julius' feet. Julius, so it connected, huh? His voice quivered, as he looked down upon the eye patch fallen on the clear floor, and the knight's sword in his own hand. Though his whisper sought to affirm the occurred happenings, it possessed an excessive lack of connection to reality. To him, this seemed as though a transient dream, that this all would slip away and vanish through his fingers. However, through not the notion of words, the six lights extolled Julius' established achievement. The warm flowers named his beloved, sought to fill the void born in Julius' heart, and accompanying the commend of his blooming maidens. Echidna, Julius. Hearing the soft voice, Julius turned his gaze towards its direction. The great man with his spine turned towards him, the maidens transmitting commend, overlooking the battle from a locus disparate from either of them. Having called to Julius was a female with light purple hair, with a face identical to that of his lord, whom he cherished, whom he pledged to dedicate his sword to, the artificial spirit who shall live for eternity, with whom he had a relationship of unknowingly mutually wounding each other. Whether the reason for her solicitude for Julius was because she cherished Anastasia, or due to the functioning of his divine protection of gathering spirits, the answer remained veiled. However, the being of someone who watched over the resolution of Julius Jucelius eased his heart to such an extent, he thus hauled up his knight's sword in gratitude. Julius. Wordlessly, he hoisted his knight's sword up towards the heavens. Remnants embellished with the aurora glistened, the path of the sword verbatim delineated a rainbow. That was surely akin to blessings showered upon the knight named Julius Jucelius. Read, had this been the shitty bloody trial, this would have made for your victory. Articulating so, the great man steadily stomped on the floor in a tangent. Once he turned around, no wound lay visible on Reed's face. What the tip of Julius' sword had reached, had evidently been merely his eye patch. However, neither was even Reed shameless enough to exaggerate so and say it did not reach him. Above all, his prior remark had not been his unwillingness to admit defeat, but the truth. Had this indeed been the continuance of the trial of Pleiades' watchtower's second layer Electra, at the point of having a single blow connect successfully, Julius would have passed it and gained the right to challenge the upper stratum. However, the battle between Julius and Reed was no longer a question of the tower's trials. They were battling in order to settle this between a soul knight and a soul swordsman, a man and a man. Reed. Having lost his eye patch, Reed, with both of his eyes awakened, gripped the stipulated sword with both of his hands. Clutching the sword's grip, he braced the sword with the eye at its aim. Yes, so braced the sword saint. Not for artlessly swinging sticks, but braced the sword in order to slash the enemy down with certainty. Reed, don't be complainin' even if you're vanished to nothin'. Julius, even if I were to wish to complain, it would be difficult to find a way to do so when I would possess no mouth to complain from. Reed, ha. Rascal, ain't even gonna laugh at jokes, goddamn. You, what's your name gain? Julius lifted his eyebrows, upon being inquiried for his name by the legend. Though he had assuredly named himself on countless instances before him by now, he did not possess recollection of that. However, him not having recollection of that was now insignificant. For he apprehended that with this question, Reed had indisputably, for the first time, acknowledged Julius. Julius Jucelius. Since it is a name easy to forget, I request of you to remember it. Pronouncing a redundant remark he would not have perceived as humor simply a short duration ago, Julius pointed the vanguard of his knight's sword towards Reed as well, and once again, he implored for the aid of the six spirits, who had naught but labored for him immediately previously. Should it be his present self and these girls, then he shall surely reach to farther heights of the rainbow's aurora. Al Clauseria and Al Clarista. Borrowing the might of the six spirits, the rainbow's aurora furling the power of the six elements. Clauseria, which fired that maximal magic, and Clarista, which made it dwell upon the knight's sword. A secret ritual further beyond, which he had not once succeeded in due to his inexperience. Julius, hereby I vanquish. Reed, come. In that juncture, an aurora submerged the white space, the bands of rainbow tackled the great man of crimson. The original rainbow spirit arts devised by Julius Jucelius, a secret amongst its secrets. Neither launching the light of rainbow furling the six elements, nor making it dwell upon the sword, but cladding oneself in it, and exterminating the opponent by becoming the aurora itself. Julius, al clan ver. That superlative strike of the spirit knight was directly assailed upon by a clear white flash. From the very beginning until the very end, the transcendent dimension of offense and defense far surpassed the ability of an untrained eye to keep pace with it. Needless to speak of the colliding sword strikes, but the bewildering interchange of positions and footwork, which side was dominating and which side lay inferior, even that alone could not the pale cerulean eyes capture. That was, entirely regardless of this flesh body not being her original belonging. Merely, there present were those who were vying for a matter of life and death within that dimension, and compared to them, the world she lived in simply was an exceedingly lesser dimension, that being withstanding truth. If the sense of worth and values of living beings reposed in their might as living creatures, then herself was frail pertinent to worthlessness. Moreover, that was also the evidence of herself having lived for a time equating multiple centuries in indolence, with her back turned towards the path of enhancing, uplifting oneself. Ever since she first became cognizant of herself, she had the hunch that the purpose of the unnatural existence named herself had been fulfilled the very moment she had taken birth. If anything, taking birth itself had been her purpose, and the purpose had been fulfilled at that point of occurrence. Henceforth left as is, she purposelessly wandered the world, unable to evade the void of multiple centuries. She did not mind even if she died. However, she merely possessed no reason to die. Thus, delaying her demise in inactivity, for much too long, she indulged in sloth. And during her course of prolongation, she had happened upon the young girl. Enchanted by the way of the young girl leading a vivid way of life, her glaciated life attained warmth. The young girl who possessed a diminutive frame and spoke implausible big talk, whom would she turn out to be, or would she be unable to become whomsoever? She yearned to bear witness to that with her own eyes. And before one could take notice, such intrigue and interest of hers became insignificant. I don't want to lose you, or the children you cherish. She was aware that what was termed as flowing time was kind yet cruel. Though time healed wounds, it also rendered emotions obsolete. Having lived for a long, lasting period of time, she newly mused that she did not want to forfeit this to the past. Though that, too, is an impossible wish. Even if she implored for it to stop, time evanesced all without halt. Lives, bound to possess minuscule and feeble lifetimes, displayed all kinds of changes within their time. Just as the nameless knight, who had his name plundered, who remained in the memories of no one, proved that he was a singular human named Julius Julius. The knight clad in the radiance of rainbow, plunged directly into the white light. Against Julius, who gambled upon and unveiled the secret ritual, Reed Astria's actions were terribly simple. To swing down the sword he had swung up, a deed of sword strikes likely repeated the most in this world. It obliquely bisected the world, becoming a light which wrecked all in its path to ruin, neither a special magic, nor a special move. With a mere swing of the sword, the world was scorched with the light. Unintelligible. Whether Reed Astria exceeded norms, or if all sword saints were such. Though what was certain was Julius. That she wished to devote her strength, such that the aurora would not be outpushed by the absurd white light. That was indubitably her genuine motive. However, an act like directly interfering into that battle, prior to being suicidal, would be uncouth, and that sin would not bequeath her even the right to complain should even her soul be shattered in repentance. And, the young girl Echidna, was aware that herself could not do anything. In this place, if there was anything she could do for Julius Julius, who had transformed into the aurora. Her hand on her slim chest, she sensed the existence slumbering in its depths. The original possessor of this flesh body, the reason why she would not awaken from her deep slumber, in its search Echidna had arrived at this tower of the Sand Sea. However, that had been deceit. Echidna was already aware of the reason why she would not wake up. The girl, who declaimed her greed, who boasted her desire to attain all kinds of everything. Never letting go of what she had once put in purse come what may, since she utmost loathed having to let go, having to part ways with anything, there was only one sole reason which she could reckon. Having ceded the body over to me, and temporarily lying dormant in your odd, you are in a state wherein you won't receive any interference from the outside world. Because the odd is a certain kind of eigen world. And by her own volition, she had secluded herself away in that place. The reason being obvious. Should she come outside, she would incur the effects. The abhorrent authority of the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, she would incur its effects. She would forget what she wished to never forget, relinquish what she wished to never relinquish. Anastasia Hoshin would forget Julius Ducilius, so was her purpose. However, it seems, everybody who came to this tower are all staunch boneheads. All of them appear to be uncute to the point of dying dwelling over losing something. In this duration of nearly 2 months, she had attempted to imitate her way by herself, but now was the right time. Besides, since she had observed his positives and negatives, his flurrying self as a nameless knight from close vicinity, even if that girl was to forget, she could apprise her. Ah, is that so? Wielding no purpose, the artificial spirit who had fulfilled its duty upon the point of taking birth. Though she adjudged she wielded solely that unpleasant duty, contrary to expectations, that was not where it came to an end. The young girl she cherished, the knight she cherished, and acting as the intermediating bridge between the chipped two. Was that onus not a task of vital significance? Was that not of such vital significance, that she could smile musing this had been the purpose of her birth, thus? Echidna, to not even see your knight be at his coolest, a deed so wasteful, is it not unbecoming of your miserly self? The white light hunted the aurora down as though to paint it out. Furthermore he pressed, with the entirety of his soul, and having borrowed the might of the 6 spirits he had reforged his contract with. He had gambled upon and unveiled a secret amongst secrets, whilst the opponent had merely swung the sword earnestly, solemnly. Indeed, he was utterly astounded by that absurd exceeding of norms. Simultaneously, since he also possessed the emotions enunciating this is how it must be overflowing within his chest, he found his own self to be irredeemable as well. With a swing of the sword, the world fissured. That was the special move of the sword saint which transpired when Reinhardt swung the sword as well. Suddenly, in the midst of a rivalry between a life and a life, Julius contemplated. Reinhardt and Reed, should they battle each other, simply who would prevail as more powerful, a legend and a legend, a sword saint and a sword saint, in the unattainable battle, who would be declared victorious? Unfortunately, the opportunity to make certain of that shan't pay a call. Julius, then I have no choice, but to confirm it with this body of mine. The opportunity to exchange swords with Reinhardt van Astria with all Reed Astria, befell only upon ones who reached this tower. Moreover, the possibility existed solely for Julius, and the young girl named Emilia, who had head towards the upper stratum. He bore no intention to concede the duty to anyone else. Thus, what remained for him was to simply triumph. To jostle this white light, and slay Reed Astria with the radiance of rainbow. For that purpose, the entirety of his soul, and his sword power, requiring a single step further. Should a scintilla of pride and might dwell upon the tip of the greatest knight's sword? Echidna, Julius. A call improbable to reach. With an impact rendering the passage of time indistinct, however, the time necessary for each convergence of swords was less than a fraction of a second. This was the offense and defense of this momentary world. In that space, much less, in the midst of a battle being fought at the risk of life and death, nobody's voice could possibly reach Julius. However, the voice certainly swinged Julius. Perhaps not his eardrums, but it instead had reached something far deeper within, the innermost depths of his chest. Given he had resolved in his heart to wear the shell-named knight, he must respond to it without fail. That is why, hearing the voice he could not possibly have heard, Julius turned towards the one whom could not possibly have viewed, and exchanged gazes with those pale cerulean eyes. The luminescence dwelling in those large, spherical eyes, had distinctly changed from what it had been just before. Go get 'em, my knight. In that singular sentence, dwelled the one final push of sword power he required. Julius, Ya. Kua. Aro. Ik. In. Ness. Requesting for one final push, he called to the spirits with whom he had become a part of the aurora with, in order to surmount the white light, beyond which present was the form of the enemy he ought to defeat, directly before him. In order to make the tip of the sword reach beyond the white light. Julius, OOOOOOOOHHK. Opening his mouth to an extent unbefitting of him, he raised his voice to the extent of vomiting blood. With an expression possessing the preparedness to die, discarding elegance into the wind, merely ensuring the bones supporting his self did not fracture, with his paramount dedication towards it, Julius stepped forth. Read. And, receiving the rainbow's aurora intensifying its brilliance, the ambushing white light too escalated its vigor. Furthermore, strengthening their might, the radiance of rainbow and the white light collided vehemently. Julius, That which seemed as though it would subsist for eternity, was met by an unforeseen fall of curtains. Julius, Dumbfounded, Julius noticed the feeble voice spill from his throat. The mutual clash of their maximal powers, its abrupt fall of curtains. However, without halting its vigor, his sword, embellished with the aurora, had directly stabbed through the opponent's vitals. Julius, Y. Read, TCH, shit, if this ain't a Borin Endin. Julius plunged into turmoil, being the one to be blamed for the stab, whilst on the other hand Reed, who had been stabbed, remained calm. Heedless of the stab in his chest, he did not even express a frown. Was that a deed of his tenacious force of will, and if not so, was the anomaly which transpired on the flesh body of that great man the cause? Disparate from the penetration of Julius' sword, a wound a crevice had been yielded in the chest of Reed Astria. And, that was not confined to merely his chest. His arms and legs, neck and cheeks, throughout profuse sections of his body stretched wounds akin to cracked glass. Intuitively, Julius comprehended what it was. Originally inconceivable distortion stood corrected. This was a phenomenon of that mechanism. Read, ultimately, it's 'bout that. The human named me ain't fit in any vessel other than myself. Whilst gazing at the palm of his fissuring self, the insight Reed grumbled was correct. Captured due to the authority of gluttony, in the form of pillaging the right of control over that flesh body, Reed Astria acquired substance. However, the truth that until the bitter end, this body belonged to the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alphard, who had become the foundation, shan't change. In other words, the receptacle named Roy Alphard was unable to endure the workings of the norm-exceeding soul named Reed Astria. Its failure materialized in the final phase of the battle against Julius. Julius, then, I'd much rather if you might as well. Reed, well, if I didn't get eaten by this guy, I may have punctually gone at it till the end. In that case, it would have ended at the point you felled the eye patch after all, you know? Julius, K.H. Reed, kahaha. Everything ain't gonna go the way you want, for weak folks. Do you wanna cry now? Tossing the stipulated sword aside, Reed mean-spiritedly laughed whilst revealing his teeth. How come, could he laugh that way? As is, his disappearance now was a future set in stone. Instead, had he defeated Julius, he may have possibly been able to once again walk his lifeline which had terminated once. Even though he had let that possibility slip through his hands. Reed, are you a fool, you? Something like live in once gain, who the hell's gonna do something that troublesome? First of all, the hell's gonna happen if I run into me somewhere, Julius, I'm sorry to say, but you have already passed away due to old age multiple centuries ago. Even if your present self were to walk around, for your former self that would be. Reed, Then, are you worshipping the mug of my kid's kid who's like an outsider or something? Bullshit. Treating his own descendants as outsiders, his recent remarks seemed to be his true sentiments. Appearing to earnestly not possess any interest in a second lifeline, Reed crackled the bones of his neck. Reed, first of all, the hell are you telling me to do after coming back to life, hey you? Like, playin' round with the fiercely frizzlin' who passed by earlier, though the hottie over there's pretty nice too. Then there's also that woman with an erotic look. Julius: oh, so do you truly possess no lingering attachment? Reed: nah damn it. Doin' what I wanna do and I think I wanna do, it's my style. You too, would have it much easier should ya do that. Julius: my gratitude for the advice. However, that would instead be much more of a thorny path for me. His self chose to willingly wear the shell. Deceiving himself, or acting as though a part of his foundation was a separate article, would also be apt labels. Having realized that choice was befitting of his self, that it aligned with his wishes, even if Julius perceived Reed's extravagance to be dazzling, he shan't opt for it. Hearing that response of Julius, Reed snorted his nose in annoyance. Subsequently, the wound on his chest, the crevices born as a result of transcending bounds, the solitary wound differing from those he touched with his fingers. Reed: you, don't ya misunderstand, Kay? Your sword reach-in was a fluke. Had this been my body, something like you wouldn't even be left able to rub snot onto others. Julius: I would not do such a thing in the first place, though. Reed: ha. How borin'. Spitting out, Reed knocked Julius' shoulder with the hand he had touched his chest with. Whilst stiffening his body upon that impact, Julius took in a deep inhale. Not yet had he accepted or reacted to everything. However, he deemed letting these moments free by merely losing his presence of mind upon the occurrences before his eyes and experiencing turmoil, to be far more unendurable. The crevices dilated, the end was already visible. Hence, Julius hoisted his own knight's sword he had unsheathed, before his visage. Julius: from the bottom of my heart, I revere your sword power. Reed: I ain't needin' a bastard's admiration. I take my leave with my victory, Julius. Julius. With his name vocalized in his final pronouncements, Julius gazed in wonder. However, as per the resolve in his heart to not be flustered, he concealed that astonishment behind a smile and bowed. Just as he had confidently named himself, before this legendary being, as the utmost finest knight. Just as the ideals of Julius Jucilius were molded to not bring shame to his admiration. Julius: yes, until the very end. It is your victory, Reed Astria. Reed: ha, now that's a nice face, down dejected loser. With those words marking the end, the crevices of Reed Astria dilated. Unlike their visual impression, the crevices which dilated until the very end were not accompanied by sound. Unlike the shattering of glass, the great man of red hair was extirpated like diminishing light. In his stead, collapsed onto the clear floor was a young boy of a petite build, with distended cold eyes, one who ate the memories and names of others and handled them per his will, bizarre eating and a blasphemer. The sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alfard, had collapsed, scuppered. Roy. Indistinct whether he was alive or dead, Gluttony remained immobile with not a single twitch. However, identical to Reed, he merely had the deep gash on the left side of his chest, its fatality incontestable. Ascertaining merely so with his eyes, Julius lowered the knight's sword he had hoisted as a demonstration of honor, sheathing it into the scabbard he wielded, and turned backward. The aurora unfettered, in Julius' environs were 6 spirits with augmented brilliance. Without the strength of these girls, who had bloomed into maidens from buds, the one to be lying on the clear floor this way surely would have been himself, rather than the opponent. For that, he must convey his gratitude and appreciation conscientiously. However, with apologies to those girls, he must defer that demonstration of gratitude. Steadily, Julius advanced. Ahead in the direction he was headed, intently watching Julius, was a gorgeous, slender, petite female with pale cerulean eyes. Undulating light purple hair, the personage adorned with a white outfit unfitting for the sand dunes. By her feet was a white fox, with the pupils of its eyes wavering in suspense. The form of her, who had always been miming as a scarf, the significance of its presence there. Once again letting himself be aware of that, Julius closed his eyes. And Julius, pleased to meet you. The statement he had conveyed to the Sword Saint as a challenger heretofore, he expressed once again. But, the sensation deep within his chest in these moments differed from the enhancement preceding battling. However, there also existed something which remained the same. As though the opening of a new page in a tale of adventure, the adventurous heart of a youth yearning for the night. I am. Kneeling at that spot, Julius articulated the first words and the other person responded. His stance remaining lowered, Julius awaited the upcoming words. He reckoned he could wait for however long a duration. What felicity this was, to have faith that should he wait, he would assuredly hear her words. Anastasia, I am, Anastasia Hoshin. Julius. Anastasia, I want everything in this world. So, great and cool Oniai-san, what's your name? With elegance, she smiled, and he could perceive exactly how she must have tilted her head afterwards. Remaining knelt down and his face lowered and concealed, saying ha, Julius took a short inhale, and Julius, I am Julius Julius. Your one and only knight. Anastasia. Julius, you may have forgotten. However, I am one who has devoted the sword to you. One who dedicates the entirety of his strength for you, and aids your will. A respectful bow with the knight sword placed on the floor, forby, Julius at last raised his countenance. Before him, no matter what gaze should his lord have, he shan't regret. It is unbefitting of a knight, to lose his presence of mind, be confounded, face downward. For the very existence who put up appearances the utmost, and sought to possess a cool and charming air, was whom Julius admired and yearned for. And looking down upon that Julius, the young girl narrowed her spherical eyes. Anastasia, really? I don't remember though. But Julius. Anastasia, at the first glance, I thought that I gotta make this Oniai-san mine. At such proximity, were the blazing, sparkling eyes of his eternally craving lord, revealing the intent to not relinquish anything and everything. To the greed seeking to obtain everything, Julius devoted his sword once again. A sublime play, like the tale of a lord and knight in fiction. The restoration of the plundered bond of lord and retainer was realized in the second layer of Electra. That was the accomplishment of eliminating one of the 5 obstacles set forth by Natsuki Subaru. Great Library Pleiades, the second trial hereby concludes. Arc 6, Chapter 86, Conversing of What Yesterday Held. Her lord whom she devoted her allegiance to, Roswell L. Mathers, for the purpose of achieving his ultimate goal, killing the dragon who safeguarded the kingdom of Lugnica, was necessary. She was a vital and indispensable piece for that plan of Roswell's, for Ram to have heard that from none other than himself would be an event that occurred close to 10 years in the past. The village of the Oni clan blazing scarlet, having saved Ram, and from there, Roswell sought recompense. And, in exchange for retribution for the Oni clan, Ram decided to pay that compensation. That she shall thus cooperate, let it be for the plan to kill the dragon or whatever else. But merely for a singular point was Ram unable to find the answer within herself, that being the essential way of killing the dragon. It was not easy. Even if plans were to be meddled around with and measures were to be taken, that was not easy. Should that moment arrive, simply what would Ram be able to do? You will know when the time comes. Your role, which only you two elder sister and can fulfill. She felt she had once heard such words, which had been chipped off. Curiously, she had never given deep thought to what that meant until today, but it is finally understood. What Roswell Summer was aiming for. All of Roswell's actions were for the purpose of the ultimate goal he had clasped throughout his long lifetime. For that purpose he had concealed himself deep within the kingdom of Lugnica, for that purpose he had saved Ram, and, for that purpose he had put a check on Sanctuary as a touchstone, for that purpose he had tested Natsuki Subaru. Even if he inevitably had to alter his original scheme, all of the preparation until that point had not been futile. No, he would not let it be rendered futile, that was who he was. Hence, the answer came forth within Ram as well. The reason why Roswell took custody of a pair of young Oni elder sister and had been taken in as substitute for Ram's lost horn. The elder sister and that were Ram and with the two of them acting as a single Oni, he had taken them in his hand for killing the dragon. Naturally, not even Roswell could escape from the effects of the authority of gluttony. As a matter of consequence, he too must have forgotten why had been taken into his mansion. However, even if he had forgotten, he must have immediately discerned his own self's aim. And, whilst observing Ram and the others make strenuous efforts to recover from the damage of gluttony, he did not disclose that truth. Honestly, he is so. His scrupulous nature won't change, isn't it? Though his plans had once suffered a setback due to Subaru's actions, he yet resumed his handiworks for fulfilling his goal behind the scenes and whilst remaining vigilant for a chance to strike. A nuisance of a nature. Wonder what he must be doing about now, when Ram was not there to watch him. However, so she thought as well. That, in this journey, by the point of having allowed Ram to accompany Subaru and the others as they tried to save, could Roswell have perchance foreseen the possibility of things turning out this way? She may be overthinking. To begin with, the appearance of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony in Pleiades' watchtower was an unforeseen circumstance, and there was no way he could have possessed confidence in Ram and being placed into a hazardous situation. This may have been an excessive misapprehension on Ram's part, an overestimation of the man she dearly loved. However, it feels far better to believe that the man you love placed trust in you anyways. That he thought, should Ram be there, and the other members will remain safe and protected. That he thought, if need be, Ram would take notice of the supposition Roswell had concealed, and by her volition would turn over the trump card for the purpose of killing the dragon, that he bore such faith, that the man named Roswell L. Mathers had acknowledged the 10 years of the woman named Ram, to believe so felt far, far better. That is why. Right now, Ram truly feels the greatest she ever has. Kindly get knocked down. The accomplishments established by the Fist King Neji Rockheart is a noteworthy narrative in the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive of the sacred Wallachia Empire. No, once had been a narrative. Having been met by the tragedy of the authority of gluttony, now with both sides of name and memories plundered, there existed not anyone anywhere who knew of the achievements established by him as a gladiator. On the Gladiator Island, wherein strength was used for exhibition, Neji, solitarily, using his empty hands as weapons, survived hundreds of death duels, and finally attained the right of liberation from slavery. Conceiving the refined fighting spirit in his fists, intercepting swords and daggers, before his fists which shattered steel, whatsoever obstacle was equivalent to a maiden's soft skin, he likely could have been termed as the one to have beaten the most humans to death in history. With his inordinately brutal nefarious techniques, the carnivorous beast Beli Hainelga is a rare serial killer who made the Holy Kingdom of Gusteko shudder. No, once had made it shudder. Having been met by the tragedy of the authority of gluttony, now with both sides of name and memories plundered, the vast counts of misfortune and precepts he yielded as a murderer remained not in anyone's memories. By birth, Beli displayed abnormal growth, and acquired strength of physical body impossible to be realized in average humans. And, embracing the men of his liking to death, he piled up copious atrocious crimes. Superhuman strength which his enormous build materialized, and sturdy skin which sustained not a single scratch from swords and daggers. This murderer, who sought touch and warmth, was one of the most dreadful criminals feared along with the Baal hunter. 1. The career history of the Leaper Dorkal is eccentric. Formerly a merchant living in Kararagai city-states, Dorkal is a deviant who disengaged from his path upon hearing the voice of something not human, so he had once been met by the tragedy of the authority of gluttony, now with both sides of name and memories plundered, the truth of him having become a laughing stock for many as a deviant vanished, with there no longer being anyone remembering that. One certain day, Dorkal discarded away his life including his wife and children. And, opting for the path espousing that which did not exist, he became a freak who chose to have contact with the witch cult. Though Dorkal manifested a paramount power differing from magic, it deviated from the doctrine of the witch cult, a heresy within heresy banished even from the witch cult. In other words, they were transcendental beings from the kinds of enigmatic persons, eccentric persons, and deranged persons. impossible to be competed against by ordinary humans. Furthermore, they remained unfinished by the mere virtue of being themselves, and blended together with all possible kinds of memories within gluttony, had been finished into articles of greater superlativeness. What would be the consequence should Neji Rockheart obtain Beli Hainelga's endurance and Dorkal's ability of phantom teleportation? It will be the fruition of a singular brutal, fiendish, atrocious existence seldom seen throughout time. Until now, and amongst all of what yesterday held, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Lay Batenkatos had not achieved that. For within the grand hotpot named his self, by blending all probable kinds of memories together, he feared the very existence named himself being taken into the hotpot. However, even if he were to drink up the contents of the mixed hotpot, he shan't be taken in at the very least. That was what Batenkato's notion came to be. And since it had come to be so, he experimented what all he had never ventured to do until now, possessing not the slightest of qualms or hesitance for breaking through the established bounds of his own self. For the gourmet who utterly ate every possible kind of excelling, transcending talent, history, potentiality in this world all until the very horizons of gourmet delicacies, and persisted in amassing it all within oneself, is precisely whom Lay Batenkatos was. Thus on this day, what was born in the tower situated at the eastern edge of the world, was a warlock agglutinated with every technique and odd talent, regardless of heredity and posteriori. The warlock possessed arms which destroyed all, possessed a flesh body which did not accept any type of attacks, possessed magical arts which rejected and countered back any possible technique, and was endowed with even the wisdom, genius and intellect grasping everything that existed. No matter how extensive a survey should be taken of history, never had there been a being who excelled in every single kind of ability to this extent, and neither will any other take birth hereafter, for thousands of years to come. This was a selection of the world's possibilities, brought forth by the abominable calamity referred to as a witch factor. Born from the grand hotpot which condensed solely excelling articles, the supreme gourmet delicacy itself. Ram, you shall be given 3 chances. With that rare existence before her, the young girl with peach-colored hair uttered with 3 fingers raised. The young girl, bleeding from her forehead, with an icy gleam in her light crimson eyes. She was in a condition wherein wounds covered her entire body, and multiple spots of her slim build had sustained tremendous injuries which would impede in movement. Even aside from those, there existed a mountain's worth of reasons why she should not be able to stand up. He was aware of that. The prime cause not being wounds or blood loss, but that her petite body failed to function as a vessel for accepting the existence named herself. Truly heartrending, he ruminated so. Ram, 3 times, you shall be allowed to strike first. There is something Ram would like to test. Exceptional, is it not? However, such deep emotions concerning her not in the slightest, the young girl asserted so whilst 3 of her fingers remained raised, as though to instigate this side. Thrice, a deathly verdict, to begin with, even once would be implausible for her to endure. And, neither did he possess any particular reason to disregard that avouch. He not at all contemplated whether this was a trap, either. For the young girl was not one who would meaninglessly proffer such negotiation. He merely thought he must earnestly impart to her that unbridled confidence brought about the destruction of oneself on instances as well. That upon being taken into the same grand hotpot, there shall also be things understood. Nay, summer, stand by. Vehemently, making his hind legs amassing strength erupt, he hammered a blow as per wish. That was a strike crammed with the fist king's technique and finesse of destructive force, possessing far too excessive might for the destruction of a solitary young girl, and it was absorbed by well-featured visage of the young girl. Ram, now, first. Lay, HK? During the moment he conceived he had captured her with certainty, the face of the young girl evaded the fist from a vicinity seemingly close enough for Lanugo to graze past, and positioning her hand on the stretching arm, her fired knee strike smashed the right arm from the elbow. An improbable happening. The tenacious flesh body, even the slashes of the heavenly sword could not penetrate into its stretched arm and the joint of the elbow by kneeing into the fixed point that existed solely at this locus, were destroyed by the young girl. However, with the impact of the fractured right arm as is, he fired his left foot up towards the young girl's visage. Though not reprisal for the arm, this side's own fired knee aimed for her face as well. The lengthy, slender leg, the fair knee smashed and crushed the young girl's tender snout, ruining her gorgeous visage. Ram, second. Upon hearing the utterance vocalized by those slim lips, he doubted his ears. He had executed it such that her mouth would be rendered defunct. However, responding to the knee strike approaching from the side, the young girl moved her hand as though nimbly tracing it, and gently averted its trajectory upward. The fired knee smoothly transited overhead of the young girl as though it had been fired to trace the empty skies from the very beginning. And Ram, third. With his right arm and left knee strike dodged, using the impetus of his gyrating body he fired a rebuff from his left elbow, sharp and solid. Upon making a direct hit it shall crush the young girl's cranium like a berry, and expel its contents out onto the floor of the tower. So it should have done. The rebuff aiming for the young girl's temple of the forehead, was halted merely by a number of swivels of her body. And, the young girl, dodging the elbow as if informed of its arrival, grasped this side's face once again with her extended hands. Ram, truly a fool. And, voicing with maximum cold-heartedness, vigorously knocked this side's cranium onto the floor. Twisting, turning, winding, meandering, Battenkatos changed his form before her eyes and charged, advancing towards her, and upon knocking him to the ground, Ram pointed 3 fingers towards his face. Ram, one who spars thinking he has 3 chances, gets defeated in all 3 of those chances. Should you spar with not even the serious intent to win, then you shall be abandoned even by fortune. Lay, Boo, Gar. HK. Ram, thank you. It has been proven. Not even the serendipity of time is now an enemy of Ram. For Ram, the utmost appalling enemy was absurd fortune itself. However, Ram had exorcised that by her own hand, and had made even that prostrate before herself. No longer was there anything to be fearful of. Lay, Sue. Sprawled on the ground, Battenkatos swung both of his legs up, and stood up with the impetus of swinging them down. And towards the approaching enemy seeking to hammer his fractured arm in, Ram stepped ahead, wielding no vacillation. Blood streamed down from her forehead. However, that ache and sense of loss boiled Ram's blood from the innermost depths. Ah, how truly infuriating! This sensation, this enchantment, always had she thought of it as vexatious, the odious Oni instincts, warmly welcoming battling, exalting the brandishing of strength, the craving which boiled blood for the purpose of killing enemies who ought to be killed, had Ram always detested. That is why, that night, when the horn sprouting from her forehead had been broken off, she thought she had been liberated, and yet. Ram, how truly ironic! Grousing so, Ram caught the hammer arm, and shoulder through the opponent with identical momentum. Casting him onto the floor, she kicked his head, propelling him further towards the interior of the aisle. She could not allow him to draw close to her rear, wherein was the mutilated ground dragon, along with the young girl leaning on the wall. Rem. The young girl who resumed her slumber without change, the horn fleetingly glimmering on her forehead asserted being. Originally, the young girl who remained asleep possessing no will of her own could not have made her horn function, regardless of being a member of the Oni clan. However, even with the actual feeling of that remaining vanished, Ram was twin sisters with the young girl that which is referred to as synthesia, was a substanceless link-off tied between blood-related beings. Having attended to the perpetually slumbering Rem during the past year, Ram too had sensed that existence itself. Not by merely the similitude of outward appearance, but precisely due to the presence of that sensation, Ram had succeeded in objectively accepting the truth of that girl being her younger sister without dissent. However, between herself and Rem, even the synesthesia remained otiose. Had Rem gotten even a single nightmare, her fright may have gotten transmitted to Ram. However, during this past year, not even once had anything akin gotten transmitted to her. In other words, the perpetually slumbering Rem saw no dreams. Unceasingly, She simply gazed into the darkness beyond her eyelids, merely respiring within a desolate, void world. Thus, it was naught but a coincidence for her to have noticed this way of abusing said synesthesia here. Though irksome, it was by dint of Subaru's idea. Because he took up Ram's burden through a queer power and bestowed upon her the strength to fight, she conceived an idea accomplishing the same. Those connected together with synesthesia shared mighty sentiments, or even wounds and agony at times. Though she was ignorant of its principle, this hypothesis was there within a book in Beatrice's forbidden archive, which she had once read in the past. That what was termed as synesthesia operated with the connection of the odd between two differing individuals. What was termed as the odd was the source of power existing in the depths of the human. It could also be synonymous for the soul. Though on instances it was also used in place of mana as power for utilizing magic, originally, the odd was the pure property itself that made the human be human. The consequence of having a territory that shan't be trespassed by anyone, that mutually linked those born of the same womb, perhaps resulted in synthesia, so propounded the theory. In the end, it came to be determined as a common belief, and was not something that had been proven. However, since it had been left in the forbidden archive, it surely was not some phony spiel either. Above all else, Ram personally had taken a liking to that theory. To have one's own self and someone else be connected together by birth was a lovely thing. Ram, a multitude of problems were caused, due to that bothersome horn, after all. The impulse of destruction transmitted by that white horn, Ram loathed it. She was exasperated by her environs lionizing Ram as the reincarnation of the Oni god as well. There existed not a fragment of connection between that obscure obsolete being and Ram. Ram shan't deem value in precisely such an entity. Henceforth, to have one's own self and someone else be connected together by birth, independent of such an entity, was a lovely thing. And, if such a connection with someone truly did exist, Ram, certainly, by birth itself, Ram could not have been stopped from loving her. Even as an infant, she shan't pay regard to means for the sake of protecting that bond. For the sake of protecting her, for the sake of admiring her, for the sake of adoring her, for the sake of loving her, she shall surely devote her all. Thus, Ram, please do forgive your bad nay Summer, who is making you shoulder the burden at this time as well. By way of synesthesia, Ram shared the burden levied upon her own flesh body to her sleeping younger sister. It was in consequence of having experienced Subaru's authority by herself once. Having witnessed something once, Ram could largely materialize it identically. What Subaru did was an identical contrivance. It possibly coercively connected others' odd with one's own odd, inducing a fairly arbitrary synesthesia. Subaru's side could possibly consign his burden over if he felt inclined to do so as well, but since Subaru was a fool, he would not do so. Contrarily, by taking it upon himself, he endeavored to abate the burden of his allies. Ram, truly a fool. Words she had pronounced toward Batankatos a short time ago. However, despite being the same words, they did not echo the same. What Subaru had achieved through the authority, Ram could reconstruct it with Rem, whom she was connected to through synesthesia. She was oblivious to what had transpired at Subaru's side. However, this would surely serve to ease him. Ram, too, could abscond from the repulsive situation, namely being connected with Subaru for long. In lieu, Ram's burden was streaming towards Rem, although Rem, perpetually slumbering, spoke naught. Merely gallantly, splendidly, with the white horn she was made to grasp in her stacked hands Ram's broken horn that had been fitted inside her wand. With that as a catalyst, she was consigning the mana flowing into her own horn over to Ram. It was unfathomable how prodigious a burden shall be laid onto Rem's body for mediating the expansive mana which Ram required. Therefore, this was a decisive battle of brief duration. Lay, ne sa ma a asu. A roar into time, after having been hurled by her kick, Batankatos rebounded towards Ram whilst smiling. Utilizing the might of the seeming leaper, the magical technique erased the existing distance in between in the span of a blink of an eye. However, Even that technique of phantom teleportation was rendered futile should it get viewed in its entirety by the opponent. Ram, you certainly are slow, sluggard. At this rate, Ram will become an old woman. She purloined the opponent's field of vision with clairvoyance. The opponent's focus, eye movements, the part wherein strength was being poured, by synthesizing these she could read the aim with greater ease than reading the mind. Dodging the perforating palm, she reversely twisted all 5 of its fingers as it slipped through. Pounding a rebuff into his throat seeking to give rise to a skreek, she slammed the opponent into the wall with a sharp spinning kick. Lay, Gar. HK. Ram, although, Ram is cute even when she has grown old. Whilst pronouncing so, she seized the opponent's nape through his clothes and lowered it, dropping him onto the floor by his head yet again. Pelting that face with her heel, she pulverized his snout. Stepping backward and evading both of the arms attempting to grasp her, she belabored him with innumerable blades of wind. Lay, Gi, A tilde. Ram, what an ugly shriek, coming from such an adorable face. His entire body slashed by blades of wind, Baton Kato's disappeared whilst spouting blood. As ever, his flesh body unremittingly repeated transfiguration, however, solely what was atop his neck, that which she was acquainted with by sight, shan't attempt to transform. She was close to vomiting. Though Ram shall not, because that would be inelegant. Lay. Whilst shedding immense blood, Baton Kato's artlessly swooped down upon her. Stating unerringly, he was surely making free use of miraculous superhuman techniques, coalescing the might of multifarious transcendental beings. From the outset, he must be formulating techniques impossible of being reconstructed by anyone. That excelling blitz, specializing in all possible orientations, was shut down by Ram through outstripping violence. She guillotined those monumental techniques of hundreds, of thousands, using might worth millions. This was what the battle had now come to be. She sought not to even come in contact with Baton Kato's. Her condition felt well. She grew accustomed to it in Subaru's absence after all. She had unfastened approximately 2 more shackles. Likely 50% of her prime no, since Ram had been very young in those days, aspects of her that had matured were far mightier now compared to Ram back then. And, to not wallow in that might, was Ram's forte. Ram, having the horn broken was correct after all. If it weren't for that night, she may have eventually yielded to the horn's allurement. Though she wanted to proclaim that to be improbable, she could not ascertain if it truly was improbable. Thus, Ram attested to the present being correct, and boasted the invigorating nature of the path she had walked. Owing to the loss of her horn, Ram lived without having to become the Oni she detested. Ram, to begin with, if it weren't for that night Roswell's summer couldn't have been met, so it wasn't even worth making a comparison. No greater conclusion, wielding that as the answer Ram presented her palm forwards. At the surface of her palm appeared Baton Kato's, having leapt through space. His countenance, astonished by having the point of his appearance read through, she gripped it tight. Ram, you cannot fly in continuity, isn't it? Have grown tired of looking at your magic tricks. And that face as well. Lay, why? Ram, no waiting. An icy pronouncement, Ram materialized a blade of wind in her palm which grasped the opponent's face. Within that juncture, his eyes, his nose, his lips, his ears, with all possible parts of his face slashed, Baton Kato screeched whilst vomiting blood. With the same momentum, she gouged his face with the blade of wind until it was minced to naught. And, from Ram's palm, who sought to accomplish so, Baton Kato's form disappeared in but an instant. However, albeit he escaped, he shan't be able to escape from the wounds, from the agony, from the reality. Lay, Sue. Whilst squalling, Baton Kato's writhed as he shed profuse blood instead of tears. Whilst observing that, Ram steadily advanced her feet towards his side. Hearing Ram's approaching footsteps, Baton Kato's form changed. The proprietor of a gigantic, burly flesh body. Knocking the imminent fist down, she shattered his knee. Kicked down, Kato's figure altered in order to escape from Ram. The giant of a bearded face, taking a spherical stance, solidified his defense. Kicking his frame upward, she nailed him onto the ceiling with a barrage of fists, gradually transforming what was below his skin, which was the subject of vaunt, into lumps of flesh, in order to kill Ram, who conferred upon him interminable torture. Kato's form altered. The bald old man, the magical technique of phantom teleportation. Whilst pitying the magical trick whose stratagem had already come to light, she caught him, drove his face into the wall, and sprinted as though to whittle his entire frame. Lay, bababababababahk. Repressed by Ram's prodigious might, Kato's entire frame was pared, retaining no place to escape to. Winding and meandering, his form transfigured within Ram's grasp as though seeking the optimum solution. Suppressing it altogether, Ram grieved for the hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of victims with all of her might. A memorial held via vehemence for those men and women who had been captured by gluttony, and had the arts they forged, the paths they walked, the emotions they loved, trampled upon, slighted and disparaged. No longer would arts, paths, emotions be utilized. For naught was efficacious against Ram. Ram, kindly take your own responsibility, by yourself. Swinging her arm, Ram heaved aside the blasphemer who had his entire frame tempestuously pared. Falling over the floor of the watchtower, Kato's shuddered and trembled. Slowly, steadily, gradually, his form proceeded to alter. Having relied on multitudes of memories, his form changed. Ram, long time no see. Ram wanted to meet this face. Though this would make for around the third time doing so. Lay, As she wiped off the blood on her forehead and loosened her lips, ahead of Ram's glance was Kato's. It was Kato's, in the truest possible purport. Not the cunning and wily existence who had, until now, borrowed the faces and techniques of others, but Kato's, who had returned to his own face and form. Regardless whom should one become, whom should one depend on, whom should one resort to, it is impossible to escape from oneself. Just as even upon losing her horn, the actuality that Ram was an Oni did not change, just as even upon having her memories plundered, the actuality that Ram was Rem's elder sister did not change. Ram, in the very end at least, would you like to try resisting using your own strength? Lay. Ram, by the way, you said something curious on the spiral staircase, didn't you? It seems, you have a younger brother or younger sister, isn't it? For the sake of your younger siblings, how about putting your willpower to display? Collapsed down, Kato's painful breathing abruptly diminished. He had not lost his life. He had reacted to Ram's remark. Younger brother and younger sister, the moment he heard the echo of those words, Kato's breath faintly calmed down. And, steadily, Kato's revitalized his body at his locus. Lay, Little sister, don't. Ram, don't lay a finger on her, you say? Sorry, but do you think you're in a position where you can make such an insistence? Have you ever lent your ears to someone's plea even once? Lay, but, still. Ram. Distorting his blood-stained, crumpled face, Kato's pleaded with a tearful voice. Upon the call of that poignant yet remarkably genuine echo, Ram slightly straightened her eyes. Afterwards, along with a sigh, she closed her eyes. Ram, will think. Lay, nay summer, is far too kind. Within the juncture, the moment her gaze went astray, Kato's bequeathed simply those words behind, and erased his form. The spatial leap of the leaper dorkal leaving not a single vestige behind, the blasphemer vanished from her field of vision. He had escaped. Utilizing the odd talent of leaper dorkal with freedom, Kato's fled from Ram's territory. No longer shall he consider recklessness like eating Ram. Paying no regard to appearances, he chose flight. Can't win. Can't win. Can't win against that one. Just as he had thought, that one was a monster. How conventional for her to have bought time and returned after becoming more powerful as well. That one was a kind of existence who shan't get atop neither the platter of gourmet nor the platter of bizarre eating. Lay, Louis and Roy, really sorry you too, but you know preliminary preparation of ingredients is crucial in gourmet. Whilst pressing the injuries of his entire body, Battenkatos melancholically laughed upon his younger brother and sister who had been aiming for the same prey. Louis had promptly withdrawn from the war front to safety, and Roy too would be rampaging in a separate site about now. If that only were to just aim for those two, he would also be able to withdraw at leisure. Since Roy of bizarre eating did not know when to retreat, he may finally die, but it can't be helped. Rather, he had been getting fed up of Roy's bizarre eating. Because that chap laid waste to hunting grounds per his pleasure, there must have been instances where gourmet delicacies supposed to come around to this side had gotten stolen away. No, had what his self feasted upon until now truly been gourmet delicacies. Lay, each and every single one, useless. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Something like that, to think something like that exists, Even though it would have been all good had we not known about it, That was not a sentiment induced by the feelings of a younger sister doting on her elder sister. That was a sentiment yearning for something inestimable, unfathomable, immense born from Battenkatos within, in the truest of truest sense, a potent emotion wishing for its desire from the depths of his heart. Want to completely eat that one. With all of body and soul, want to completely savor that one. Championing gourmet, he intended to have eaten all possible emotions and transcending, excelling talents. However, now that he was aware of the presence of the genuine in this world, everything had faded away. All of what the existence named Lay Battenkatos, as the sin archbishop of gluttony, had trusted as possessing worth and garnered, crumbled to ruin and transformed into rubbish. Those lavish dinner tables which had been visible with such glisten, had been reduced to sand pits with mud dumplings atop. Lay, want, that one. Want it, 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 want it. If for the sake of eating that one, throwing anything and everything away would be completely fine. If for the purpose of eating that one, there would be no regrets in losing all that had been amassed until now. Don't want to savor anything other than that one. Don't want to fulfill oneself with anything other than that one. Lay, a buff, ghee. Whilst sprinting, vomit leaked out from the edge of Battenkatos' mouth. Pain or anguish were not the cause. It was merely unbearable. Articles he trusted to be the finest were not so, and due to having become aware of what was supreme, all of what fulfilled his self was foul. Why did he regard anything aside from that one as splendid? Commend anything aside from that one? Surfeit anything aside from that one? Simply what of him would be gourmet, should he love anything aside from the truly splendid? Lay, that's right, that is right, isn't that right, surely that is right, certainly that is right, indeed that is right, because that is right, because we wish for it to be right. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Surging appetite, hunger advancing toward fulfillment, and the outcry from his heart wishing for and imploring desire, the desire to become one, the desire to blend together. If appetite was to intake external existences, then the gluttony impelling his self was superlative love. Lay, love you, love you. Yes. Love you Sue. Nay Summer. No, Ram. We love you. The maximal emotion blooming within his self, whilst he attempted to clamor it loud, his words were abruptly interrupted. The cause was pain, and that it was the incidence of a novel anguish. Lay, Checking his cheek, Battenkatos ascertained his palm dyed with rich blood. The fresh slash, a wound ripping Battenkatos' cheek, who had been heading towards the outside of the tower in order to escape its cause, empty space. Lay. Wordlessly stretching his finger to that point, Battenkatos observed his finger get cut. In the empty space was an invisible blade. Lay, That was the same technique as what Battenkatos had displayed to Ram at the spiral staircase. The art of installing blades of invisibility in space was a legendary shinobi technique, but it didn't matter whose memories it was in since he had already thrown it away. The issue was the presence of a blade here, which Baton Kaitos did not remember placing behind. It can't be. Avoiding the blade that had slightly cut his finger, Baton Kaitos attempted to advance his feet further towards the interior. His tiptoes were blown off, and he inclined backwards whilst shrieking "Ahhk." And, with the inclining back of his head also slightly whittled, he rigidified his face and stood still. He was enclosed by invisible blades. Seriously? He had shown it to her, merely once. Once in the midst of battle, that too it was an invisible technique, so she must not have seen it either. Moreover, she had not ever practically even stepped foot in this place. Yet regardless, she had seized this side's escape route, and had stationed invisible blades in advance. Baton Kaitos put his hand, not on his left eye which had been slashed by the blade of wind and had ceased functioning, but on his right eye which was narrowly in good health. Through clairvoyance, Ram was jointly sharing this eye. She did not let Baton Kaitos escape. Overlapping with this eye, she shan't let him escape. Higher. Baton Kaitos laughed. No longer could he do anything but laugh. He had loved. For the first time, had mightily, powerfully yearned for something. He was charmed by that unordinary essence. And wait, please do wait. Hold on, a bit more. Just a bit more. Just a bit more, Sosu. No matter how much shall he implore to clairvoyance, the voice shan't reach, that was per knowledge. Thus, his frantic calls were not for the opponent to hear. They were for impelling oneself. In great fluster and haste, Baton Kaitos held fast to the wall immediately beside him. He had done something impetuous by discarding away what he had eaten. If only the remarkable genius of the Fist King had remained, he could have overcome this facing no hardship. Deferring those emotions as well, Baton Kaitos struck his arms into the invisible blades, the wrists of both of his hands erupting, blood cascaded out of the mouth of those wounds. It hurts, but pain doesn't matter right now. Please do accept our feelings, Sue. Please do watch over our wishes, Sue. Merely pressing his arm spouting blood onto the wall, with all of his strength, he drew letters. With dusky blood, using his small, petite body with all of his might, he drew enormous, gigantic letters onto the wall of the sand tower. Boha HK. And, making his own self stand back, he viewed those letters with his right eye dilated. For those letters of blood depicted on the wall, to reach the one whom he eternally wished for from the bottom of his heart. Because if her then certainly, until the very end of the end, she shall kindly watch over whilst remaining overlapped with his own self. Love why? Before he could reach the end of his words, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony had been beheaded by a blade of wind. Ram, Fula. Swinging her fingers, having held the blade of wind, Ram whispered merely a single word. Even if the proportion of magic had impact within its range of effect, that power itself did not undergo severe change. Not to mention, if only a slim neck was to be blown off through the cutting ability of the blade of wind, then even the minimum power sufficed. Pursuing the back of Gluttony who had fled, Ram had fired a solitary blade of wind. She had deftly grasped the trace of the desperately escaping Gluttony through clairvoyance. She had employed certain tricks as a hurdle in his path for her aim to be precise, but they seemed to have functioned well for how hurriedly they had been constructed. And, on the brink of the final blade's arrival, Gluttony undertook abnormal conduct. Slashing off his own arms, using that blood, he drew letters of blood onto the wall. Though that which was squalid and dreadfully arbitrary, was malignant bedevilment possessing no worth to even be viewed. At the very end of the end, having watched over the upward soar as those blood letters burled and gyrated, she closed her eyes. She did so entirely because she could not have taken relief otherwise. She had not an atom of obligation that she ought to watch over. The blasphemer erred his final choice. Had he put his life on the line for the sake of his younger siblings, Ram would not have denied him mercy either. However, putting aside the undeniable genuinity of his words, he also used that as bait and deceived Ram, making it also a tool for his own self-survival. He likely did not know the method of restoring what was eaten either. Had he known, he was supposed to have pleaded for his life with that as material for negotiation. He did not. Thus, he had to suffer nemesis. Ram, those who wield the sword fall to the sword, those who cling to evil fall to evil, those who yield to fire fall to fire. And, those who wish for the Oni fall to the Oni, destroyed by what one relies on. That was the divine providence of retribution Ram placed her faith in. Swinging her arm down, she let a long exhale. Afterwards, Ram turned backwards, returning to the extensively ruined isle. She could not have fought at close vicinity, so she had taken upon herself to be further distant. A vexing sense of distance, hence Ram's gait spontaneously became restless. Dodo Jiwan. Once she made her return by treading through the collapsed wall. What greeted Ram was the cry of a tall ground dragon. That jet-black ground dragon had aptly maneuvered its body and concealed Ram's figure behind. Worst-case scenario, had the one to return not been Ram, then it perhaps intended to act like a shield or so. Despite being in such a tattered state, for it to gallantly abide by Subaru's command, it was truly a ground dragon too good for Subaru. Ram, no, that's wrong. Did you also wish to protect Rem? Ram, yes. You truly are a good girl, Patrash. She softly caressed that ground dragon's neck. It would also be necessary to immediately carry her wounded, injured self to the green room as well. Even the ground dragon who exemplified befitting loyalty, could not be made to strain itself with these injuries. Neither did Ram wish to do anything preposterous to the benefactory person, the benefactory dragon of her younger sister. Subsequently, expressing her gratitude to the ground dragon, Ram made her way to Rem, who was being protected behind her. The sharing of the horns might utilizing synesthesia had already been undone, so no horn was present on her forehead. However, the recoil of having shouldered Ram's strength, commensurate with that of the Oni god, had soundly eaten into that body of hers. Such that Ram herself felt heavy upon contemplating the recoil that surely will pay a call upon her soon. But Ram, right now, at this time, anything boorish cannot be thought of. Gently kneeling down at her position, Ram positioned her hand onto the cheek of her perpetually slumbering younger sister. The bond as sisters devoid of actual feeling, now accompanied with a far greater certitude of actual feeling compared to before, she felt lovability and cherishment overflow. With her horn broken off, having lost her might as the reincarnation of the Oni god, she had lived until today. For what purpose did that night of blazes befall? Until now Ram had surmised it had befell for the purpose of making her herself, neither did she consider that to be mistaken. However, starting today and this moment, that changed. The reason why that day, Ram's horn had been broken off. Ram, it was to realize, today, here, that Ram is Rem's nay summer. For she had been able to actually feel, with the contact between the soul and the soul via synesthesia, that they were twins who shared the same world, that they were irreplaceable elder and younger sisters. Ram, more than ever before, Ram wants to talk to you. What kind of a time did you and Ram spend? What kind of a yesterday did you and Ram collect? Let's replenish the devoid reminiscences together. Since time flowed without halt, however many reminiscences of the future could be mounded. Thus, for everything to not everness remaining unknown, remaining unremembered, day after day, let's make flowers bloom in reminiscences as many times as need be. Ram, let's converse lots of what yesterday held. The sleeping beauty shan't respond. Although, without letting her chest congeal upon her silence and instead fulfilling it with something warm, Ram smiled. Whilst smiling, with no longer any qualms for her own emotions, she moved her lips. Ram, love you, Rem. Certainly, no matter how the time they had collected by the two of them had been, these emotions alone shan't turn traitor. Enigmatically, upon vocalizing what was identical to the last words of the distorted Sin Archbishop, Though it was ultimately the same note, it did not echo the same. Those who are unbeknownst to love, and those who live in love, can never echo the same. Never can they echo the same. Arc 6, Chapter 87, Distant Regard. Her head swayed from left to right rather violently. She slowly came to notice someone was carrying her light luggage, and this someone was running as if their life depended on it. Not that it was particularly her first time being carried like this, no. To say she was actually used to it would be an exaggeration. It would rather be much more apt to say that she had experienced being lugged around like a suitcase very often, though the fault for that lay in her partner, who had little consideration to spare for her. "Meili, stop shaking me so much, Elsa." Regardless of how many times she requested, they fell on deaf ears. Yet nevertheless, she found it hard to describe her relationship with her. Calling her an accomplice or a partner was difficult, as this relationship lacked the foundation of trust required, and the two were nearly not close enough for her to call Elsa her sister or mother. Calling her a friend felt strange, as that was definitely not what their relationship was like, but calling her an acquaintance was just as difficult, as they weren't as strangers to one another, so Meili always sunk into deep thought over this. What kind of relationship did they truly have? What did Elsa see herself as to Meili? "Meili, come on, stop shaking me so mo." Voicing her complaints mattered little, but saying nothing at all felt like she had resigned herself, so she couldn't let herself up either. Thus she kept speaking up, even if her words would not be heard, or so she at least tried. As if coating her words, some hot liquid flowed out of her mouth before she could speak. Her first thought was that her breakfast was flying out of her mouth, but that was incorrect. It was blood, deep crimson in color, gushing out from the depths of her tiny body. "Subaru, she won't stop bleeding, damn it. Biko, what should we do?" "Beatrice, for now, just make sure she throws up whatever blood is in her throat completely, I suppose. Things will get much worse if the blood clots there, in fact." Voices rung around her, then she was abruptly tilted to her side. Blood unendingly ran up her throat and out her mouth, mixed with her cough and mucus. Something touched her lips, and the blood clotting in her throat was quickly sucked out. It was just in the nick of time, as air finally filled her lungs and rushed to her brain. "Subaru, all right, she's breathing again. Biko, hit her with some healing." "Beatrice, I know, I suppose. But we can't keep doing this over and over, in fact." "Subaru, I get that. I pushed Meili too far, this is on me. I'll pay my dues." Meili realized there was some shouting going on above her, but from the moment she could breathe, her mind and body became too heavy to make anything out. No, that couldn't have been the case. She must have been tired all along. It was only that the body perceived that its biggest danger was gone, so her consciousness could finally focus on other functions. She could finally feel exactly how bad the damage she'd taken was. Her hands and feet were limp, and her head spun. She'd thrown up close to 3 cupfuls of blood. She felt as if her entire body were ablaze, but she could pinpoint that the origin of those vicious flames was her back. There was something wrong there, something very wrong with her entire back. That was likely the reason why she couldn't move her body and was continually throwing up blood, she thought. The two shouting on top of her, what she was doing right before this, all of it was vague and foggy. Yet, even in her world of fog and mist, she could make out something distinct. Indeed, that was
Meili, a promise.
She could make out the distinct silhouette of a promise she'd exchanged with someone. From the moment forth the Titanic Scorpion had changed its color, the light it fired was the greatest it had till now. The swelling bright, white light scattered in all directions, turning numerous aflame-hungry horse kings aiming for its crimson hide to dust, sending ripples across the sea of sand. Of course, neither Subaru nor Beatrice could avoid being caught up in the destruction, but Meili had the worst of it all. Having to command the witch beasts led her to lean too far ahead, so when the Titanic Scorpion, the Crimson Scorpion unleashed its counterattack, she was caught within its vicious aftermath. The only silver lining was she had escaped being skewered by needles of light. Should she have been so much as scraped by one, her tiny body would have surely been vaporized. However, even if that had not come to pass, it still remained truth that she was hit directly with a blast strong enough to part and ripple the sea of sand. That alone was enough to deal near-fatal damage. Subaru, Meili. She was in an awful state when Subaru and Beatrice rushed to get to her collapsed body on the sand. Perhaps due to curling up at the last moment, the most major of her injuries were on her back. With her black cloak blown off by the blast, her marred skin lay bare under burnt cloth. Faced with her charred and lacerated skin in front of his eyes, his vision wavered for a moment. However, Subaru, am I really that stupid? What on earth am I here for? Latching onto his consciousness with a balled fist, he called forth the power hidden within him. Corleonis was already active, the power that allowed him to shoulder the pains and burdens his companions felt. He increased its flow from Meili to him, allowing him to take on almost all of the pain Meili felt from her near-fatal injury. Naturally, it would be unwise to take on all of her pain, that if it were to cause him to collapse, the consequences would be unforeseeably great. Thus he took on the greatest of portion he could manage without fainting. But Subaru, I'm still good. I can take it, right, Natsuki Subaru? Were it his previous self here, he may have lost both his composure and his heart, ending in an unsightly show of disgrace. However, Subaru understood well what it meant to go down the path of Natsuki Subaru. He knew what purpose his existence served, naturally, but he also knew there were some things he alone could accomplish. Therefore, Subaru, Emilia Tan. Julius looks to be doing just fine. Echidna, Patrash and Rem seem to be safe too. He looked through the presence of his companions fighting their battles within the tower, confirming to himself their statuses. While Emilia's disappearance gnawed away at him, he also felt concern about Julius' status during his battle with Reed. Even Echidna and Patrash's locations within the tower filled him with anxiety, but in the end, he decided to put his faith in all of them. Instead, he turned his attention to Ram, and the Meili who lay right in front of his eyes. Subaru, KH. Immediately, Subaru groaned, his viscera on fire. Meili's burden of pain had begun flooding into him. In truth, taking on Ram's strain was exhausting as it was. Taking on Meili's burden of near-death pain was akin to suicide. Subaru, shit. He'd thrown out his words with vigor, but could not find enough of it to push his limits further. Thus it came down to him requiring to reduce the flow of burden from Ram to him, to take on more of Meili's pain, who was near death. Ram, being as sharp as she is, would likely be able to deduce his reasoning from that alone. Subaru, I'm definitely gonna get yelled at later. Hair. Look at you in this pitiful state. You'll always be a Barusu, a man of just talk. As that all too possible image of Ram flashed through his mind, Subaru grit his teeth and drank back the blood rising in his throat. Even though Corleonis could only take on the mental, and not physical, burdens of others, the spread of the taste of death in his mouth was a sign the feedback was indeed affecting him beyond his mental state. The effect of the mind on the body was far greater than he had imagined. He'd heard before that should a person believe there was a hot iron rod pressed on their skin, burns would appear. In other words, taking on Meili's excruciating pain meant he would experience it and his body would reproduce the source of that pain. If he didn't exercise caution, Beatrice would have 2 corpses on her hands. Subaru, yeah, I'd really like to avoid that. He spat out what blood had accumulated in his mouth, then lifted Meili up in his arms. Then he ducked below a hungry horse king's flaming spear and ran away as Beatrice shot a few arrows of purple to keep it at bay. The hungry horse king that came attacking just now was the one Subaru and co. were riding. In a shocking turn of events, the witch beast saw its chance in the chaos and betrayed its new comrades, not. It was simply that Meili's divine protection had worn off, resulting in the witch beast to return to its usual cold and bloodthirsty demeanor. Without Meili, witch beasts were enemies of mankind, and by proxy, Subaru's enemies. Such wicked beasts lurked under the sea of sand in numbers uncountable. Meili, HCK. Subaru, Meili. Meili vomited more blood as Subaru carried her around like loose luggage, desperately avoiding the lunging witch beasts. His frustration at the situation grew only more as he watched the color drain from her face. He had no leeway of settling down and healing Meili. And if this continued... Subaru, shit, she won't stop bleeding. Biko. What should we do? Beatrice, for now, just make sure she throws up whatever blood is in her throat completely, I suppose. Things will get much worse if the blood clots there, in fact. Beatrice made sure none of the witch beasts dared come closer as she tried to keep up with Subaru's pace with fervor alone. In that time, Subaru shook Meili, trying to get her to cough and spit out all the blood in her throat. However, she looked just as pale, and the trickle of blood flowing out of her did not halt. With no other way out, curled his fist into a ball and pressed one end against her lips, then tried to suck the blood out of her throat through the other way. Meili, HCK. Gah. Subaru, all right, she's breathing again. Biko, hit her up with some healing. Beatrice, I know, I suppose. But we can't keep doing this over and over, in fact. Subaru, I get that. I pushed Meili too far, this is on me. I'll pay my dues. Though to be precise, Subaru had already begun paying his dues for his mistake. Even after he had taken off a part of the burden he had been taking from Ram, he was beginning to turn pale himself. It would all depend on how much more time he could get this way. Subaru, no, this is where I gotta push harder. Can't even call myself a man if I can't. Beatrice, for ya. I suppose. Subaru, ooh? His teeth clenched, Subaru ran with Meili in his arm as the effects of his authority spread throughout his body. At that moment, Beatrice suddenly jumped and latched onto his head. Startled at this unexpected event, but regardless ends up giving Beatrice an awkward piggyback. Of course, Beatrice weighed as much as a ball of cotton. Subaru, Beatrice, Subaru, stop trying to shoulder everything by yourself, in fact. We are partners, Subaru and Betty. Meili is our friend too, I suppose. You're not the only one who wishes to help, Subaru. Subaru, dash. She pressed her tiny hands on his head and softly voiced her appeal. Subaru fell silent. Beatrice moved her hand to Meili and cast her gentle healing magic. Slowly, a warm light filled her body, and in proxy, Subaru's as well. Beatrice too was concerned for her friends. He could feel her emotions come through the warm light. Subaru, KH. Beatrice, Behind them, the witch beasts continued their battle against each other. Fortunately, even with Meili's divine protection having worn off, the beasts had no desire to make peace with the Crimson Scorpion. The Hungry Horse Kings, and the numerous other forms of witch beasts, all were warring amongst each other. The Crimson Scorpion's giant pincers and long tail all smashed away any witch beast that stood between it and Subaru. Then again, more than half of the countless witch beasts were aiming for him, so there was still no time for rest. Subaru, what other choice do I even? Truth be told, it wasn't as if he had no other choice. While there was no way to emerge victorious immediately, he could indeed make use of Beatrice's wish to help Meili to improve his chances. However, while he would not know unless he tried, being what their current enemy was, he hesitated to attempt his plan. But Beatrice, Subaru. If your concern for Betty is why you're hesitating, Betty doesn't want that kind of half-assed concern, I suppose. If Betty isn't the reason, then we can go apologize to them later. Together, in fact. Beatrice, Betty wants to share in your pain, in your joy. Don't leave Betty out. That was one of the clauses of our contract, I suppose. He did not know what expression she saw on his face, but she exploded with anger regardless. Because she was riding on top of his head, he could not see her expression. However, he could tell, even if she was puffed up with anger, she looked adorable, this little girl he proudly called his partner. Precisely so, her words offered him the courage he needed, and the comfort he desired. He had no room for hesitation. His very reason for his hesitation, his partner herself had declared there was no need. So, Subaru, I totally love you, Biko. Beatrice, Betty loves you more than that, in fact. Once they expressed each other's affections, Subaru gently laid Meili on the ground. In his heart, he decided he would, at no cost, allow this life to be lost. Subaru, Corleonis, second shift. He gave his ability, the Lion's Heart, a new name as he changed gears within himself. By doing so, he amplified the effect of his authority, the little king. He'd been scolded for being a king who carried the burdens of his subjects, all alone. Having said that, this was not as shameless as the greed of pushing one's burdens onto another. What Subaru desired was to divide, to share his burdens with others who would stand with him. In other words, Subaru, second shift, division of labor. The burdens that Subaru alone carried, he could now divide and share that burden with one willing to help him carry it. And the only one who offered to do as much while also being in close proximity was Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru, yeah? Beatrice, this is incredibly taxing, I suppose. Subaru, well, yeah, it's super taxing. With that, the second part of Corleonis was activated and the burden he carried was shared with Beatrice. He could share half of what was his to carry. He could only spare half of that half. Even so, that alone brought him relief. On the other hand, Beatrice's face turned pale as she took on the burden he shared. She yelled to mask her pain, and Subaru returned her thought the same way. It was taxing. It was painful. He wanted to stop right away. To hell with this pretend king play with taking on everyone's burdens. Therefore, this little king could stand up, only because there were others willing to support him in his endeavors. Subaru, right, by the way, there's no way in hell. Beatrice, dash. Subaru, I'm pushing that much of my burden on you. Too bad. Having shared his burden with Beatrice, Subaru turned his attention to the Crimson Scorpion as Beatrice continued treating Meili from his back. He could still feel Shaola in there, a light that remained connected to him through Corleonis. Her faint, but certain light. Yet unfortunate as it was, Subaru could not simply dump the burden he and Beatrice shared and carried onto the Crimson Scorpion. Likely because it possessed neither the will to wish for, nor accept that burden. Only those who wished to support this little king could share in his burden. Indeed, a truly easy to understand, inflexible power, precisely why it allowed its user to hold no pride. He was always reminded that he could stand straight only because there was someone there, supporting him. Biko. Move your hands while you think. TCH, that's too tall an order, in fact. Her hands would tend to Meili, healing her, while her mind would race to think about what to do next to escape their precarious situation. Because, the Crimson Scorpion's tail had lit aglow once more with white light, its malice aimed at Subaru. His one-time absolute invincibility trump card was flushed away, and the subsequent shockwaves swallowed the three whole. The happenings below the clouds shall not be conveyed to Emilia, who was above the clouds. But, identical to her comrades fighting with their lives on the line, upon the extremity of passing through a fierce battle, Emilia had finally stepped foot in that place. Making her way to the uppermost stratum of Pleiades' watchtower, further above the first layer, the summit in the truest sense, in the location she had reached via the sacrifice of multiple ice warriors, what Emilia laid her eyes upon was the base of the central pillar. Positioned there, was a black monolith. The monolith itself appeared to be identical to what she had seen during the course of the third layer's trial. What was different was that the monolith was not levitating, and the presence of an eye-catching feature at its surface, which was supposed to be completely leveled. That was Emilia, someone's, handprints. Having rounded her amethyst eyes, in Emilia's field of vision were multiple handprints imprinted onto its surface, 6 in total, handprints of differing men and women. It could be understood by the size of palms or the thicknesses of fingers that all of them were hands of separate humans. Merely unmistakable that since those personages went out of their way to leave their handprints together like this, they were on close terms with each other and were people connected to this watchtower. Emilia, could it be Shaola's Master Summer, or Reed? That was all Emilia could think of when she pondered about people connected to the watchtower. Volcanica was also here, but all of the handprints present here belonged to humans, so it did not seem that any of his dragon traces had been left behind. Thus, Emilia could think of simply 2 amongst 6 of the people concerning the handprints. Emilia? Wait, this is... Having thought that far, Emilia felt a sense of discomfort by one of the handprints. Amidst the 6 handprints, that was the gently printed firstly positioned handprint, though next to it was a handprint of approximately the same size. The ones positioned as the first 2 were evidently small. Perhaps because solely these 2 were handprints of females. And, what drew Emilia's attention was one of the handprints, that being. Emilia, this handprint, is mine? Whilst furrowing her eyebrows, Emilia whispered as she looked down onto her right hand. Though that would be odd, she did not feel it to be so. It seemed one of the handprints printed on this monolith was her own. Inhaling, Emilia faced the monolith, and in order to dispel her misgivings, she reached for that handprint with her own right hand. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, HK. It came back. An instant prior to her touching the monolith, Emilia turned towards the relentless voice descending from above. And once she did, what she saw was Volcanica, who flapped his wings, descending and positioning itself on the uppermost stratum, who had gotten the white scale on his throat touched by Emilia's ice warrior and had agonized tempestuously. Volcanica. Facing her back towards the monolith, Emilia once again confronted the divine dragon. The battle of climbing the pillar had been immensely arduous, but if it were to be resumed here, then she shall be coerced into an intense struggle. This place was spacious in itself, but the uppermost stratum space was narrower than that of the first layer, difficult to scuffle in. Emilia, also, it'll be really problematic if the monolith gets broken. The monolith's durability was unknown. When she had encountered the monolith on the 3rd layer as well, she had been stopped from striking it by Julius and Ram, so its solidity remained unclear. However, no matter how sturdily should it be built, Emilia did not believe it could safely withstand a blow by the might of the divine dragon. Emilia, if you hit it, it'll surely break. So. She could not let him do so. Conceiving that thought, Emilia summoned 7 soldiers of ice in her environs yet again. The ice warriors had been thoroughly shattered for the purpose of making her reach the uppermost stratum, but identical to Emilia, their expressions were brimming with determination, reassuring. Matching in with them as they wielded weapons of ice, Emilia held 2 ice swords in her hands. And, in unity with the 7 ice warriors, plunged into Volcanica. Emilia, let's go, everyone. Volcanica has a weakness in its white part of the neck. Since he had displayed such a vehement reaction, that white scale was Volcanica's weakness. Though she did not wish to go so far as to wound it, should someone reach merely for touching it, Emilia would be able to obtain time for examining the monolith. Emilia, A. The subsequent instant, Emilia spilled her voice upon the gyrating reversal of her above and below. Far too sudden for her to judge what had occurred. There was merely a nimble sensation of contact at her feet, having priorly stepped ahead in order to advance. That too, so faint that she had noticed its touch only after being turned upside down. And, along with that, Emilia, The 7 ice warriors in Emilia's environs, who had been turned upside down, shattered at once. All of them had solely their heads shattered with skill, transforming into the form of Mana unable to resist. By the point of having sensed that by her skin, Emilia took notice with a shudder. This just now had been Volcanica's tail. Volcanica's tail had swiftly swept Emilia's legs, and had smashed the heads of the ice warriors with the same. Her throat froze upon comprehending that a singular swift whip by the tail had realized that. This was in an entirely different league from the surprise attack Emilia had instantaneously managed to guard against. If Subaru's whip counted for 1, then Volcanica's tail whip counted for 1,000 or 10,000, that was the margin of difference. Even Emilia would have been relentlessly defeated before that enormous attack. Thus, she held a doubt. Emilia, why did he go soft on me? For Emilia he had swept her legs, for the ice warriors he had shattered their heads. What was the identity of the difference born here? It could not have been that he retaliated against them because they possessed faces identical to what had earlier touched his white scale. That seemed improbable. Having thought far, Emilia remembered she had not escaped from the circumstance of having been turned upside down. Emilia, ONHK. At this pace, she was just on the verge of being knocked to the floor by her head. Once again Emilia's legs, who was midair having been turned upside down, were struck with a soft impact from the side. Emilia, bloody. Halfway reversed from being upside down, Emilia made a landing in jeopardy. And, having raised her face, she made an expression of being endangered. Volcanica, what art thou doing? Pronouncing so was the form of the divine dragon, his face pointing toward Emilia's gaze. Emilia, That was quite literally ahead of her eyes and nose. Vicinity that should Emilia inch her face forward even a little, she would touch that rock-hard robust skin and nose. For the dragon's face to be at this distance itself was enough to astonish Emilia. However, what bewildered Emilia furthermore was, Emilia, you're saying something different from what you had been constantly repeating earlier. Volcanica, Emilia, did you return to sanity? Then, can you talk about some stuff? Like about the trial, or about changing the established rules of this watchtower? There's a lot of stuff I need to discuss. Emilia vocalized rapidly, having descried hope in Volcanica's condition. If the divine dragon whom she thought had gotten Alzheimer's had been restored, she could once again converse regarding the trial. Hence, it would not be necessary for her to forcefully resort to violent measures. Emilia, hey, please. Properly converse. Volcanica, what were to happen should thou tumble? Should that perchance happen, I would be the one to accept reprimand. Since everyone bows before thee. Emilia, Volcanica? Anxious about the circumstance of everyone within the tower, Emilia desperately implored, whilst Volcanica once again pronounced words that were not a repetition. However, the content did not seem to correspond as being a response to Emilia's words. Her bewilderment augmented. However, Volcanica's amber eyes gazing at Emilia, dwelling therein was a calm hue. Unlike the immediately former ambiguity akin to vacuum, it had the light of emotion. Gently, calmly, he intently gazed at Emilia as though with affection. Volcanica, to where Flugel and Reed gone? It would be lonesome for Shaula with not even any words of parting. Farsail too would kick up such a racket. With his tender eyes maintaining his gaze at her, Volcanica resumed its words. What the dragon recited with a regard of viewing something distant, were the names of Flugel and Reed, along with Shaula, followed by one more person. Though it could not be distinctly ascertained whom that was unless the family name was also asked, Emilia had remembrance of that echo. Farsail, if that was per Emilia's remembrance. Emilia, Farsail, you mean, Farsail Lugnica? The king 400 years ago? That was a personage whose name was brought up on countless instances in books she had studied for the royal election. Farsail Lugnica, the 35th king of the kingdom of Lugnica, and the great man who had ruled the country 400 years ago during the era of the witch. And, having forged the covenant with none other than the divine dragon Volcanica, the last lion king who had etched the first step of long-standing prosperity of the kingdom of Lugnica, Emilia immediately turned her gaze towards the monolith behind. The handprints of 6 people. If Volcanica's words were not unrelated, then could 3 of the people of the handprints be Flugel, Reed, and Farsail. The remaining 3 people were unknown, but one, though unconfirmed, seemingly matched Emilia's handprint. The remaining ones were of a man and woman each, likely. Emilia, then, could the woman's handprint be Shaula's? That seemed to be the likeliest as a possibility. The identity of the final male handprint was unknown, but around this would be enough to make her calm down. As ever, the greatest issue at present was the fact that there present was a handprint of her own she was unfamiliar with. Emilia, could it be, I have forgotten about something, aside from mother and everyone else from the forest? Upon beginning to suspect, Emilia realized she had a past wherein she had lidded her memories by herself. Even regardless of so, she was aware that due to the existence of the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, memories and names were in a completely cluttered state. Could it perhaps be that though Emilia had once casually come here and imprinted her handprint, she had now simply forgotten about it? Emilia, no, whatever circumstance may it be, that can't be the case. Though if Puck had been here, I could have somehow gotten to know if I had come here. Volcanica, what happened? Any worries? Emilia, I'm all right. Thank you for worrying. Thank you, but... Ultimately, sensing the establishment of dialogue with Volcanica to be dodgy, Emilia was stumped. It was far better than being hammered by its tail or forelimbs without conversation, but the situation of stalemate pertaining to the trial remained the same. Emilia pondered, just what should she do? Volcanica, if something is the matter then speak up. If it is thy distress then I shalt take it away Satella. Referred to as such, she inhaled. Satella, this was not her first time being referred to as so. Silver hair, amethyst eyes, and being a half-elf, those were the traits Emilia possessed, and upon looking at her, copious humans living in this world would associate her with the existence identical to her. What remained was simply the difference of what it ought to be called. Some called it Satella, some called it the worst calamity, some called it the Witch of Envy. Thus, someone referring to Emilia as such was no enigma. However, what was mysterious was that Volcanica had called Satella's name with deep affection. After all, the trio of Volcanica, Reed, and Flugel, who had shoved his own achievements onto Shaula, were the original ones to have sealed Satella, referred to as the Witch of Envy. Then why for her, would it? Emilia, why would you speak to the Witch of Envy with kindness? A doubt of faint carelessness, to have referred to her as so. To name it as stimulation for the present Emilia would be quite stringent, but at the very least, when she viewed the situation objectively, she realized this single phrase had become the origin. Or perhaps, both Satella or the Witch of Envy could have been adequate. Some called her Satella, some called her the worst calamity, some called her the witch, and Emilia had referred to her as the Witch of Envy. That was Volcanica, Witch of Envy. Alteration was yielded in Volcanica's distant regard. Volcanica's amber eyes, the change born therein was dramatic. Without moving, the dragon's head staring at Emilia was immediately ahead of her eyes and nose. Henceforth, captured by the proximity of the extent of that alteration, Emilia felt chills run through her entire body. She hunched that the change was an unfavorable one. Having been raised in forests, Emilia possessed the experience points named as having grown amongst the wild. She had seen countless animals and witch beasts completely change in situations such as this one. Abiding by that intuition, Emilia jumped backward as though strummed. That had been the correct answer. Emilia, HK. That instant, the air before Emilia's eyes burst open. Not an exaggeration, quite literally, the space constricted, then subsequently swole and burst open. The phenomenon of unknown principle was queer, as though space itself had rolled over, and had she been in its location she would have gotten twisted regardless of the strength of her defense. And it had occurred on the location of Emilia's head. Had Emilia been even a fraction of a moment late in lowering her head, she would have died. The tail whip, and the twisting of space just now, after having climbed up to the top of the tower, Emilia had gotten countless near-death experiences. She had perhaps never been in a situation wherein her life was endangered as much as this one. Emilia, but, since everything is being managed, that may mean I really can pull it off. If the element of fate being her ally was letting Emilia live, then even every single breath Emilia was taking was the boon of good fortune. She positively interpreted the situation so. Should she not do so, she would start losing heart due to the subsequent changes in the situation. Because Volcanica, Satella, having spread his wings once again, Volcanica was directing definite animosity towards this side. Observing that, Emilia responded to the desire to stamp her feet. Just after she had thought Volcanica had seemingly returned to sanity, now retrogression. In fact, unlike his earlier seemingly half-asleep state, he appeared to have greater determination than when it had Alzheimer's. Emilia, icicle line. Thus, Emilia liberated her magical strength with determined conviction, without holding back. The atmosphere icily fissured, and slowly gave rise to white haze. Though this was still the uppermost stratum of the watchtower located above the clouds, it glaciated the world in white. Making sound, what was slowly generated were arms of ice. Making them pull out lances as they stood on the floor, slowly turning them around, Emilia faced forward. Once again, she had prepared to battle against Volcanica. However, if the strike which swept Emilia's legs was a serious gamble on Volcanica's behalf, then she did not know if she would be able to deal with this previous attack. Strength in an entirely different league compared to when he had Alzheimer's. No, he seemed to have Alzheimer's even now. Staring into the opponent's amber eyes straight ahead, Emilia could not label Volcanica's attitude as simply having Alzheimer's. After all, Volcanica's eyes were brimming with sadness, bitterness. Volcanica, Satella, yes, Satella. We must stop thee who hast been reduced to the witch of envy. Emilia, were you close friends? Volcanica, that day, I should not have hesitated. That day, had I not hesitated, everyone would have no response to her question. However, Volcanica's trembling voice itself seemed as though the answer. The lamenting dragon took a deep inhale, and once again came the dragon breath that scorched the world white. Prior to that, Emilia stepped ahead, and she must strike that white scale. Should she not do so, Emilia, and naturally, everyone else as well would be beyond saving. Emilia, Subaru, Beatrice, Ram, Rem, Meili, Patrash-chan, Echidna, Julius, Anastasia-san. She thought of everyone who had come to this tower, and had suffered. Everyone whom she must save, everyone who had their sights set on the same goal as her. By doing so, an unknown strength welled up in the depths of Emilia's chest. Volcanica, witch of envy, Satella. Emilia, no, that's wrong. I am the witch of glaciation of the great forest of Elior, Emilia. Whilst bathing her entire body in the welling strength, Emilia responded with a loud voice to the divine dragon, who seemed to be misunderstanding her with someone she seemed to be similar to. Let the opponent be the divine dragon or whatever. Emilia had everyone by her side. Thus,
Emilia, even if just my name, properly remember it, okay?
The final state of the game surrounding Pleiades' watchtower, a light erupted simultaneously above the clouds and in the heavens.